pessoal, antes de começar, a gente vai dar dois.
Inspiradora, mas palavras de estilo.
Tem alguma? Pessoal, vou pedir para a gente voltar, começar a se acomodar de novo.
Boa tarde. Bom dia, pessoal. Peço que todos retornem, por favor.
Good morning.
A gente
Please take your
vai
seats.
começar o painel
We will
agora.
start the panel now.
Tudo certo?
So if one screws water, then electricity will
Ok.
so
Careful with water.
yeah, but I thought the other lady that next time we'll move all the glasses.
Ok. Pessoal, a gente pede que vocês tenham
Everyone.
cuidado com derramar água em alguma fiação.
Please be careful with water. Please don't spill water. There's a lot of cables here and something has happened.
Eles vão vindo.
Vocês já
Eles
informaram
chamam,
ele?
eles vão vindo.
Já informou isso pra ele?
Já eles sabem.
Tem certeza?
Tem.
Pode.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
É com imenso prazer que
I am
que teve a vida
happy.
transformada pela educação.
I've had
Eu
my
trouxe
life
ao painel
transformed
Transferência
by
de renda
education.
na
I'm happy
educação
to start the
e
panel
estratégias
Cash
integradas
Transfers in
para
Education,
combate à
Integrated
evasão escolar.
Strategies to Combat
Eu sou
Poverty,
Giovana
School
Requião,
Dropouts.
do interior
I'm
de
Giovanna
Sergipe,
Requião
Baiana,
from
advogada
the
e mestranda em
interior
gestão do
of
desenvolvimento
Bahia.
internacional na
I'm studying
na
law
Universidade de Westminster, em Londres, com
in the
bolsa Achievement.
University of Westminster
Antes
in
de
London with
começarmos,
Achievings
quero agradecer em nome do
Scholarship.
comitê
I would like
organizador do
to
Brasil
thank
Forum UK,
the organizing committee
a
of Brazil
Fundação
Forum
Itaú,
UK,
a
to
Fundação Lema
Fundação
e a
Itaú,
Fundação Haddad.
Fundação Haddad, and Fundação Lema.
A evasão escolar, ela continua sendo
School
um
dropouts
dos
continues
desafios
to be one
educacionais
of the
mais
main
prementes do Brasil.
education challenges
Em
in Brazil.
2023,
In
9
2023,
milhões de
9
estudantes
million
não
students
conseguiram concluir
could
o
not
ensino médio,
complete middle
conforme
school,
os dados do PNAD.
according
Tal
to the
realidade, ela não
National
apenas
Household
afeta a
Sample Survey.
qualidade de vida
This reality
e a
affects both the quality of
perspectiva
life
de renda dos
and
jovens,
the
mas
perspectives of
também
income of young people,
prejudica profundamente
but
o
it's also
desenvolvimento socioeconômico de nosso
prejudicial
país.
for the
Então,
social
cada
economic
estudante
development
que
of the
não
country.
conclui o
So
ensino
every
médio,
student that
ele
doesn't complete
representa
middle school
uma perda estimada de
is a lost,
395 mil
estimated loss
ao
of
longo de sua vida, totalizando uma perda
395,000
anual de
Brazilian real
215 bilhões para
through
escolas públicas.
his lifetime,
Esse
which
fenômeno
totals
reflete a
215 billion
complexidade dos problemas
a year as a loss for the country. High school dropouts reflects a complex and multifaceted educational problem, where financial incentives for staying in education emerges as one of the structuring factors. That's directly consequence of socioeconomic inequality. The lack of condition, adequate finances can lead to young people to abandon school so they can contribute to the family income, perpetuating a cycle of poverty and social exclusion. To address these structural issues, programs such as PEDI MEIA, which offers financial incentives conditional on school attendance, have emerged as one of the tools in public policy focused on promoting permanence and completion of young people in education cycle. We will, in this panel, address the impact of the pandemic, social, economic inequalities, implementation of integrated policies and strategies, effectiveness of cash transfer programs, exchange with other existing programs, access to support services and networking. We hope this inspires us to identify solutions for these problems. So allow me to present our speakers today. Please, an applause to Katia Helena Serafina Cruz Schweizkart. She's the Secretary of Basic Education of the Ministry of Education and the professor at the Federal University of Amazonas. She was a municipal secretary in Manaus and took the city to one of the best performance in the Basic Education Development Index. Macaé Maria Evaristo dos Santos. She's a state deputy in Minas Gerais for the Workers' Party. She's a teacher, social worker, and state deputy. She was the first Black woman to hold the positions of Secretary of Education in Belo Horizonte and Minas Gerais. She dedicated her career to education and anti-racism. Now, please put your hands together for Rosivaldo Fernandes Almeida, pedagogue and school director in the municipality of Gurupá in the state of Pará. He's an educational leader with a solid formation, education in education, social education. And finally, Laura Miller Machado. She's an economist and professor at INSPER. She coordinates postgraduate programs in public management, and she's an active voice in social development and struggle fight against inequality. She's an author of 5 books, including and also a columnist in the Folha de São Paulo newspaper. The moderation will be done by Ana Cecília Vera. She's a member of the Brazil Forum UK Organizing Committee. She's studying international education and development at the University of Sussex. She's a co-founder of the NGO ABC do Glória, which acts on popular education for children in the states of São Paulo and Alagoas. I would like to conclude by saying that school dropouts is not just a statistical fact. It's the history of millions of young people whose dreams are held at a halt. Each student who doesn't complete middle school is a lost opportunity for Brazil. Nowadays, today we are here to discuss solutions, but also to remember that behind each of these statistics, there's a life, a potential, and a hope. So we hope that we can work together to transform hope in reality. Before we start the debate, I would like to let you know that at the end of the panel, there will be a Q&A section we'll take questions here from the room, and we will reduce each question to 1 minute. And we'd like to remind you as well that this is a space for dialogue, and any prejudice or lack of respect will not be tolerated. Thank you very much. Let's start the panel.
Ah, tem que botar no verde. Tá no verde, tá ligado? Oi? Agora.
Hello.
Mais pertinho?
Nossa, tá bem preciso.
Estão me escutando?
Tá.
Bom, gente, é impossível a
Okay.
gente falar
So
do futuro brasileiro sem a gente discutir como
we
a
cannot
educação
speak
nesse
about
país está sendo ofertada.
the future being Brazilian
E quais aspectos da
without
educação que não estão sendo ofertados.
mentioning
E, acima de
education.
tudo, como nós, Ministério da Educação,
We, as the
Secretaria de
Ministry of
Educação,
Education, Secretary
Pessoal,
for
Academia, Direção
Education,
Escolar, professores,
we have teachers here, we have,
estudando a demanda dos jovens pela
we
educação.
are studying the
Ainda mais
demand
num contexto
of students for
pós-pandêmico,
education,
as
especially in a
taxas de
post-pandemic
evasão escolar
context.
se tornam ainda mais
The
preocupantes.
rate of
E
school
pra gente
dropouts
discutir
become even
soluções,
more
ser
worrying.
integradas, a
And
gente
so that we
precisa
can
de
discuss
pessoas com um
integrated
olhar
solutions,
sensível,
we need
estratégico e
people
crítico,
with a
pra
critical
gente
and
discutir
strategic view
sobre essas soluções.
so that we can
Então,
talk about
eu queria reforçar
the
que eu tô muito
potential
feliz de estar
solutions.
aqui
So
com
I'm very
vocês,
happy
que
to
são
be
minhas
here with
referências
people
na
who are
educação,
my reference in
e a
the
gente
field
vai
of education.
iniciar o nosso debate
And we'll start
contextualizando
our debate
como que tá a evasão
with
escolar no nosso país hoje,
a
tá?
context of
E pra
how's
gente
the current state of
entender isso,
education in the
a gente
country.
precisa entender
And
quem
to
são esses jovens,
contextualize, we need to
quais
know
são os
who are
riscos
these
de
young
evasão,
people,
qual é o perfil
what
desses
are the
jovens que
risks
estão
for
nesse
school
risco de
dropouts,
evasão, quais
what's
são as
the
barreiras
profile
para
of
a
young
permanência
people
no
who
curso
leave
de
school,
educação
what are the
básica,
barriers
qual
to
que é
the
o
access of
impacto da
basic
evasão
education,
escolar
and
na
the
vida
impact
individual dos
of
jovens
school
e na
dropouts
sociedade
in the lives
brasileira.
of the youngsters
Giovana
and
trouxe que
Brazilian
9 milhões de
society.
estudantes, desses 9
Giovanna
milhões,
mentioned 9 million
9%
students,
da
and
escola nunca
part of the
frequentou
students that
escola,
has
e uma
never
parte
been
que
to
já
school,
frequentou
and
deixou de
there's a part of
frequentar.
this, a
O que que
proportion, who
aconteceu
went to
nessa
school but
caminhada, né?
dropped out of
Então eu
school.
queria começar pelo
So I would like to
Rosivaldo,
start by
gestor de 6
Rosivaldo.
escolas em
He
Gurupá,
manages
Marajó.
6 schools
Então,
in
Rosivaldo,
Gurubá,
a gente teve esse
in
contexto
Marajó.
pós-pandêmico, vários
So,
desafios
Rosivaldo,
foram
we had the
colocados,
pandemic,
novos desafios foram também
some
criados também nesse
many
contexto pós-pandêmico.
responses to
A
the
gente sabe
challenges
do
have
contexto
been
das escolas
created. We know the
têm também
context
necessidades
of the
específicas.
schools
Eu queria que você
that
trouxesse um
have
pouquinho
some
quais são esses
necessities,
desafios para a
and
permanência
we
e
would like
inclusão dos
to
jovens
talk
nas escolas que
about
você acompanha.
what's the scenario in the schools that you follow. So, good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's so good that you remembered us at Marajó also within the context of the Brazilian future. We have very specific issues that should be addressed. In my schools, I manage 6 schools in the municipality of Gurupá, in the state of Pará, in the region of Marajó. And the reality changes from school to school. There are different problems at stake and challenges as well. And we try to resolve each problem individually. But the problem of school dropouts is very complex. It's happening throughout Brazil. Sometimes you can change the specific context. For instance, in my schools, for instance, school dropouts is connected to transportation. I've got students who take a boat at 6 a.m. to arrive at school at 8 a.m. And it's also connected with school meals. Sometimes there is no such thing, or there's no access to such resources. And in Marajó, the region, it's important in this region, in the Amazon, to have see it from a different perspective. There are many logistical issues and issues with the infrastructures in our schools. Many don't have power supply. Many don't have access to internet. So all this makes things very difficult. The school needs to modernize so that it can receive our students. Sometimes they have something at home they do not have at school. So the school needs to be modernized and become attractive to the students. And perhaps we will only be able to do that with the support of the families. The school alone will probably not manage it. We have 88 schools in the municipality of Gurupá. The schools of the municipality have better conditions than the ones who are in the city, but in other localities, in other locations, there's the problem of the lack of infrastructures, the lack of school meals, or there aren't many school meals available. So that's why we need to look at this region with a different mindset. We have schools in which it's necessary to have one teacher to work with the younger students from years 1 to 5. And so that one child can hop on a boat to arrive at school, it's a very it's a tough reality that many people in Brazil do not know. And the opportunity of these children is very far away in comparison to children who live in cities such as Belém, which is the capital of Pará, or Rio, or São Paulo. Their opportunities are very different in comparison. In my school meetings, when I talk to my teachers, I've been part of social movements. I've been in touch with groups of youngsters and girls. I always say there has been a moment in which education was a social movement. It was through the communities that it was provided. Now, teaching education is a bit more advanced in cities, but it needs to continue its improvement. The access to education has to improve. For instance, we must have places for schools in basic education in the rural areas. Sometimes there are no infrastructures for that. Sometimes the parents think about sending their children to the cities so that they have access to infrastructures. But essentially, we live in a municipality. Açaí is the main source of income in our area. I think you know about it. It's seafood, it's fishing, and when sometimes students they need to enter the job market in these areas because they need to buy things. They like to buy things for themselves, but sometimes the parents end up not having the necessary conditions to keep their children in school. The worst rate of dropouts is due to these situations. So it's a reality that many people don't know, but we really need to think about it, about Marajó and in the Amazon region. And we need to think about strategies along with the people who live there. Things have to be studied and planned from bottom up. The Minister Barroso mentioned that resources for education is not everything. We also need organization, management. So that's how we see these things. And I would also like to say that Corupá, as long as we can, we've been fighting tirelessly just so that we have better days, better management, etc. We are really fighting to ensure that the policies reach these communities. When we talk about education, there are very different issues. Some areas don't have access to power supply, they don't have basic sanitation. The power comes from solar panels, but it's very expensive, and many people don't have access to solar power. I normally say what is made for poor people to use is something that poor people don't have access to. It would be important to have access to a lithium battery that will increase the comfort of a home, but often there are no resources to buy this. So we need to remove bureaucracy to help the people of the area of Marajó, to allow people not just to survive, but to have a life, to live, to enjoy the rights as is written on the Brazilian Constitution, to have access to a good life, access to school, access to all the necessary things. And we will speak in a minute about the measures to try to fight against school dropouts, but we do need to have the necessary frameworks. We have students who love dancing and sports, and we will speak about that in more detail shortly. And this is essentially what I wanted to say. The minister mentioned I shouldn't speak more than I'm allowed to, so I will just end my intervention here. I'll follow his tip. Thank you very much.
Rosivaldo, você trouxe dois pontos que é muito importante.
Rosivaldo, you mentioned 2 points that are very important for us. Firstly, because you oversee 6 different schools in elementary and basic education, and secondary education. You need to pay a lot of attention for the basic education because that reflects on high school and secondary education. Also, the riverine populations, we have something that we've been working very closely with your goals at Marajó. We have an agenda for riverine community schools. So, Secretary Katia, we love to hear your experience as the Secretary of Education of one of the largest cities of Brazil. How do you see the specificities for education in the forests of Brazil? What in terms of the transition from primary to secondary school and also the school evasion challenges? Good morning, everyone. We are so tired. We were talking just now that it's hard to really feel myself, but now I'm recovered. I'm feeling myself again, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Also, thank you, Rosivaldo, for your opening remarks. It has reconnected me to my place of speech. I am a Black woman with a colorful t-shirt. I have some highlights on my hair. So you don't know my actual age. And so we have this stereotype that Black people don't age, they just go to a different dimension. I've always worked in the Amazon and with this interface between education and environmental protection. And in fact, conservation of the Amazon region is also pertaining to education, not environmental education, but education, period. If you think about the Amazon, you automatically think of a color. Which color? Green. And this is enrooted in the imagination of peoples, and it contaminates everything for the good, but also for the bad, because you make different peoples of different colors and cultures and experience invisible. They are hidden beneath the treetop. And they are also the response people in charge of make the forest stand. Amazon has always been inhabited by different peoples that ensure the existence and persistence of this ecosystem. So when I started working in basic education, I thought they were the key to all things. The only public facility, meaning the sole presence of the state in certain communities, is the school. You have a little house where the teachers come to teach the children, and that's the only mark of the state in that particular region. That's the only thing that tells us that we are indeed Brazilian, and that's thanks to the presence of school. And therefore, educational policies need to be carefully thought and considered. And sometimes even academic thinkers have erroneous prejudice So for instance, there's a concept in academia that you shouldn't mix the children in different educational ages in the same class, but that does not translate to our reality. And the pandemic actually made a few things more visible. We don't have fewer classes in any school of Brazil. All students have different backgrounds, different levels of experience, and they leave a mark in their educational process. Firstly, the inequality between regions, and that's something very present in the Amazon region. Also, the structural racism. Brazil is a racist country. So us, Black women from my generation, we studied in school in the context of a white racist country. And why I ended up in the Ministry of Education, because I wanted to make this power, this reality visible in the ministry. And Minister Barroso, Justice Barroso said a very important thing today. We are thinking of all the policies steered towards superior, higher education. We have done a lot of progress in the field, but in basic education, we still have a substandard. And this is because of the historic social inequalities, because also of our actions. For the first time, the Ministry of Education is now led by a person from the Northeast, and the Secretary of Basic Education is a Black woman from the North region of Brazil. So this is not just about representativeness, it is about really including, and with the conditions and resources available, we are managing to promote very important transformations. Thank you. That's my initial remarks for the panel. Thank you, Secretary Kátia. I believe by now you have realized I am from Minas Gerais. So Macaé and Evaristo is someone that I've been following closely for a long time. Macaé, you used to be a secretary for the state of Minas Gerais. You're also a state deputy at the moment, and you have this intersectional work in gender and rights in your political action. So I wanted you to comment the school dropout rate in view of this intersectional approach. And I also would like to address the trans youth. Malu Andrade usually mentions that trans youth is suffering a lot of prejudice in the school. I wanted you to comment on that. Good morning. A lot of share good energy, good vibes for you from the state of Minas Gerais. Firstly, I'm so happy to meet these young girls that are so empowered in the organization of the committee of the Brazil Forum. So here in the UK, we've come here to debate education, also to discuss inequality and poverty, and all the other topics that are linked to the access to the right of education. I want to be brief. Kátia has already mentioned the structural racism we have in Brazil, and I want to add that for the Brazilian democracy, we need to engage in a work of promoting democracy, to defend democracy, and to see ourselves within the democracy. And by we, I mean Black women like myself, and also the indigenous women. We need to think of the excluded peoples in terms of the democratic state, which is not part of the Brazilian tradition. We, the women, we have been left out of the democratic process. We were impoverished, we couldn't vote. And the Justice Barroso has just mentioned the 10 points for the development of Brazil And I kept thinking how women were not included in this way of thinking the Brazilian development in the past. So Black children, indigenous children, children with disabilities, with and also the exceptional children, they are always present in the dropout rates. When I used to work with trans women in the Secretariat of Minas Gerais, we ran a survey among this population. So with so sorry, I got a bit carried away. I've just been invited to the Pride Parade in Minas Gerais. So trans and LGBT women, they do not stay in school. They drop out, and they tend to have very low scholarity because they are often expelled from their homes because of their sexuality, and therefore they drop out of school and they enter the only employment they can get is through prostitution. So we need to invest in the education of young people and adults who have dropped out of school. And that seems very simple, which is merely the inclusion of their social names in the class list. This is something that they have no right to. We have just approved this in the Assembly of Minas Gerais. There is a lot of taboo around this, and this is a basic right that needs to be supported. Another point in our agenda for this initial panel is that we want to reinforce the results achieved by the Bolsa Família program of cash transfer. I was a principal for a basic education municipal school in the periphery of Minas Gerais. We thought very carefully on how to provide the basic conditions for impoverished children from the periphery and also Black children, how could we ensure that they would stay on school. So firstly, we had the Bolsa Escola, the school grant to keep children in school. And I believe this is the most relevant experience that we have had in Brazil for 18 years now. The Ministry of Education has developed a specific piece of technology articulating all municipalities in Brazil and all the secretariats for education in the city administration, alongside the state secretariats for education and social welfare, as well as the Ministry of Education. So we could assess school attendance in detail, and I'll go into that. I'll go over all the indicators we have for the school monitoring and the dropout rates, and to ensure school as a right and also all the basic rights to children. Thank you, Deputy Laura. Professor Laura, I have a question for you. We have commented on the impacts of the individual lives of young people and also for Brazil. You have just conducted a survey on a study on dropout rates in Brazil. We have nearly 20 million children and young people who have dropped out of school, and so I wanted to hear from you to know what are the indicators connected to the school attendance and dropout rates.
Well, okay, good morning. Giovanna started by presenting our panel by mentioning that school dropout is not just a number. There are faces behind this. There's a certain physiognomy. It's focused in certain territories. But I would like to speak to you about statistics. It's not just a statistic, but I want to explain to you what these things means in terms of percentages for our country. So I would like to present to you this first information, this first note. In 2022, every year we carry out this research and we ask several questions to the students. Research by PNAD. We ask, this is a distribution of young people from 15 to 17 years old. How many young Brazilians from 15 to 17 years old we had in 2022? It was 9.2 million Brazilian students who should be studying in the years 1, 2, or 3 of middle school. And the first information I've got here in purple, out of those 9.2 million, are out of school. They will not show up in any of the statistics we are going to mention. They are not enrolling in schools. They don't enter any sort of dropout statistics. Some, in fact, have more than 15, less than 15 or more than 18. Then there's another important piece of information. Out of this 95% who are in school, at school, there are 700,000 who will not complete school, even though they are there right now, for reasons that we have been seeing in terms of the behavior of these youngsters over the years. So we have 1.2 million. So it's 13% of our youth who should be in middle school, who are not there, or we know for a fact they will drop out of school. So I see you in front of me, there's a large room, so it's as if they asked me to leave this room, just like where our Minister Barroso is here. It's a lot of people, 1.2 million. And what's the cost? This book has been cited by you. We did this with the Roberto Marie Foundation. Even though education is a right, people can ask themselves, could it be too expensive? Is it worth it? Can we attract this percentage of youngsters who are not in middle school? We concluded the following. First, a young person who does not complete middle school, they will make 37% less in terms of individual income. It's a benefit they will not have access to. So they makes about 400,000 Brazilian real. They will make these youngsters will make 37% less. Then there's the quality of life aspect. These youngsters will have less access to information about their own welfare. They will have higher difficulty in accessing health services. And in terms of probabilities, we see they will live 3 years less. Their lifetime will be 3 years less on average. So there's another loss of 131,000 real for this youngster. There's this loss of employment and income, and there's the loss in terms of health. And there's an impact for the society. I'm not even talking just about the youngsters. I'm talking about all of us. It's here, this item, the economic losses. When we have someone who is in productive age and has less training, that has an impact on the economy. That loss of ability results in a loss for the society as a whole as a consequence. And there's the loss of space in terms of violence. They can commit more. So there's all combined, the loss for each youngster is 395,000 real. So according to INEP, public investment per student in middle school costs 7.5 million. Let's say if they complete the schooling in 5 years, that will cost 35,000 real. I just mentioned they make less the number I mentioned previously, it means that if I invest 40,000 real, I can have a return of 400,000. So it's a very important, a significant loss to these youngsters. So if we really calculate this in terms of impact on GDP, it totals 13%, and that manifests throughout the life of these youngsters. Thank you, Professor Laura. So I think we understood the context of school dropouts and the impact on youngsters and in society. Now we need to talk about action, the integrated actions. The federal government released this year the PEDMEA program. And Katia, Secretary Katia, please, could you talk a bit more about this program, keeping in mind the regime of cooperation between municipalities and states? How do we make this happen? How do we make this grant arrive to Pará and other municipalities? Could you let us know? Yes. First, I would like to mention that the PEDMEA program is not a program to distribute income. It is inspired by it, and this is recognized by all scholarly literature and the experience from Bolsa Familia. It's inspired in that methodology, but it's applied fully on the area of education. So we had to reinforce the idea that educational policies for basic education need to be worked in a systemic way. So we started not with PEDMEA, but with our goal to include all children had access to literacy. It was a regime of collaboration because the responsibility of this applies to the municipalities mainly, but the Ministry of Education has been absent of its role of coordinator of education. They have reassumed their place last year, so we can draw an idea, not proposing a method for the entire Brazil that has to be applied to everyone equally. No, we will work with municipalities, states, universities, schools, and we will propose a commitment to ensure that the Brazil, the Union, and the municipalities and states, we create a national articulation and we get financial support for complementary materials, education for managers and teachers, and also evaluation processes and literacy. And we have also the policy of integral time at school, and the PEDMEA program has inserted in the context of middle school. In Brazil, the debate about the new middle school, it's now under a reorganization process. It has been approved by the Senate and went back to the chamber. We want to have 240,000 hours of schooling guaranteed. There was a state of inequality in basic schooling. And this thousands of youngsters who leave school every year, there are those who are not in school and are those who leave school. There's statistics that say that 480,000 youngsters leave school. That's 500,000, and they don't have any perspectives for their future. So PEDMEA is inspired by Bolsa Familia, and we have designed a strategy from a fund approved nationally in a federal law, and that fund will allow us to provide an incentive, financial support through savings for the students who are in school. We start from Bolsa Familia in years 1, 2, and 3. The student will receive 10 installments of 200 real, one when they enroll, and other 9 installments, as long as they attend 80% of their school hours. And that partnership is done in cooperation to teachers and also schools and etc. And there are several municipalities in Brazil that also have middle schools. This is the part about financial support. If it gets approved, it's not just an incentive to stay in school, it's also to help the development and the performance of these schools, so that every year they receive 1,000 real if they do well in school, and they can only withdraw this amount after year 3. And if they do the ENEM, the national exams, at the end, they get an additional bonus of 200. But we are not looking at this from a financial perspective. This is just a start. What we are doing is we are building a learning journey for teachers so that they can follow the route of these students, not only when it comes to staying in school, because many of these schools were not in school before. It's not because they don't want Rosivaldo. It's because school makes no sense to them. It does not bring does not give them interesting content, excludes them, and these students, they need to know what sort of school is ready to receive them, what's the territory in which it's inserted, what are the conditions of the school and the coordination with the services for assistance and all the economic management of the territory. So we are drawing our policies from literacy to middle school. We want this to be connected with the realities of the different territories. So we have territorial plans, local plans for literacy. And PEDMEI, the program, is inserted in this context. So we are now ready to expand that to young adults and also indigenous students and quimbolas, but those will be part of the second stage of the program. Thank you very much, Secretary. Laura, so I would like to ask, because the Center of Data by ISP, they said that the incentive grants could reduce about 7% the rates of school dropouts. And these are associated with the quality of education. If that's included, the percentage can be even higher. So I would like you to comment of that evaluation, that, and also what else can we do? What can we do to implement what the international studies are telling us? So can you please pull out the slides once again? But before that, before I answer that question, I would like to say the research that we do, we also ask them who left school. We go to different households and we ask, do you have any student who left school? And we ask to these youngsters, why did you leave school? And this is the result of the research. It was carried out in 2023. Here are the answers. We can see that for men, those who did not complete school, basic education, in fact, so they were 14 to 24 years old. They left school because they needed to work. I just wanted to call your attention to this. When we are sick, we go to the doctor to sort out our problem, and we always start, or we should start by, the doctor should start by asking us what we think that we have, but that's not the final diagnosis. They are trained to find what's the problem, and that's the same. I mean, that's what the youngster says. Maybe if they don't know what's happening in school, they will say, okay, I have no idea what's happening here in school. Maybe I should actually go and enter the work market. Most of these young men said they needed to work, and others just said they were not interested in studying. 88% also said that they completed the level of education that they wanted. They are happy with the level they have. Amongst girls, it's a bit different. 30% said they needed to work, 20% said they were not interested in studying, and 10%, 24% because they got pregnant. So the reasons, the self-declared reasons by these youngsters are different between men and women.
I would like to show you another figure the cumulative dropout year on year is 23%. So 10% is the rate for the first years. But if you're looking for the whole system, then it's 23% in total. And the international literature, we see a lot of experiences of cash transfers programs to fight dropout rates. So I hope that PAD-MEIA will probably reduce this percentage in 7 percentage points, and that's our hope. I would be very happy if that happened. But then on the following day, I will still say, okay, what about the other two-thirds of dropouts? We need to address those. Of course, if you have that good performance by PAD-MEIA will reduce 7 out of 23% of these dropouts. But what about the remaining 16? We should do something about them as well. Here is the results of the comparison with other countries. So throughout the world, cash transfer programs usually increase enrollment rate in 5 percentage points. They will also reduce dropout rates on average 7 percentage points, and the conclusion rate increases by 8 percentage points. So we hope that we'll follow this global trend. But here's a warning. We are very excited about introducing such a good program such as PAD-MEIA. Still, you need to implement all the measures. You need to think of value for money. This is a simulation we ran at Inspire, and we run different estimations based on several parameters and responses from the youngsters. So if we provide PAD-MEIA for the 1/4 poorer population of Brazil, then the potential for reduction in dropout rate is 8 percentage points, and the difference between evasion of poor and non-poor populations drops to 9 percentage points. And if you go to the purple line, offering PAD-MEIA to the 50% poorer, then we achieve very similar results. So if we expand the program to 50% of the school population, then we have the same results. But if we focus the action and provide double the benefits, double the cash transfers to the same initial population, then the reduction in dropout rate would be 17 percentage points. So that shows how different the vulnerable and non-vulnerable populations are, because increasing the amounts of the cash transfer would lead to much better results. You just mentioned, Rosivaldo, you were mentioning the end of the basic education. You was probably thinking about dropping out of school and getting a job. Maybe the colleague and the classmate that is not as vulnerable with an increased amount. So if instead of paying 200 reais and you double this amount to 400 reais, we will probably have a different response. Of course, this is in Brazil. Non-vulnerable populations won't be affected by a smaller cash transfer. Deputy Macaé, the state of Minas Gerais, was a leader in implementing PAD-MEIA cash transfer program, and the secretariat was really active in proposing new policies, also in social welfare and cultural projects. And you will also fulfill the role of monitoring these public policy making. So I wanted to discuss a little further into more detail the role of the local assembly, the legislature of Minas Gerais in monitoring this sort of action. So the legislature of Minas Gerais is the house of the people. We have a very plural group of people. We have a lot of representativeness in the House. And we have these committees for education and technology. This committee is very active in the state of Minas Gerais. And this committee has a very important role, which is listening to the voices in the education sector in the state of Minas Gerais. So I have some insights in regards to middle school or to secondary education of Brazil. So it does not pertain PED-MEIA. This is being introduced now, so we don't have results yet. So we had these dropout rates that were really high before the pandemic, but they increased even more during the pandemic. So here's a couple of reflections. In Brazil, the universal coverage of the middle school only happened very recently in 2017. At 2016, we wouldn't have spots, places in school guaranteed for all the youngsters that wanted an education. So, and these youngsters were left behind. So from 2016 onwards, that's when we have a universal education for all in secondary school. And I think we had a lot of haste in this debating and discussing all these topics. We didn't have much time actually to debate because then the pandemic hit into 2020. The state of Minas Gerais is a very diverse state. We have large cities like Belo Horizonte with 2 million people, but then 300 municipalities with less than 10,000 inhabitants. So that pertains the education because we need to create different paths for students. And this is a wonderful thing. This is something we all want to achieve, to offer different pathways for students according to their reality. So if you take São Gonçalo do Pará, the city where I was born, 10,000 inhabitants, one secondary school with one class for year one class for year two, one class for year three. And to make sure you have all the youngsters in class, you need to provide transportation for all the different hamlets surrounding the municipality so they can attend school. And it's sometimes very hard to provide just that and also to have teachers with the adequate training. And it's lovely to hear that you have different pathways available for the secondary schools students. This is what the policy states, that that students will have a choice, but that is not true. We didn't make it happen. Sometimes you have youngsters that fall ill because you have different pathways in paper. You have different life projects that these student is able to follow and to strive for. It doesn't really mean that the student fulfill this life project. Sometimes they have difficulty living the present day. So many schools implemented a full-time education on secondary school, and thanks to the input from the population. But what we see is that oftentimes the youngsters are unable to stay the whole day at school because they come and tell us, oh, I'm an apprentice, I have this apprenticeship position that I need to go work. So I'm a part of the Young Apprentice program. I cannot come to school and stay the full day. And that is this notion of offering full-time education in secondary school did not take that into account. If you are a young apprentice, you cannot stay the whole day at school. So it goes to show that we need to look in with more care and attention to the educational system, to all the educational network, because we have a lot of peculiarities throughout the system to account for. We have rural areas, we have wetlands, island schools, we have the island schools. So even in rural areas in the state of Minas Gerais, we'll see a lot of different contexts and realities. And therefore, they are suffering negative impacts because of these unified programs. Oftentimes, we offer a place in the school for the students that is located in the city, and therefore the students cannot reach the school because they need to take 2 buses to get there. So you need to take into account the economic background of the students. Oftentimes, central government will think, oh, we'll place the school in the middle of the city. But what about the youngsters that live in the periphery and have no money to pay for the transportation costs? If you pay 2 bus tickets each way to go attend school every day, this is simply not possible for a youngster from a poor community. But we need to work on making sure that schools stay open and that youngsters attend the school. Several schools are suffering from dropout. And we need to start thinking and working in establishing a more detailed census survey, because I often hear from principals that they are losing students, especially after the pandemic. So we need to work more carefully on this. In the state of Minas Gerais, we work with the SME in education, and we also introduced the racial issue in that, because they are not reflected in educational indicators. So it is a challenge to adapt the indicators for education that are currently in force in the programs by the Ministry of Education, and to also include more pertinent educators, especially towards race. And we need to work with the faculty, with the teachers, with the managers, and the policymakers. They are important for us to better understand the reality of Black peripheral youngsters that are out of school. It's not that they want to be out of school, but they are under pressure. The territory is dominated by traffic gangs, by militias, and that harms their rights to education. Thank you, Secretary. So, Rosivaldo, we have touched on the national policies, on the academia, and we would love to hear your experience in the schools and your work with the teachers. You all have already mentioned how important families are in the process, and how do you articulate all these actors and stakeholders to reduce dropout rates in your schools and to keep the youngsters in concluding their basic education?
We want to find a motivation, how important education is in their lives. They say sometimes, I don't want to go study because I can't see a future, so I'm just going to work. But we say to them, yes, you can do that. All jobs are dignifying. You can work in your area, etc. But education will allow you to organize your life better, your personal life, and your family, your economics, the economic side of your life. So it's important for you to study because it allows you to have a better life. So one point, and going back a little bit, something that makes the access to school more difficult and increases school dropouts. Where we live, if the student finished year 9 and then finished middle school, but often middle school doesn't expand many horizons. It's important to enter university, and in our region, typically universities and the faculties they enter, sometimes they just have courses for teachers, degrees for teachers, and we know that people, the students, they think differently, they want different things, they want to be different. So when you talk about opportunities for someone who wants to be a lawyer or a doctor, that's a problem, and I think it impacts a lot of students. I want to have this profession, but I don't see the way to get there. I cannot pay for a private university. I don't have the conditions to study so that I can take this course at a university that gives me better conditions. So the conclusion is, okay, I'm not even going to go to middle school. I'll just work to have a more stable life in the future. That's how a lot of youngsters see it. So it's important to keep that in mind, to have a university in these areas. So to allow students to think that I'll finish middle school and I have something in mind already for the future in terms of university. We need to meet the families, but we also need to have some projects in place. For instance, we have a project Flores em Vida. We apply this project to all the schools. So we go and see every single household, every single school, and we live in a large state. So the school goes to goes and meet to meet each family, and we invite them to come to school. And we also ensure that the father understands that the parent has an essential role in the education. Sometimes they say, okay, I have no conditions to help my children because I can't write or read. But you can support them by inviting and incentivizing them to go to school, asking what they've done in school at the end of the day. This is all important. The student needs to know that they have someone with them, someone they can be well received at home as well. So they have the incentive to stay in school. That's one project as well we've been working at. We have yet another project of socialization, a very important project. It's called Our Reality in Numbers. It's a study of our community of schools to understand the social and economic aspects. So the price of açaí means that they will know the average cost, the average profit of açaí, also to keep in mind the access to internet, to power. So it's a very comprehensive study of our communities. Often the communities have a very beautiful story, but it's not being written. Sometimes if we don't do this, it's very complicated. So we came up with these projects, and this also raises awareness for the people who are no longer part of the school system, like elderly people who are outside the school statistics. So every year, for instance, in 2018, we had the number of families with access to internet and so forth, also access to solar energy, solar power, and every year we see the numbers are increasing. And this brings awareness amongst the families. Another important project is the festival at the island of Paródia. Every year, it takes place at schools. We discuss a topic every year. Pretty much last year, the topic was bullying, something that was being a problem at school. And we had a student who was studying Portuguese. He wrote the text about the topic. He will do some research on the topic, and then he presents it on the day of the festival. and he presents it to the community. He gets grades from there. It's a very beautiful project. We also have friendship games. Students really love of being part of this in the sports programs, but there are some rules for that, so that it makes sure that the student can do those activities, but with respect for their peers. And finally, we have projects to ensure that the students stay in school, especially for students who like sports and dancing, but the schools need to provide the students with these programs so that they can be a part of this very important moment. It's a communitarian moment within the school system. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I had 4 further questions for each panelist. I wanted to talk about valorizing the students. I wanted to ask about your programs in your schools, and etc., etc. But we live in a democracy, so the power belongs to the people. So the people can now ask their questions. So please go ahead if you have any questions. I see many hands raised. So you went first. Please go ahead. Just to explain, we will have 3 questions, and then we'll pass the questions, and we'll pass the floor back to the panel. Okay? Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Luisa. I'm a student here at the university. I'm studying evaluation of public policies. My question is to Secretary Katia and Laura, and if others, Macaé, as Rosivaldo wants to answer, they can do so as well. It's about school dropouts and socioeconomic level. We know that the social-economic level of the family is closely linked to school dropouts. We know that. We use that to guide education. There are study centers addressing that. We really know what are the challenges of education. That's not the problem. But I wanted to ask you, what's missing so that we can create more efficient policies, not only to keep the students at school, but to ensure they have a good quality education, and they can have a career, and they can escape social inequality and poverty. And I wanted to ask, what's the importance of having localized policies to ensure that the local governments have a say on these policies? We saw the data released by the federal government. I studied this a lot, and it had an impact on me. It's important to have a transparent government to improve the quality of life for the students and communities. Thank you very much for this amazing panel. I'm João Carlo. I'm a student of public policies here at this university. I used to be a counselor at the city of Cabreú in São Paulo. School dropouts is related to all the intersectionalities, including gender and all of that, and I experienced that during my political life. But I also could see a barrier in the sense that the debates on this intersectionalities are not being held at a local level. There are political barriers that we experience. I'm trying to become as well a counselor again in my city, and I wanted to hear from Macaé. How can we bring about these discussions about gender and race, transgender people, and how to bring this at a education level bring this to the local debate, starting from the large cities, but 80% of the cities in Brazil have less than 80,000 citizens. How do we include all these people and bring them to this debate? Yet another question, please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this incredible panel. I'm Stephanie. I study in the University of Sussex, entrepreneuring and I'm also a Chevening scholar. The access to good education, for me, were possible thanks to the good quality of the scholars. I benefited from several public policies that gave me the opportunity to gain access to certain activities in which, for instance, only the best performing students could go to school excursion. And that's how I went to a theater for the first time. So I really see the PDMEA program as something very good to incentivize students to keep good performance at school. But I wanted to ask how these students will be linked as well to the university panorama. We see these days these debates that, and inclusively in social media, there's this idea that university is no longer important. So I wanted to understand how this program will be connected to universities and how will it show to the students that it's possible not only to complete middle school, but also to go ahead and enter university. Thank you. Good questions, right? Secretary Katia, can we start with you? Yes, thank you very much for the questions. I will try to group these questions in one answer. So, to begin with, we need to keep in mind that public policy cannot be a governmental policy only. It has to be a state policy. The fact that the minister today came from Ceará is not because doesn't mean that we should apply the levels of Ceará to the entire Brazil. The numbers, the statistics there cannot be replicated across the country. The levels in which they had most progress was in the sense they kept a political group that was committed to improve the policies for a long period of time. Education cannot be provided in a short span. So we cannot have just that broad level of policies. We know that the social economic aspect has a big impact, but we also need to keep in mind that there's another way to deepen this issue to aspects of race and gender, especially race in Brazil. We have policies that were implemented back when we had the Fundo FU. It's said that certain regions, municipalities, and states with a lower level of income, in those cases, the union had the possibility of improving the policies, especially with better salaries for the teachers. But in the new Fundo M, we have progress in that sense. 15% of the value has to be invested in teaching, but it's been expanded as well for professionals who are part of education in general, not only for teachers, but also the technicians. The school community is much more than just teachers. There's also a debate in Brazil. Makaya might talk about that. It's about PISO. It's been a conquest of the professionals of education, but it needs resources, mainly in the smallest municipalities. There are debates being held right now in that sense, but in addition to the social economic aspect, there's another important question. Nowadays, we have data on the way learning between mixed race people and black people is different. We can see, we have this data. If we start from a younger age, we can improve better the conditions of these people. And we also have the issue So when do we lose track of a strong policy so that it doesn't become populist? We cannot universalize that. Paying everyone has a very high cost for the country that will not have the economic benefit, the results. There's also a bigger problem for people who live in the outskirts and who are poorer. It's very complicated because those schools are in more problematic territories. I cannot allocate the best teachers there, they're the best managers, and it's very difficult to deal with that. At the same time, there's also another question I wanted to mention about intersectionality and the importance of schools, as Rosivaldo was mentioning. Why is everything centralized in schools? The schools are very important because sometimes it's the only representation of the state in those regions. But there's another level that we need to start bringing into the equation from basic school. So while we are universalizing the providing of education services, it was a great conquest of the Brazilian people. We could not have an equality in the application. It doesn't matter if it's public or private schools. The schools in which there's more purchase power, with better socioeconomic conditions, with more white children and youngsters, those schools usually have the best performing students.
And there are several reasons for this. It's not just income, it's not just the economic factors, it's how you integrate educational policies with other types of policy. So we need to take these into account. PEDMEA is related with the economy, and then the Ministry for Social Development that holds the Unified Register for Welfare Benefits. They have indicators, attendance, number of enrollment, they assess the performance indicators and so on. But at the school, you have all the different projects were taking place. You have projects coming from the judiciary. You have a lecture that I want to give at the school, vaccination campaigns at the school, dengue awareness campaigns at the school. So we need to think of the centrality of the curriculum within that territory. So you have a lot of good things happening in the school, but not really connected to how these young girls and boys are actually learning. So you need to think of the curriculum. Social welfare needs to be concerned about the learning of the children. It's not just about bringing the activities to school. And then the school manager will be held accountable if children are not being vaccinated, if they are not coming to school, and so on and so forth. But no one else takes charge on the level of education achieved by the students. And these need to be really analyzed when you're thinking of policy making by the state. You need to include more stakeholders in ensuring good learning levels. Of course, you need to bring the campaigns, protection against violence to the school, but this needs to be connected to the curriculum. And I believe PEDMEA will help us bring youngsters back to school. But who is going to support these youngsters in having a more meaningful learning trajectory? How you make sure that it makes sense that they do go on and study, get higher education in university. We are preparing them for the final national exams, but what about After that, federal universities are now on strike again. So we need to think of a strategy for Enem. Many students were really skeptical about taking the exam. They didn't know if they would be able to get a place in a public university, whether they would be classed because universities are always going on strike and so on. So this strategy needs to be very all-encompassing when you are working with dropouts. And we need to intensify this discussion, this debate. There is a lack of balance between the enrollment of students in uni and their permanence and conclusion. Now we have the permanence grant, as we call them, for trying to support the students in uni. We have a couple of initiatives on that, but we need a monitoring process. Many students do not speak Portuguese. You have traditional peoples and indigenous peoples whose mother tongue is not Portuguese. So we are still very um, performing badly in these aspects. I work with 47 million students in my secretariat, and this is a very diverse audience of youngsters. The average is not enough. The in-depth that shows us the average is unable to show the diversity, power, and spread. Macaé, you have the floor. So let me speak also in response to our candidate for mayor in São Paulo. It's wonderful to see young people in politics, by the way. So, in my view, I believe it's important to speak of popular engagement. I'm a believer of the engagement of people in education. Oftentimes, we are in politics and we have this illusion of grandeur that we would be able to provide the best solutions for the population. But I'm a teacher. I'm from the periphery. When working in the local authority of Belo Horizonte, we had wonderful participatory experiences. And one of the most liberating mechanisms we have in Brazilian politics is the participatory budget in local authorities. We make sure populations have a say on how to spend local funds. I've seen many women from the periphery of Belo Horizonte being able to transform their communities thanks to resources granted by the participatory budget of the city. So this is a very inspiring way to conduct politics. So I wanted to talk about the teachers, the educators. Educators in Brazil have been going through a lot of hardship in recent years. When democracy is under attack, education, culture, all artists are the ones that are under attack. They are on the front line. So if you don't value these categories, it is very hard. We have not yet achieved a just compensation for these professionals, especially teachers. And this is a constitutional right for the freedom of thinking and when you are a teacher. I come from a state where one of the municipalities of the state of Minas Gerais has just banned a book called The Brown Boy by Ziraldo. So can you imagine? This is a book about the friendship between a pink boy and a brown boy. It's speaking of race issues in childhood and how you can forge friendships across race. And there was been a complaint by a family in this municipality that led to the ban of a book by such an important author as Ziraldo. So there's a problem with democracy. This is a matter of opinion that's leading to a censorship. So we cannot think of education without addressing the educators. Teachers are under attack. They are not allowed to say what they think and to teach according to their values, to what's been taught to them. When you see people in positions of authority that saying that some children should not attend university because they will become bums if they attend university, and we've seen that in Brazil. This is so wrong. We shouldn't allow this to happen in Brazil. I see this as a permanent strategy to threaten the Brazilian democracy by attacking teachers, schools, universities, and cultural actors. This is also an orchestrated strategy to impose fundamentalism in the country. This is an attempt, in my view, of installing theocracy in our country. This is the current situation of Brazil, because we have not freedom of beliefs, of religion in Brazil in practice, and we will keep on fighting this and fighting for democracy. Thank you, Deputy Macaé. Professor Laura, I would love to hear your comments on the question about open data by Luisa, and then we move to closing remarks. I've showed you several figures. We were able to run this survey thanks to the open data. We have INEP, the National Institute for Education of Brazil, who has been the recipient of several international awards. I wouldn't be able to run the simulations, to run the survey without the data, the wealth of data available in Brazil, which is publicly available to the whole country. So in my view, we have more information than we are able to use. Of course, I would love to have more data, more information, but I'm not sure if we are making the most of the information available by the census, the school census, and so on. And therefore, a word of caution. I showed you a table that PED program has a budget of 21 billion as the limits for the fund. The fund actually has currently 7 billion reais. The limits to the funds is 21 billion reais. If we do apply the resources and successfully as projected, we would decrease the 17%, the 8.7 percentage points in dropout rates. If we had doubled the allowance and expanded the base of beneficiaries, the result would be the same, a dropout rate decreasing by 7 percentage points. But if we spend double the amount of resources we have today with the same base of beneficiaries, then we would achieve double the results. Therefore, the database is able to tell us things as to the efficiency of the spending. We do have a lot of resources available for education, but we need to spend them wisely. We need quality spending to achieve the results. So with 20 billion reais, we can keep the same result of a dropout decrease of 7 percentage points, or we can double that according to the quality of the spending. Of course, if you have a program that is successful in middle education, let's use it more. But I did not tell you this particular piece of data. If we do achieve an increasing budget that is fourfold, fivefold, that would help more students, but we'll have more inequalities because we also have projected increases in education inequality.
And based on many of the information that we have available, I see something very important thing that's happening that will sort out 1/3 of the problem. And depending on how we make use of the resources and the new technology that has been developed and that Brazil is trying to adopt, that could improve a lot or it can make it worse. So the information that we have available needs to be used so that we make a good allocation of the money we have available. And so I completely agree with Secretary Katia. There's a lot of pressure on schools. We have a status of racial equality, and it has a lot of initiatives to allow us to reduce our racial inequality and our structural racism. I think everyone believes that school has to be a part of this strategy, but to place all the burden on PEDMEA and on schools is a lot. Maybe it's unfair because the school, the Brazil of tomorrow is in the school today. But I wish also we could have answers to the Brazil of today. It's a bit more difficult. We're growing older. It's a bit more difficult for us to act. But I think that the national strategy, with the goal of mitigating structural racism, has to involve schools, but it cannot be only a responsibility of schools or the PEDMEA program. It has to be more comprehensive, more broad. And we have a very interesting law as well, and a statutory directive as well. So as it's good for us now to keep track of that statute. How can we make progress happen faster in order to have a more equal country? Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to say the following. The racial issue in Brazil should be sorted, have been sorted yesterday, and schools have to be involved in this because we are the ones in school. We are most of the population who's in school right now. And there's a law that until 1939 that excluded Afro-Brazilians from school. So when you see the social economic, have a snapshot of it, 80% of the poorer people are Black people. So we can't just we can't keep saying that, oh, let's sort this out later. No, it's unbelievable how slavery was still valid in Brazil for such a long time, and we cannot do the same again. So I know everyone is hungry, but I couldn't close this panel by asking Rosivaldo to make his final remarks. Okay, so in the first place, I would like to thank all of you. I think it was really worth it for me to travel a total of 40 hours to be here. 1 hour to have lunch, 24 hours to reach Belém, 4 hours from Belém to São Paulo without any flights, because I'm afraid of flights, and then 10 hours to get here. But everything went well, and sometimes we need to face our fears, otherwise we cannot tear down all the barriers that affect education. So I'm really thankful to Marcela Guiar, who she graduated in Centro Lima. She suggested me to Carol. Thank you so much, Carol, for we are here representing a little part of Brazil, but I think it's a very important one. And the COP30 will be in Belém. So I hope our people there finds a way to organize themselves so that we can also bring these statistics and figures, this diagnosis, put this under the spotlight. It's not just about surviving, but it's about living with dignity. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you to our people who is watching us, and they sent us messages. They believed, they incentivized us, my family as well. So I have a 6-month child as well right now. It's very tough, but as much as we can, as much as I could, I did my best to represent my people from there, and I hope I met the expectations of the women who are there. I decided to come here, I decided to come to Oxford, God willing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Just wanted to finalize with a song by Gilmar Santos. It's just a sentence that we use a lot. We want our rights to be preserved. We'll not leave the field to go to school. Thank you very much, everyone, for everything, for being here. Thank you to all the panelists. I'm really happy to be here, and I would like to thank you, everyone, once again.
Pessoal, alô? Tá baixo. Olá a todos. Microfone. O microfone tá baixo. Tá escutando? Olá, pessoal, todo mundo me escuta? Me escutam? Por gentileza, a gente gostaria de... Gente, por favor, antes do almoço, a gente gostaria de fazer um comunicado aqui importante. Pessoal, vocês estão agora me escutando?
compartilhar o link do relatório direto para que todo mundo tenha acesso e fico também super à disposição para conversar sobre esse relatório e trabalho que a gente tem feito de aceleração de ações climáticas por meio da tecnologia, tanto com governos quanto com sociedade civil. Brasil afora, mas mundo afora também, a gente quer ajudar o Brasil. Queremos ser a empresa de tecnologia que mais ajudou o Brasil a bater suas metas climáticas na COP30 no Pará ano que vem. Obrigada, gente. Bom almoço para todos e todas.
Obrigado.
Hello.
Hi, Fred, can you hear me?
I can. Just excuse us. The room we're in has got a lot of echo. Okay. So that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's worked very well, right?
Let me just mute a few things here. There we go. Okay. Hopefully that should be a bit better now. Yes, so have you got any slides for your presentation?
No.
You haven't. Okay, great.
No.
Very good. Excellent. So what we'll be doing is you'll be part of the part of the panel, and you'll appear on the screens behind where the rest of the panel are, and they can see you in front of them as well on the screens in front. And then it'll just be a case of just sort of interacting as best we can, but we can hear you well.
Okay, I can mute and dismute my microphone, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I have access. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, I get your point. Yeah, you should be able to unmute. And yeah, that's it. Mute and entry. Yes, you can do all that, so that's fine. So
okay,
no problem. So feel free to mute and turn the video off for a bit, then that's fine as well. You should be able to turn that back on, but we'll as seemingly, so essentially, or in theory, we're starting at 2.
Okay,
we're using these times as guides roughly.
Yeah.
But it might be somewhere near 2, probably after it. But we're getting used to Brazilian time again, so it's
I understand this so well.
so that's fine. Excellent. Okay. Brilliant. But I'll be on the chat if need be, so let us know.
Okay, I stay connected here. I just close my camera and mute my microphone. And when Gabriel send me a message, I just come back here for the computer. Okay.
Yeah, and just also so you're aware, there will be there's translators online as well. So they'll probably ask me to ask you to speak a little bit slower than you usually do. But that's fine. And then also there's a for the deaf as well. There's a there's sign language person too. So
okay,
so that's
perfect.
But you don't need to worry about that. But just ideally speak a little bit slower than you normally would, and I think that would make them you would be their favorite.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, Fred, and you stay in touch here. If you need any help, send a chat or a message. But I think everything will work.
Perfect. Thanks again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
See you soon.
Cheers,
Bye. Yeah.
So there should be audio coming in. So this is actually two, one, two. Two, one, two, four. One, two, two. Which what you want?
Do I need to be like a?
Oh no, still got your headphones on. It should be okay. So yeah. Okay. So mute me there.
Test. Test. Testing. Test. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2. 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. Check. Test. Yeah. Check. 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. Test. 1, 2. Check. Test. 1, 2. Check. Test. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. Test. 1, 2. Check. Test. 1, 2. All good. Lovely. Eu estava resolvendo um problema de conexão com a... Gabriel, está aqui no microfone?
Ele está ajustando.
One, two. One, two. Two. Yeah. Two.
Na sala de aula, você demanda muito.
Obrigado. Eu estou trabalhando também com a ONG, né, que está na presidência do C20 junto com a GED. E é perto, né? Uma sociedade civil, né, já que a ONG tem o histórico legal.
Super obrigada. Da minha parte também, se puder ajudar.
Qual é o seu sobrenome que eu te achando ali? Belo Silva. Tá, Belo com 2 L? Com L, tá.
Você já conheceu o Tarcísio? Não? Ele vai. Tô animada. Fiquei muito feliz com a Carol de conteúdo, mas a gente conversava muito sobre isso. A gente queria muito trazer diversidade e voz fora do Sudeste. De temas que não são, como a gente já conversou quando a gente falasse, então, assim.
Digamos assim, do mais institucional. Então, o trabalho de incidência política a gente tem feito, mesmo na coalizão de direitos na rede, né, que tem muita entrada nas casas legislativas, é muito difícil colocar alguns temas, né? Capital para a participação social, a reguladora, é algo que a gente está lutando, literalmente, a gente vai lançar uma nota com a ONG na próxima semana, mas conseguimos alguns avanços, né? Então,
e quando precisando sobre o painel de inteligência artificial, né, que estava aquela discussão do prédio, das reclamações, inclusive, era a composição da comissão.
né? Ela não era diversa. Prejudica você fazer né, uma lei para tanta gente que não está implementada.
Obrigada.
Mas ficava na.
São poucos, né? E alguns
Tá bom, vamos mudar. A gente tem a pessoa que poderia participar. Obrigada. Legal, você lembrou. Pegar o barco para chegar lá. Eu falei com ele bastante já, não sei se foi agora.
Test, test, check, check.
Então, mas só que seria uma cópia. Não, porque isso aqui emprestado, então você pode pegar. Eu achei que você ia ficar numa situação. Vem cá,
Mais 5 minutos.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Retomando a nossa programação
Good
de hoje,
afternoon.
queria convidar todo
So
mundo
today
para a
we'll
gente
go
voltar
back to
a sentar.
with the second panel after resuming the work after lunch. So please take your seats.
Como um próximo painel, a gente vai começar a falar agora
In this next
do
panel,
painel de
we will
transição
be
energética justa.
addressing
E
just
para esse
energy
painel, antes de
transition. And before starting, I would like to thank Itaú Foundation and Lemon Foundation, who are sponsors of the Brazil Forum 2024. And will be addressing the general agenda for climate change. The Brazilian Center for Climate Change, Andrea Coutinho. Andrea is the director of the first Brazilian Center for Climate Justice. She's a journalist formed by PUC-Rio. She holds a master's degree in ethnic racial relations. She's a Fulbright Scholar and alumni of the University of California, Davis. I also invite Carolina Grotera to the floor. She's director at the Executive Secretariat of the Ministry of Finance. She is the program director in the Executive Secretariat, where she coordinates the actions of the federal government's ecological transformation plan. She has a PhD in energy planning by COPE, the energy planning program in environmental planning at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Also, Joaquim Rolim, former Executive Secretary for Industry at the State of Ceará. He was the executive secretary for industry in the state of Ceará and coordinator of the Energy Chamber of Northeast Governors. He's member of the Green Hydrogen Hub, the working group for the Green Hydrogen Hub. The last member of the panel is Driele Perial, researcher and co-author of the book Energy Transition in Brazil. Adriele will be joining us online, and she's a researcher from the University of Amsterdam, working on a research project entitled Energy Transition Through the Perspective of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also one of the co-authors of the Energy Transition in Brazil, published by Springer in 2023. Moderating the panel is Gabriel Pezente, member of the Organizing Committee for Brazil Forum UK 2024. He's an environmental engineer and a master's student in climate change development and policy at the University of Sussex. She has worked at the Secretariat for the Environment and Climate Change for the state of Ceará, and she's a member of the Brazilian Alliance for Sustainable Finance and Investment. Hello. Thank you for this kind introduction. It is an honor to be alongside so good, such an expert panel on the topic of energy transition. We are on the brink of hosting a conference of the Party of the Climate Change United Nations Framework in next year, COP30 in Belém. So we are in the right place to lead this place, the environmental action of Brazil. We have a clean energy matrix, we have several natural resources, and we have a lot of knowledge. In comparison to other countries in the planet, we have way superior resources in solar, wind, and renewables in Brazil, and we can lead the transition towards a green hydrogen as well. And we are eager to make a contribution and to take this leading role to also help tackle our internal challenges. And this is the main topic that we will be discussing today. So I would like to start the panel addressing a question to all the panelists. We would like to hear you comment on what would be a just energy transition on the context of Brazil and how this transition can benefit all segments in society. Maybe Andrea wants to start? Hello to all. It is an honor to be here discussing the topic of justice. When we speak of justice, we also need to touch on access, and energy transition is connected to the justice for access as well. I just want to tell you a brief anecdote. I was part of the Energy Transition Forum in Germany, and journalists from the Global South were invited to tell the story of how energy transition was taking place in their countries of origin. So it was a turning point for me. We are speaking of access to water, gender justice, race justice in different contexts. And this initial question on what consists a just energy transition, it is important to take into account the different biomes in Brazil. We cannot translate the just transition to Brazil without thinking in the different challenges in providing universal access and human rights. So, of course, everyone is entitled to a balanced and protected environment. This is a gift we leave for the next generations. And we nevertheless have a lot of challenges in this regard. Our mission is try to translate to society at large what means energy poverty, energy inequality, And a lot of people are using all these terms as if they were synonyms. I am from the city of Rio de Janeiro. I live in the northeast region of Brazil at the moment, but I'm from Rio, and I'm familiar with several parts of Brazil. So, and just energy transition means understanding what different regions have as a challenge and to devise different solutions to overcome it. So my food for thought for you all is how you discuss in this broad discussion. You need to include renewables and taking into account the difficulty of offering this to all members of society and providing access to all. Most of the inhabitants of the Amazon have no access to the energy system. So we need to think this is very different from our reality and from the places we live. So this is a challenge in terms of justice and access to services. Carolina. Thank you, Gabriel. I want to say that I'm very happy to be here today. I'm grateful for the invitation. Thanks to my fellow panelists. It's a pity that Driel cannot be here in person with us. And before venturing into answering your question, Gabriel, I was listening to the organizing committee, all the students that took part in the committee, Ambassador Patiota, Justice Barroso, and I started thinking of different topics. Before going into energy transition, I would like to take a step back and speak of the lessons I took from this morning session. So firstly, since this is the second panel of the forum and we'll have space for a lot of debates and burning questions, I would like to pick up on something that Ambassador Patiota said, which is the complex of the stray dog. This is not the first time that I'm traveling abroad for a talk or for a conference. It won't be the last. So I want to ask you if this event was being held in Peru or in Colombia, which are the countries that hold the other 40% of the forest coverage in the Amazon, and they actually have we would have an event with a smaller carbon footprint, okay, because we wouldn't have to travel this far. So I'm actually coming from a full agenda. I spent the whole week traveling through Europe for different events. And all these events about Brazil end up speaking of what Brazil is able to learn from the UK experience. But I'm here to remind you, maybe we need to think of what can the UK learn from Brazil at this point, because the future is Brazilian. And actually the future belongs to the global South. Let's think of 2050. I work in climate, so we need to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, right? So most people, most parts of the population of the planet is located in the global South by 2050. Most of the carbon emissions will be on the global side. The needs to conserve the efforts for conservation of forests and in the environment will be located in the global South. The challenges for democracy lie in the global South. Last night, I was watching the news and they were talking about the elections in the USA, and at one point the news announcer said, because the USA is the largest democracy in the world, and the same channel The largest democracy of all the Western world. Okay. So if you're speaking of democracy, you are also speaking of the Global South. So the slogan for this event is "The future is Brazilian." Yes, it is Brazilian because Brazil is in the Global South, and all the countries in the Global South had the large power for articulating themselves and align themselves in their action. Ambassador Patriota has mentioned how special Brazil is and specialized in conserving peace and promoting peace. Yes, Brazil is indeed a prominent country in the Global South. So these are some of the thoughts that came up this morning whilst I watched the first panel. So I also want to speak of the Amazon. So this is an energy transition panel. Why are you mentioning Amazon? Well, I know my time is almost up, but let me get there. In terms of energy transition, if we do not choose a clear path to follow, we'll end up following global trends. We will follow the industry in China. We will use hydrogen like they do it in Germany and so on. If we don't make our own choices in regards to Amazon, to the 28 million people that live in the region, we are in trouble. No one will do this for us. So I'll actually conclude by saying that I'm optimistic in regards to COP30 next year. I've been going to several editions of the Conference of the Parties. So we had Egypt, UAE. The next one is Azerbaijan. So these are economies that are smaller than Brazil, more dependent on oil than we do. And we are one of the countries that hold the most part of the Amazon. We have a lot of renewable energy experience. So this will be a fertile ground to discuss the future and the choices we'll be making in regards to the Amazon, to democracy. And then I'll go into further detail later.
Thank you, Carol. I would like to salute all of you, and I would like to thank for the opportunity. Brazil is indeed important in the energy transition. For instance, we are the country within the G20 with the best electricity grid. So when we keep this into consideration and keeping in mind electricity, 49% in Brazil is renewable, while other countries on average it's 14%. When we look about electricity, it's about 30% of renewable energy. In other countries, we have much more than that. In the past, 93% of the electricity consumed in Brazil came from renewables. So this is in relation to energy transition, but now we need to add the word fair, just. It was mentioned that the distribution is about 30 gigawatts, but it hasn't still got to the consumer with less purchasing power. There is a program of social renewable energies that it's planned, but it hasn't been implemented yet, and we need to do it. Another thing, we need to focus on wind energy. The work done in this area has been well done. We have local industry in Brazil in wind power, but in solar power, there was a higher growth. There was a massive increase in exportation, but there wasn't an increase for internal use. It hasn't improved a lot. So there's an isolated system in Amazon, and in Amazon as a whole, there's more than 2,000 consumers who rely on fossil fuels. So these are isolated systems. we used to consume 150,000 liters of biofuels per day. So this is a challenge. We want to have a universalization of power energy. There's also the situation with green hydrogen. In Ceará started leading this process. Last week, a new decree law has been approved in the Senate, but we need to have a national plan for this. It's a unique opportunity in Brazil, and I say specifically in the northeast of Brazil, where I work. There's no other place in the world with this level of potential for wind power. There are places on Earth with other characteristics that are good for solar energy, and others for wind energy offshore. However, the three things combined, it can only be done in Brazil, and more specifically in the northeast of Brazil. We need to take advantage of this, and we must include this care within the industry. We need to produce green hydrogen, but we need to produce green products and promote technological advancements. We cannot leave that innovation behind. We have competency to develop in technical terms when it comes to green hydrogen. So I was recently talking about the private state in Brazil, and now I'm on the third sector. We are organizing, I'm working in the Institute Climate and Society, and we want to support a fair energy transition process. It's a new life for me. I'm learning in the process, and one of the topics we've been taking care of has to do with a higher support for the Northeast when it comes to energy and also environmental licensing. We need to have more done in that sector. So we are just starting this. It's a strategic plan, and I will be focused on the Northeast region, on offshore energy, renewable energy, just to make sure of the great conditions we have there. Up until 2050, all the demand for energy, when we have that in mind, we have 17 times more than the average. We'll have that until 2050. We need to make the best of what nature has given to us, and we need to have this technological innovation to be beneficial to Brazil and to the Northeast. We need to keep improving on that department. So this is what I wanted to say. I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm at your disposal for questions. Always happy to interact with all of you. I think so we are missing a panelist. She will join later. So Joaquim, you were talking about green hydrogen, and perhaps this is the most broadly debated topic across the world at the moment. I wanted to know your perspective on what is the potential of Brazil, and how can we accelerate our energy transition, and what are the main barriers that prevent the implementation of this technology? And any other panelists can also reply. Green hydrogen is not the answer for everything. We are careful to mention this. I work for FIEC, and once we were asked, do we need to use green hydrogen? I said, no, if you already have other types of renewable energy, such as solar, continue developing it. Green hydrogen is just one of the pillars of the energy transition. Worldwide, about 20% of the results so that we can reach net zero by 2050 has to do with the diversification of the process. We need to use more renewable energy. 25% is something that it's a level of usage of renewable energy that Brazil is already using. but we also need more efficient processes and green hydrogen and hydrogen of low carbon emission. It will be about 45% in Brazil. It will sort out 20% of the issue. And throughout the world, if you think about several entities across the world, that pinpoint Brazil as being the most developed area in the world when it comes to green hydrogen. And just to mention, hydrogen, it's a chemical substance, and there's H2. It's H2, but it becomes green, which when we break down the molecule of water, the O2, using renewable energy. So we have 6 gigawatts of energy being developed that way, produced that way, and we want to produce 5,000 tons of it per year, worth $6 billion. It will create more than 500 jobs. So the Brazilian Northeast has the best conditions, has the knowledge, but we need to make use of those advantages in a more intelligent way. We need new technologies, and we need to develop green products. Instead of exporting just standard steel, we need to export cement and steel, green cement, green steel. We need to make a better use of this, and I'm not sure if I answered the question. Yes. Adriele, did he answer your question about hydrogen? If you want to comment on this.
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me? We'll try again. So, Carol, would you like to answer the question?
Consegue me ouvir? Eu voltei.
Okay. Oh, she's back. Adriele, we cannot hear you.
Não, o meu está funcionando.
The interpreter apologizes. We will restart once the sound issue has been sorted. Adriele, it looks like your mic is
Estão me
off.
ouvindo?
Adriele. No, we still cannot hear you, Adriele.
Isso. Estão me ouvindo?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Perfeito.
Okay,
Agora
perfect.
funcionou.
Now
Não
it
era o
works.
meu aqui, eu acho que estavam
It was I take it to
não
the
dando
problem
acesso aqui.
was at my
Bom,
end. So,
eu vou falar um pouco rapidamente, eu acho que aproveitar que está
about
funcionando e
talk about this
em
topic,
relação à
and
primeira
I would
pergunta
like
sua,
to answer
Gabriel,
the
e
first
depois eu
question,
volto para essa
Gabriel,
questão também do
and then I
hidrogênio.
will mention talk about
Primeiramente, eu
the
gostaria
hydrogen
de
issue. First,
agradecer a
I would like to
organização
thank
desse
the
evento,
organization
que
of this
foi
event.
excelente. Isabela,
They were
Gabriel, muito
excellent.
obrigada
Isabel,
por
Gabriel,
tudo.
thank you so
Eu
much for
estava
everything.
dentro do avião quando
I
cancelaram
was
meu voo
on the
ontem,
plane when
então
my
peço
flight
desculpas,
got
fiz o
cancelled
possível,
yesterday,
mas não consegui estar
so I'm
presente.
really sorry for not
E
being
gostaria também de
there with you.
cumprimentar a
And I would like
mesa,
to salute
Andréia,
the panel
Carolina,
as well.
Joaquim. É
Andrea,
prazer estar
Carolina,
aqui
Joaquim. I'm
discutindo
very happy to
transição
be here with you,
energética
talking about
com
energy
vocês.
transition with you.
Então, em relação a essa primeira
When it
pergunta que
comes
você trouxe, Gabriel,
regarding the
a
first
Andréia
question,
colocou
Gabriel,
uma questão muito
Andrea
importante, que é a
mentioned
parte
something very
conceitual,
important. It's
muito
the
do
conceptual
conceito de transição
part
energética
of the
justa.
energy
A gente ainda está
transition,
no
a
processo e
fair
muitas publicações
transition.
têm trazido o
We are still
entendimento
in the
desse conceito.
process,
E se a
and
gente for voltar um
many
pouquinho
publications
mais
have
ainda, a
been
gente até tem discutido essa
developing
dimensão do
on
conceito
the
de
concept
transição
of
energética, né? O que
energy
é ele,
transition.
o que
So what is
impacta, né?
that? What
E a
does
Carolina
that
trouxe
impact
muito
have an
bem
impact
essa
on?
questão,
And
né, desse
Carolina
olhar do sul
mentioned
global. Como que a gente
that
está nessa
idea of the
perspectiva?
global south. So
Então,
how
quando a
are we
gente
in
estuda
that
toda
perspective?
essa questão do
When we
conceito de
study the
transição
entire concept of
energética, gente
energy
observa que
transition,
durante a
we
história,
see
a
that
transição
throughout
energética,
history,
ela vinha
this
mais do
transition had
local para o
to
nacional e para o internacional,
went from
e hoje isso
local to
inverteu. A
national
gente tem
to
uma
international,
força
and now
global,
the pyramid has
internacional
been
muito
inverted.
maior sobre
We
os
have
outros
a
países.
much
E isso
higher
acaba
strength at an
recaindo muito
international
forte
level
nos países
on the
em
countries,
desenvolvimento,
especially
que tendem a
on the
seguir
developing
tendências,
countries
tendem
that
a
tend to
entrar nesse
follow
novo
trends
mercado,
and
como
they
no
try
caso
to
do
join new
hidrogênio, que é uma
markets,
coisa normal,
such
mas ao
as
mesmo tempo a gente
hydrogen, which is
precisa
normal.
ter um
But at the same
equilíbrio.
time, we need to have
Então, o
some
que eu estou
balance.
mencionando
So
aqui é que a
what I
gente
would like to
também,
say is
lógico, a
that
gente vai trazer a discussão para o
obviously
Brasil,
we will
mas a
bring
gente
that
tem que
debate
observar
into
como esses
Brazil, but we need
países
to observe how these
desenvolvidos,
countries, the
eles
developed
tendem
countries,
a forçar
how they
algumas coisas
tend to
que
force
acontecem nesse
certain
processo de
things
transição
that take place
energética
during this
e
process of
descarbonização.
transition and
Indo para
decarbonization.
um nível um pouco mais local,
So
o
at a
Joaquim,
more
inclusive,
local
mencionou essa
level,
questão do
Joaquim
sistema
mentioned
isolados na Amazônia, né?
the isolated
E a gente estava tendo um
systems
processo de
and
desenvolvimento
in
de
the
uma
Amazon.
pesquisa lá,
And
que
while
a
we
gente
were doing
estava
a
fazendo a
research there,
substituição
we
de
were
diesel em duas
replacing diesel
termoelétricas no estado da Amazônia
into
por gás natural, que a gente
electric
conseguia diminuir muito a
power
emissão
stations, and
local
we
fazendo
reduced a
essa
lot of the local
substituição.
emissions by
Mas ao mesmo tempo que a
replacing
gente fazia essa
by
substituição,
natural
tentando
gas.
diminuir por várias questões que a
So
gente sabe que o
there,
sistema isolado
we know
traz,
that
a gente
there are several
observou
aspects that
também
are
que a
brought
gente
by
estava
these
indo contra
isolated
muito
systems, and we realized that we are going
os
against
objetivos do
the
desenvolvimento sustentável, né? Então, a gente estava ainda utilizando um combustível
SDGs.
fóssil
We
no
were still using
intuito de
fossil
levar
fuels
energia para
in
esses
order
sistemas
to
isolados. Então,
bring
isso acaba sendo
renewable energies
até
to these
mesmo
isolated
contraditório,
systems.
mas
And that's a bit
necessário, e a gente
contradictory,
acaba
but it's necessary,
tendo
and
essa
we
discussão do
end
que
up having
seria
that
justo e como
discussion
que a
that
gente pode ter essa
on
questão
how it
de
could,
forma
this can
mais
be done,
clara,
how
né?
can we have a fair transition, and we
Como o
have
professor
more
Joaquim
clarity on
colocou
that.
muito bem, voltando para essa questão agora
Professor
do
Joaquim has
hidrogênio,
addressed
o
this
hidrogênio é um braço
beautifully.
desse
So
processo de
coming back to
transição, só se
hydrogen,
fala em
which is a
hidrogênio agora,
branch of the
e a gente ainda está
transition,
tentando
it's a hot
entender muito o
topic
hidrogênio. A gente está
currently,
muito na
and
parte da
we're really
produção, a
eager
gente
to
está com um
try and
desenvolvimento
understand
tecnológico
hydrogen.
muito
We
grande em
are
outros
working
países,
on
como a Noruega,
production,
e realmente,
developing
se a gente não tiver
technology
esse olhar de
alongside other
desenvolver
countries
também um
such
mercado
as
doméstico com o
Norway,
potencial
and
que o
we will
Brasil
see
tem,
the
a gente
potential
vai
to
a
develop
gente vai
a
acabar tendo as
market
mesmas
in
coisas que a gente
Mexico.
já viu na história, né? De a
And
gente acabar
otherwise,
só
we need to keep doing that,
exportando
otherwise we
esse
will
produto.
repeat
Quando a gente
history and
fala ainda
just
de transição
export this
energética no
product
Brasil, a gente tem uma
instead
qualidade
of using
única
it
no
in the
Brasil, e
country.
não só qualidade, mas
We
até de
have a
interesse de
unique
estudo, que foi o que a Carolina
opportunity and a
também
unique
mencionou
quality in
de olhar
Brazil,
mais o que o
something that
Brasil tende a
Carolina
mostrar,
mentioned,
que é uma
which is
transição energética a nível regional. O
demonstrating an
Brasil é
energy
grande,
transition at
muito
the
grande, a gente não está
regional
falando de transição
level as well.
energética
So
na
this,
Holanda,
we
na
are a
França, que são
large
países
country.
pequenos,
We are not
mas
speaking
país que traz
of
uma
the reality of
complexidade,
France
uma
or the Netherlands,
diversidade
which
em
are
torno de
small countries,
recursos
but we
naturais,
have
né?
a
O
wide
Brasil, sim, ele tem
variety of
muito orgulho
resources
dessa matriz
available throughout
renovável
the
que ele
country,
tem. É
and
uma
we are
questão
very proud
histórica, a
of
gente
the
não encontrou petróleo,
renewable
mas a gente
sources
tinha
of
todo esse
energy we have
potencial de
been
desenvolver
using for a long
hidrelétricas, e
time
agora com
in
investimento muito
Brazil.
forte
Instead of
em renováveis cada
relying
vez
solely on
mais.
oil, we
Indo para
have
essa discussão agora em
hydroelectric
relação,
power
só para
generation
finalizar e
and
passar para os demais
renewables
colegas,
being
a
used
questão do
for a long
hidrogênio, né?
time already.
Como
So
eu
going back
mencionei,
to the
a gente está num
hydrogen
processo em que a
topic,
cadeia de
we are
hidrogênio ela vai ser
at a
separada,
point
né?
where the
Então, o que a gente tem
supply
discutido
chain
muito é a
of
sustentabilidade
sorry,
dessa cadeia do
where the
hidrogênio.
chain
A gente
of the
está, como todo o
hydrogen
início, focando na
molecule is about
produção,
to
desenvolvimento
be
tecnológico, vendo que pode
broken,
acontecer essa substituição, mas a gente tem que olhar um
and we
pouquinho
need
para
to
o
think
segundo e para o terceiro
about the
step dessa cadeia,
transition, about replacing
principalmente
all the
focado na
forms
questão
of
de
energy by the
infraestrutura
hydrogen,
e também de
and we
end
need to
use, onde
think
vai
of
ser
other
investido isso.
things
Vai ser
alongside
realmente
the
nos
production chain,
setores
all the
difíceis de debater, com
infrastructure
certeza, por
and the
exemplo, indústrias
application of
de aço
hydrogen.
e
Some
cimento. Mas toda
sectors
essa
won't be
substituição, toda essa
using hydrogen
infraestrutura, a
like
gente
steel
sabe que ainda vai
and
demorar
cement,
anos.
but we
O que
have
eu
a lot
gostaria de
of
trazer para a
infrastructure to
mesa,
be
e eu acho que
built
pode ser
until
uma questão
this is
de uma,
widely
até uma
adopted
pergunta
in the market.
intrigante para toda a mesa,
This is a very
é a questão que a
intriguing
gente vem
question that I
discutindo
have to
muito,
pose to everybody
como
in the panel.
acelerar a
How
transição
can we
energética, que isso é
accelerate energy transition. So how can we go faster in this process? And this is something that will have a lot of consequences in terms of climate change action. And also, another question is the question lies on how to conduct the energy transition, how to accelerate it, and how to do it in a just approach. Thank you. Carolina, just like Driele has mentioned, that we need to accelerate the energy transition, we have a very interesting topic, which is the regulation of the carbon market in Brazil. We have some strategies and guidelines for decarbonizing the economy. So I would like to hear you speak about this. And also, what are the impacts, potential impacts of a carbon tax and a regulated carbon market in Brazil? Would it help accelerate the transition in the energy sector? Thank you, Gabriel. Yes, indeed, Brazil is on the brink of establishing its own regulated carbon market. I like to call it a mandatory carbon market. So when we speak of a regulated market, it means that it means that the voluntary market is not regulated, which is not true. So the text of the law, the bill of law that is currently under a vote in the House of Parliament, in Congress, is all about the voluntary market, how do we fit into the Paris Agreement, and so on. So Brazil is on the verge of approving the law. This text came from the Ministry of Fazenda. Cristina Reis the ministry has worked on this. It's gone through the higher house, the higher chamber, to the low chamber, now back to the Senate for final approval. And that would include Brazil in the group of countries that establish cap and trade mechanisms for carbon emissions. And from the cap of emissions, that would place limits for the industries that have a high content in carbon. They will have a quota for carbon emissions, and the excedent of savings can be traded in the market. Those that have exceeded their allotted quota of emissions have to buy the carbon certificates in the regulated market. So this has been happening in Europe for coal since 2005. With USA, China have regulated markets in place, marketplace in place. So if Brazil is able to establish this at a national level, a marketplace for carbon emission trade is something that will put us side by side with the most modern and avant-garde nations in regards to climate change and energy transition, fulfilling the goals determined for 2050. So if the different industries need to reduce their emissions in order to comply with the quota of emissions and also to benefit with additional income coming from the sale of excedent carbon certificates, that helps to guide the agents in their own decarbonization efforts, seeking the best technology, the best cost. And this will be very important for the Brazilian market. This is especially true for sectors that have difficulty in reducing their emissions. These are the sectors that cannot rely on electricity. Most of the production of steel or cement are just like that. Some parts of the process cannot rely on electricity. Therefore, the carbon marketplace will be an important tool for them to reduce emissions. So, as you know, Gabriel, I am the director at the Ministry of Fazenda, the Ministry of Finance in Brazil, and we have this regulation on environmental action. We have 6 axes. My colleague Fabio Terra has presented it, the frontiers, the sustainable development, which includes the carbon marketplace. And then the second axis is the densification of technology. What does that mean? To bring more technology into production processes. therefore including more innovation, including more aggregated value to improve the average income of the workers in the country and of the population as a whole. So when we speak of hydrogen, we have a very strong position in regards to hydrogen, in the sense that we don't want to become mere exporters of green hydrogen. There are several countries interested already in the hydrogen produced by Brazil because they have net zero goals and challenges for an energy transition that are way more important. They are larger than the ones we have because we already have a clean energy source matrix. And of course, Brazil is very much interested in establishing partnerships with such countries, but we don't want to be exporters of green hydrogen for Europe or any other country. What we do want is to take hydrogen and produce green steel, to produce fertilizers, because we are highly dependent on fertilizers for the agribusiness in Brazil. So we need to develop the supply chains of all these sectors for the Brazilian market. And a final comment on that is that we see a lot of interest surrounding the regulation of the hydrogen market in the Ministry of Finance. I think we are 95% there already, for those of you interested. And all the industry representatives come to us with some sort of demand. They want fiscal incentives, tax incentives for their sectors. They ask us, oh, could you please establish some sort of incentive so we can develop the technology, achieve scale, and become more competitive? That will be beneficial for the finances of Brazil, because in the end we will be producing more and paying more tax. But all tax incentives are paid by the taxpayers. Therefore, we need to be very responsible for each incentive. It is only possible if we are able to bring more technology to the Brazilian markets. All this effort for decarbonization in the global north will generate a lot of opportunities for us to do that. And hydrogen is one of such opportunities. International stakeholders are very much engaged in developing technology and regulating, establishing a regulatory framework, but we need to proceed with caution. Therefore, so we do not act irresponsibly. Thank you, Carolina. You had mentioned the just transition in the Amazon region. Amazon is an interesting frontier. In 2021, the Amazon was responsible for generating 27% of the electric power for Brazil, but 14% of the population had no access to that energy because, as you mentioned, millions of people are consuming energy coming from isolated systems that are most often than not fueled by fossil fuels, which are not only more pollutant but also more costly. So over 1 million people have no access whatsoever to electricity in the Amazon region. So in this context, how can the just energy transition be conducted in the region? And how can this promote more social inequality and reduce inequalities in the region? I love this question. It poses a challenge and a keyword for us to think of, which is fighting racial injustice in the environmental fight. So we need to think of policies and guidelines that impact lives, populations that have a completely different lifestyle than ours. So there's a lot to do in regard to this, in regards to the just transition, and it poses a challenge to think what it really means, because it needs to cover people from different regions, from living in slums, favelas, quilombos, former slave communities, peripheral communities, isolated communities. There are several Amazons within the Amazon region. There is a part of the Amazon in Pará. This is very little known, but most of the population move out of that region. And we have a lot of people that die trying to improve the energy sources of their houses. So due to these efforts, informal efforts, a lot of people are dying in the process. There are several cases that are not communicated, that are not reported, and therefore are not part of the official figures. Last year, I went to the region. I heard an anecdote where a mother saw his son dying in front of her when trying to establish an electricity connection to their home with no technical support. There are several dimensions to what is being discussed today. So we have the environmental racism that poses different levels of risk, especially for isolated communities that are at risk. We know who they are. We have excellent infrastructure here. We don't see this sort of problem of energy access happening here. Technology is here, energy is here, everything is functioning fine. But people in a place of vulnerability, both socially and geographically, that shows the real challenge of energy just transition. And I believe this is another point I wanted to include in my response. So the energy transition debate needs to include the territorial component to achieve a just transition, to make sure everyone has access to it. We are speaking of 1 million people that are not able to access the energy from the grid and are dying in the effort of getting energy to their homes. So this is a sub-reported problem and a serious component of our challenge. So I just wanted to raise this point that's often left out of the DA. There's no energy transition, no energy justice without addressing the environmental racism. It is a component of justice at different levels.
I wanted to also talk about the international organization, organization wants to make the access to energy and the energy transition fairer, and this includes access to the labor market. I work in the past with Roberto Kishinami, and I learned from him when he was trying to, in his way of teaching, and not very technical, in a way that people can understand. There's also here the problem of low literacy. So we saw this issue in the previous panel, but literacy is also something that can allow this knowledge to be spread so that these people in these remote territories, they can understand this concept, so they can have more tools and more knowledge to apply this to their lives, and also to do that in a safer way, because as we see, there are many different injustices connected when we speak about the Northeast and the Amazon, and we know how several favelas in the Southeast have many projects to, for instance, bring solar energy to the favelas, but it's just a small example, a tiny example of addressing the environmental racism. So I wanted to bring these other realities to your knowledge. Without climate justice and racial justice, we cannot reach a just energy transition. Thank you very much. So when we speak about Brazilian energy, what's the company that comes to our minds? It's a Petrobras. Last year, they celebrated 70 year. We have here one of the major specialists in gas and oil here in Brazil. So Adriele, how do you see this process of energy transition in Brazil? How can we replace fossil fuels with renewable energy without damaging our economy? So could you give us a bit more context? Okay, so can you hear me well, right?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Essa questão da
So
Petrobras
the
dos 70
about
anos,
the 70
enfim,
years
já
of
foi discutida
Petrobras,
bastante no
it's
passado,
been
esse
debated a
ano,
lot in the
trouxeram
past,
na pauta.
in this year as well.
A Petrobras,
So
ela
Petrobras,
tem papel
they
importante não
have
somente nesse
an
processo de
important
transição, mas
role
também
not
como a
only in
sociedade. Ela
the
é uma
process
empresa
of
que
energy
se
transition,
constituiu
but
na década
always
de
within
50, à
society.
base de
They were
sentimento
created in the
nacionalista.
50s
Então, a maioria,
when there
como
was
você
a
mesmo perguntou e começou
nationalistic,
muito bem a sua questão, quando a gente fala de energia,
nationalization
para muitas
led
pessoas a questão da
climate.
Petrobras já vem à
So
mente,
when we
né?
talk about
A
energy, we
Petrobras tem tomado algumas ações
bring
diretamente
always
relacionadas a esse processo
Petrobras
de
to the
transição
discussion. They have been
energética,
associated
né? A
to
gente
this
tem
process of
observado
energy transition. We've been
o papel de várias
observing the
pessoas
role
lá
of many
dentro, a
people within the
questão
company,
do
but
biocombustível, que é um
also the
exemplo,
issue
a
of
questão do investimento
biofuels
em
and the
renováveis,
investments in
mas a
renewables.
gente sabe
But
que a gente ainda é
we
muito
know that
dependente
we
dos
really
combustíveis
depend a
fósseis
lot
e a
on
gente
fossil
ainda
fuels
vai
yet,
ficar por um bom tempo
and we
dependente
will remain
deles.
so
A
for
gente
a
está
while.
tentando essa
We are
substituição,
trying
discutindo
to
esse processo de
carry out that
transição
replacement,
energética,
carrying out that
mas ele é
energy
gradual, como
transition,
qualquer
but it's a
transição energética já foi.
progressive
Mas o que a gente tenta fazer
process,
agora
just like
é
any
que isso
other transition.
de alguma maneira ocorra.
But we
A
are
gente tem
trying to
debatido
ensure
muito o
that it
processo de
takes place.
transição
So we've been
energética,
debating a
principalmente
lot,
relacionado à questão dos combustíveis fósseis,
many questions in
nesse
relation
processo de
to energy transition.
substituição
And
de uma
we
fonte
talk about
por outra.
this process
Porém,
of
alguns estudos
replacing
até
an
trazem que a
energy
gente está
source
mais
from
adicionando do que
to
fazendo
replace
uma
it by another.
substituição.
But at the
Até,
moment we are
inclusive,
adding
porque já foi
new
mencionado essa mesa, a gente está tendo um
sources
crescimento
instead of
populacional muito grande
replacing,
e a gente
also because
precisa
we have
de
an
energia.
increase, a steep
Então,
increase
enquanto
in
a
our
gente ter
population, and we need
enquanto a
access to
gente tem esse
energy.
crescimento
So when you have
muito
this
maior e não tem esse
populational
acompanhamento,
growth
a gente começa
and
só a adicionar e não
the
fazer uma
energy
transição que é uma
doesn't
substituição
follow that
de um
growth,
combustível
it's not
por outro.
just
E
a
como
replacement that
mencionei,
is
o
being
Brasil
made,
tem toda
but an
essa
addition
dimensão
of
territorial
new
de
sources.
que para
And we
substituir
have
até
this
mesmo, tanto, por
territorial
exemplo, o
dimension in Brazil.
transporte
So if you want
de
to replace
caminhões, o uso de
the
carros, enfim, a
the
gente
use
tem
of
uma
cars, if you
transição que vai
replace
demorar
cars and lorries,
muito
if
tempo
you think
ainda. A
of
gente tem
this, you know that
debatido,
it will take a long
primeiramente a gente
time
estava
to
com mais
carry out
força
the
para
transition.
2030, agora a gente já
We
está
wanted
falando em
to
2050,
have this done by
mas ainda isso vai
2030. Now we're
ser
talking about
gradativo.
2050.
O que eu
But
considero
in
em
any case, it
relação
will
a
be a
isso
progressive
são
process.
dois
So
pontos
there are 2 points
importantes.
I would like to stress out
É essa
in that
questão
regard.
que
First,
a Petrobras deve ser cada
Petrobras
vez mais
must
ativa
be
e, infelizmente, a
more
gente
and
tem
more
visto que
active
companhias
in
de
this area,
petróleo,
and
elas
we
estão
see,
dando um
unfortunately,
passo
that
atrás e novamente
unfortunately that
investindo, se a gente vê
energy
o
companies
portfólio
are
delas,
taking
investindo
steps
ainda
back. We
muito
look at their
em
portfolios and they are
combustíveis fósseis, né?
investing
A
a
gente
lot
viu uma transição
in
muito
fossil
mais
fuels.
rápida 2,
You
3 anos
saw
atrás, que
the
estava
transition
instigado
was
a fazer essa
faster 2,
transição.
3 years ago,
Hoje, os
but
riscos e
now
também
the
os
risks
investimentos que não tiveram
and the
retorno estão
investments
fazendo
that
com que essas
didn't
companhias
have a return
comecem a se
are
balançar
making
novamente. E há
leading
uma
these
pressão
companies
muito grande
to
desse
try and
nosso lado mais
rebalance their
social e
portfolios.
governamental de
And
que
there's
ocorra
also
essas
this
mudanças. Mas a gente
governmental
vê
and
que
social
essa geração
aspect
econômica
that
ela é
makes us want
predominante, né? E
to
a gente
have
pode ver isso
this
no caso
transition.
do
But
hidrogênio, né?
you can
A
see,
gente tem
for
o preço
instance,
do
in the case
hidrogênio
of
que
hydrogen,
gira, né? Que a
we
gente fala
can
onde qual
talk about the
país a
price
gente
of
vai
hydrogen.
investir hidrogênio
We
ou
can
não.
talk
Mas
about
tem toda a questão,
if
e
we're
como
going to
até foi
invest on
mencionado
it
na
or not.
mesa,
But
a
it's something
questão
that
do
got
desenvolvimento
mentioned.
tecnológico. A
We have to keep in
Petrobras,
mind
ela
as well
foi e ela
the
é referência no
technological
desenvolvimento
development.
tecnológico
Petrobras is the reference
offshore,
when
né?
it comes
Ela
to
é símbolo disso, ela se fez, ela
innovation,
é uma das
technical
empresas
innovation
que a gente
offshore. They
realmente
are one
considera
of the companies that we
como
consider to be
desenvolvimento local. Se a gente já
important for
teve esse
local development.
potencial uma vez,
If
eu
we've had,
acredito
if
que a
we've
gente
had
está tendo e
this
pode ter essa
potential in the
alternativa,
past, I
e
think
isso
we
deveria
can
ser feito cada
continue to
vez
do
mais
that, and it
pelo
should be done
hidrogênio. Hoje em
increasingly
dia a gente tem
by using hydrogen.
uma questão muito importante, que são a
Now we're
questão das
facing an important
patentes
issue.
relacionada ao
It's
processo de eletrólise de
the
hidrogênio, que está na mão
problem
principalmente de Japão e Estados Unidos e alguns
of
países da
the
Europa. E também a gente tem que ter
of
uma
the
conversa
patent
muito
registrations that
maior
are in the
entre a
hands of
academia
Europe, in
e
Brazil mainly,
empresas e o
and we
governo.
need to have
Essa
this debate
conversa
between
para esse
government and
processo de
academia,
inovação
so
tecnológico
that we
vai
have this
fazer toda a
process of
diferença para o
technological innovation,
desenvolvimento de uma
because it will
cadeia
make
emergente,
such a
que
difference
nem o caso do
in the
hidrogênio
development
verde, mas
of
também uma
something
conversa
such
em
as
paralelo
green
com
hydrogen,
empresas
but we
como
should keep a
a
dialogue with
Petrobras. Então, a
companies.
gente tem aí um processo
At
que
the same
cada vez
time,
mais a
companies
gente
like
precisa
Petrobras are
ter
important
balanço
to be brought into
entre
the
esses
equation. We
três,
need to have a
entre a
balance
sociedade,
between
entre as
society,
empresas e o
between the
governo.
companies
É
and
isso,
the
Gabriel.
government.
Obrigada.
And that's all, Gabriel. Thank you. So we have a use of renewables that's higher than the average. I would like to ask Carol, considering that we already make use of a lot of our potential when it comes to renewables, what's missing? How can we make an even better use and contribute to this energy transition in Brazil? Well, to complete the energy transition, well, when it comes to electricity, we are doing very well, even though we have had some initiatives to ensure that we have certain market reserves, as we call them, for fossil fuels. So there are laws that have been approved in the past few years and others that are becoming enforced now, the so-called Jabutis. And we are in the opposite direction of what the legislation is trying to promote. But when it comes to the electric grid, we are doing very well. In 2023, 93% of our electricity was supplied by renewables. But we need to keep these issues, these problems also as well in mind. The main problem for us is how much we depend on oil when it comes to the transportation industry and the transportation grid. That's the reality. We really depend a lot on gas, on petrol, although it could easily be replaced by biofuels, but diesel is a bit more complicated. There is no flex fuel lorry in which we can use biodiesel. This is because of technical reasons. So there's a limit to the mix of biodiesel that you can add to diesel. It's not like biopetrol. It's a different situation. And so for us to decarbonize the matrix, the grid of lorries, we would like to have, for instance, electric power supplied buses and all of that. We've been trying that, but when it comes to lorries in specific, it's a big challenge. In addition to that, there's another issue in our production of oil, not in the production itself, but when it comes to refining the oil. We cannot refine all the diesel that we need. We need to import about 20% of our refined fuel. And there's also the geostrategical issues. So there's a war taking place on the other side of the world that reflects on the prices of diesel and reflects on our inflation and interest rates and so forth. Or even in exchange rates, also the fluctuations that make importing more expensive. So there are many mechanisms involved in this equation. But answering your question, just to finalize our energy transition, well, I mean, that is if you can rely 100% on renewables, right? But that's not the main concern to me. I think that the great issue here is the lorries, the supply chain grid. Right now, it wouldn't be economically possible to have it done by hydrogen. There is a very high cost involved in making that replacement when it comes to lorries. But I now know I only have 1 minute. I would like just to express a very strong opinion, personal opinion. I know we are here we are following Chatham House rules. So we're talking about Petrobras. There's a debate that is not taking place anywhere, even in academia. And I come from my academia. I know what sort of debates are being made. We have a collective target, 2050. We need to reduce in 75%, more or less, the consumption of fossil fuels, and mainly petrol, mainly oil. And we are not questioning who will abandon oil first. And I'm not suggesting that I know who should abandon oil first, or more or less, because there are countries with very high levels of income that have more polluting oil. They have created sovereign funds that will last for generations. And at the same time, there are other countries that still need oil so that they can develop or to have their dividends or etc. I'm not specifically mentioning Brazil. I'm not saying that Brazil needs to stop producing oil or not. That's not my point. My provocation here is that I don't see this debate being held.
If anyone needs to phase out oil at some point, then we shouldn't be discussing who will fade out or fade away. There's a variety of terms for this transition. So I want to drop this question for those of you that are working international trade, international cooperation, in academia, that we should start debating this topic. If we don't discuss this, we'll go back into the old problem of lack of coordination, and we won't reach the net zero commitments for 2050. Something that was discussed very frequently is Brazil being a showcase in terms of the use of biofuels, of renewable sources of energy production, and also as an exporter of clean energies, helping decarbonize European economies. And therefore, Drielli, I would like to hear from you how these characteristics of Brazil influence the position of Brazil amongst all the nations in the planet. So especially now that Brazil is joining G20, what can we teach the world? And what our
Eu acho que o
reputation
Brasil tem tido,
brings to the table.
principalmente nos 2 últimos
I
anos,
believe that in the
eu acho
past couple
que
of years,
muita força, tanto política,
Brazil is
mas como
coming very
posicionamento
strongly
global em
as a
relação à transição
political
energética.
actor
Então, a
and
gente
also
tem
as a leader
observado
in
que
energy
não
transition.
somente o intuito e a
What
participação
we have
ativa
been
global
observing
do
is
Brasil,
that
mas
we have
também
a
como
lot of
ações
active
internas que
participation of
mostram o
Brazil in
quanto
the
que o Brasil tem
international
investido
scenery,
nisso. E
and
não só
it
na questão de
shows
formação
how much
dentro
Brazil has
dos
been
ministérios,
investing
da
in all
questão
these
da transição energética, a questão do
endeavors. So
papel
we
no
have the
Brasil,
Ministry for
principalmente
Energy
agora na
Transition.
questão
We have
offshore, né? E
a
dentro do
leading
G20,
role
isso está
in
sendo uma das
offshore,
discussões
and
relacionadas a
at the
renováveis, a questão o
G20,
quanto
the
o Brasil tem
discussion
investido
surrounding
nesse
renewables
processo de renovável
often
offshore, tem
mentions the
sido
level of
exemplo para
investment
isso.
of
O que
Brazil
acontece
in
muito e que a
offshore
gente
technology.
tenta
We are a
mostrar
benchmark
esse equilíbrio
for
e a
this
pauta,
sector.
às vezes, muitas vezes recai, e com certeza na questão do
Sometimes
desmatamento,
the
na questão
agenda
da
goes back
Amazônia,
to the
mas a gente
question
também
of
tem
the
que colocar a
Amazon,
questão
to
de um
the
balanço do
topic
que tem,
of
do que tem sido
deforestation,
feito no
but
Brasil, né?
we need to
E
make
esse processo, tanto
a
de
summary to assess
descarbonização,
what's been
esse
done
processo tanto de
already in the country.
incentivo do
So the
hidrogênio, que apesar
decarbonization, the
do
clean
pouco
energy, the
de lentidão que a
incentives to
gente tem
hydrogen.
via
In spite
Congresso,
of
via
all
política, para a
the
gente
slow
aprovar, que a gente sabe o
progress
quanto
we
isso
sometimes
é
see
difícil,
in terms of
isso acaba
political
demonstrando que há um
effort,
intuito, mas
still,
ainda a gente precisa ter
all
um
of
pouco
this
mais
goes to
de
show that we
ver isso
have
um pouco mais de perto, né?
this
Mas com certeza o
purpose
Brasil tem sido
that we
reflexo
need to
desse
see this
processo e não somente nessa questão,
being
por
achieved.
exemplo,
And
do
Brazil is a
investimento em
leader in
renováveis,
other
investimento
issues as well,
do
in
investimento
terms
em
of
centros de pesquisa, mas
incentives
também
to
relacionado a essa questão
renewables,
agora mais forte do
investment
papel
in research
do
and
hidrogênio, que
development
está sendo
centers.
protagonista
Now the
principalmente nesses últimos
hydrogen
meses agora,
development,
né, que a gente tem
this
observado.
is very
E bem
much
como o
at the top
professor
of the agenda,
Joaquim colocou também,
especially
a gente
in the
conversou
last
sobre,
few months.
estava debatendo aqui,
We
o
have
Brasil
been
está nessa posição,
talking
principalmente no Nordeste, na parte da costa, que pode ter um papel,
about Professor Rolim
protagonismo
has
muito
mentioned the
maior.
role
Mas a
of
gente
the
tem que começar
coast of
também a
the
olhar para dentro do
of
Brasil, como pode
northeastern
ser
Brazil
feito isso.
also as a
E a gente
frontier
ter esse
for this
reflexo de
development.
dentro do Brasil,
And we
não
need
só
to
trabalhando com a
have
questão da
hold this debate
industrialização, da
within
questão
Brazil,
mais doméstica,
thinking
do
not only of
uso de novas
industrialization,
alternativas, como o
but also
hidrogênio, ou
of the
substituição
household
do gás
energy
natural,
use, the
ou
use of
alternativas
hydrogen
para o
as a
setor de
replacement for
transporte,
natural
como a
gas,
questão
also
do
as an
biodiesel, que é
alternative for
problema realmente que a gente tem
transportation
muito grande
to replace
na questão,
diesel,
não
which
somente
is
do uso de combustíveis
an issue
no
for the
setor de
Brazilian
transporte, mas também toda uma questão de
transport,
infraestrutura
freight
que
transport
liga para
sector.
essas pessoas
So
poderem
we need to make all
abastecer, ou
these
até mesmo uma questão
connections
mais
so that
mecânica, mas que
people
vai
can
liderando
use this on their everyday
essas
lives, go to the
alternativas que visa
gas station and
outros países
use
olharem o Brasil
hydrogen
dessa
and
forma.
to
E
adopt
além
their
disso, a gente tem
cars
muito
and
exemplo do
have
etanol, né? O etanol
car
ainda ele é
shops that
símbolo
can
do Brasil,
work
um dos
on
símbolos do
hydrogen
Brasil, né?
fueled
Nesse processo também
cars. And
é uma
Brazil
transição que a gente fala que
has
foi uma transição
also
curta no
been a
Brasil, né?
leader
Quando
in
o Brasil começa a
ethanol.
usar mais etanol. Então, o Brasil
Ethanol
tem um
has
processo aí
already
grande por
hold
passar,
this
mas ele está
leadership
sendo
position in the past
geopoliticamente muito
in
bem
the introduction
visto
and
em torno
adoption
desse
of
processo de
ethanol
transição
for car
energética, por estar tomando
transports.
ações tão rápidas
And
em um tempo
I
curto.
congratulate the energy
É
policymakers
isso,
on
Gabriel.
making this effort for transition in such a short time frame. So we have the potential for green hydrogen, especially in the northeastern region of Brazil. And I have to ask this question to Joaquim because I also come from the Northeast. So Ceará is a leader for green hydrogen development, thanks to their infrastructure of ports and the excellent potential for the production of renewables, and also because of their strategic position very close to Europe in the northeastern region of Brazil. So how can the state of Ceará not only benefit the international market, but also the citizens of the state of Ceará in this process? So the Secretariat for Economic Development in the state of Ceará have developed an excellent strategic plan. In this plan, hydrogen is contemplated in three axes. Firstly, exporting the molecule, because that's what the market is after. The Ceará therefore has the technology expertise and good costs for supplying hydrogen to the market. Also, we have the learning curve, what we call the learning curve. The more you invest, the more the costs drop. So in Ceará, we have thermal energy plants fueled by coal, and also cement and ceramic industries that are potential consumers of the green hydrogen. So of course, the first frontier would be the export of hydrogen, and then the supply also for the internal market. And the state of Ceará has the mission and the vision of becoming the house for a cutting-edge research and development center. And this is something that will promote the benefits to all the population. We have a Center for Energy Excellence being implemented now in the state, and green hydrogen is a big driver of the process. So in summary, we are seeking these three dimensions. Which one will be the most important? We will see it little by little how it shapes up. But of course, we are very much worried with the internal market. There are studies that show that in 2040, Brazil will be able to have a hydrogen market 2 or 3 times superior to the international market, thanks to the road freight transport market. So a small vehicle, let's say a motorcycle that travels up to 100 kilometers per day, it maybe won't benefit from the hydrogen. Will benefit from electricity and renewables. You can't do the same for lorries that are large capacity vehicles and therefore would need large batteries to run. So hydrogen vehicles, if you take the weight of the battery and combining battery and the hydrogen tank, it becomes a much lighter vehicle than a purely electrical lorry. So if you have additional 10 tons of a battery that you need to carry, then hydrogen does have some advantages in regards to a purely electrical vehicle. Also, in view of the characteristic of the road system in Brazil, we would use 3 million tons of hydrogen per year if you were to serve the entire market. So that would be $60 billion in terms of investment, generating income, and creating jobs in the internal market. That's a very interesting frontier, especially in terms of training. We need to develop the competencies at schools, universities. Also, the technical education system from Senai is a very important partner in this sense. And what if we don't see the market coming to fruition in Brazil? It doesn't matter, because if you do export the technology, then you'll be already competent in doing so. And we do believe that the whole world is already engaging in the energy transitions. Therefore, we can't miss this bus. We need to jump onto this wagon and follow the trend. Yes, green hydrogen is already being in high demand in Ceará. So we have several interesting questions: biofuels, energy transition, marginalized voices. Now we'll have to open the floor for questions of the audience. So, Andrea, one last question. When you speak of energy transition, especially in terms of the social aspects, how can we include marginalized populations such as Black, Indigenous, and former slave communities in this effort? So you just mentioned Senai. I just remember that we had a course with the Instituto Polis alongside Arayara, and we offered during the course a training on the basic aspects regarding energy transition, but also touched on the social justice you just mentioned. There was a principle permeating all the pillars of the course. What are the solutions? What is my role in this discussion and this effort? So we mapped out the 5 key topics and solutions. Firstly, democratizing access in all senses, then reducing inequality, creating jobs and income, for fighting structural racism, and 5th, the impacts on health. Let me touch on this last one. We have 2 dimensions when we speak of climate change and gender. Women are globally, not only in Brazil, but the whole planet, women only hold less than 50% of roles that involved in decision making. So we have also women often engaged in preparing food at the house, and therefore develop health issues because they cook using fire at the house. So there's a set of health impacts, especially in terms of the respiratory tract. Also, there's the noise in the environment they work at the house. All this drives us to think about the health implications of the energy transition. So you have spaces for participation, protection of safeguards, interconnectivity of different territories, and something that is very important for communication and for health is producing evidence and research based on evidence and the narratives from the population in terms of their access to energy, because there's a lot of contradiction and injustice in this history. And that's based on that we are able to come up with the recommendations, with the assessments and solutions, and therefore incorporating these voices in decision-making processes by bringing the demands, but also the solutions from those that live and suffer and are in dire need of climate justice. Have we got time for additional questions? Okay, let's open the floor for questions.
Good afternoon. I'm studying in the University of Sussex on human rights. I don't fully understand the ecological transition, but I do know about human rights. Specifically, I study a lot those movements, those sustainable movements, and how they end up affecting indigenous peoples in the Amazon, even though I consider all these topics as extremely complex. I believe that Brazil has a long and significant history in relation to energy transition when we started with the hydroelectric grid. So we can't say that we don't know who are the most affected people. And I believe that today, the most affected people, in addition to Black people, are also the indigenous peoples of the Amazon. So keeping in mind your experience, considering your experience, you work in that area and you're trying to implement that energy transition in a fair way in Brazil. What are the policies today that are being applied, for instance, in the Northeast or in Amazon? And do these policies exist? Because it's not just a matter of talking about the concepts. We cannot forget that there's a very high cost for humans along the way in order to reach that transition. So I would like you to let us know more in specific, and keeping in mind mainly and specifically indigenous people, how are they being included in that equation? Are those policies in place at all? And if so, how are they working? What are they contributing to? Who wants to start? Oh, well, so in the Institute of Climate and Society, one of the works we are doing there has to do with how we can improve our investments in order to try to interact more with the affected communities. So that's how we want to contribute to the debate, to that debate, to avoid those situations in which the people in general are not aware of these situations. And it's important that the developers and the companies that develop these projects, it's important for them to meet these communities. It's not everything, but it's the first step. I can continue? Yes. I really liked your question. And I would like to say the following. I stressed out the percentage of renewables used in our electrical grid, 93% more or less. So it's a process that was possible throughout several decades, and it had a cost. Many hydroelectric stations were built in important rivers, and they were built inclusively, some of them, during times where democracy was not in place. And I believe they wouldn't have been built today, or at least not in the way they were built during the dictatorship. I think Brazil learned a lot, but there's still a lot for us to learn, as we know. But nowadays, we are not going to build those massive hydroelectric stations as we did in the past, but the problems keep coming back to us. We have several cases of wind power stations in the northeast, in which the communities are largely affected. And how can I say this? They are really losing a lot. There are cases of harassment. The contracts are not well balanced. So we need to pay attention to this. I think that we need to have that empowering and literacy campaigns for the communities. These are extremely important so that the communities can organize themselves, know what are their duties and rights, but mostly the rights, of course. So the energy transition is happening, and while it's happening, we come across certain issues that maybe come back, maybe they repeat themselves, or new issues may surge in the meantime. So we need to really pay attention to all this, and we need to keep in mind the local communities and who is carrying out the project as well. Any additional comments? Daniele, maybe?
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me?
Bem curta a minha fala.
I'll
Eu
be
gostei.
brief.
Deu certo agora?
Is it working?
É bem curta a minha fala. Eu
I'll be brief.
gostei muito da
I
pergunta
really like the question.
e eu acho que até a pergunta que
And
ela
I
fez,
think
ela acabou respondendo por si só e eu
she
concordo
ended up
muito com ela,
answering
em
her own
partes,
question, and I
que
agree with
muitos
her
artigos, muitos estudos que a gente tem, a gente vê
in
muita gente
general that
vindo
we
para a
see
Europa,
there
Estados
are many
Unidos,
articles, many
tendo muitos
research, a
lessons
lot
to
of people
learn,
coming
né?
to
E até
Europe
a
and to
Carolina
the
mencionou
US,
isso, que a gente tende a
and
aprender
we
com
have a
outros países.
tendency
E
of
lógico,
learning from
isso é
other
importante.
countries, and that's
Mas o que
important,
eu
of
sinto e
course.
o que a gente já
But
trouxe em muitas
I
publicações, em
feel,
muito debate,
and
e
we have
cai
brought
nessa
this
pergunta que ela
issue
fez,
into many
eu
debates.
considero isso uma opinião muito
I
particular
think
minha, que a gente
this is a
esquece um
very
pouco de ter
personal, it's a
lessons to learn
personal
com o próprio
view.
país que a gente tem,
We
de olhar para o
tend to
conceito da
forget
história, de olhar um
to
pouco
look
como se isso se
inside our
fez
own
para fazer as
country, to look at our own
modificações
history and
agora. A
how
gente tem todo um
things were done in the
estudo
past
sobre
in
isso,
order for us to
levantamento, trabalhos
bring
muito
about
bem feitos
transformation
dentro do
today. We've
Brasil,
had
que
done an
trazem essa
excellent
questão tanto
job
mais
in many
sustentável
areas
como justa, que a gente precisa olhar um
to
pouquinho mais para o
provide a
local para
sustainable
ter
and
mais
fair
ações
transition, and we need to bring that
diretas,
back and
digamos,
apply
por
that
assim. É
in the
só
different
complemento.
places, in the
Obrigada.
different areas. It's just something that I wanted to add. We'll ask a few questions now, and then we'll have a final round. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Mauricio Moura. I'm an economist. I'm the founder of Iberia Institute. I don't know much about the topic, sorry about that, but I wanted to ask, Brazil wants to produce more oil to fund the energy transition. At least that's what I heard from the President Lula last week and from the President of Petrobras. Is that true? And what are the risks involved in that model? Hi, my name is João. I'm a member of the forum, and I'm a teacher at UCL, student at UCL. Just to complement the question by Carolina, who will abandon oil first? So will we continue to produce oil in the Amazonas River? in order to fund energy transition, or are we hiding behind the issues that are being raised? And I wanted to ask something else. What can social groups do in order to make sure that the transition will actually take place? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was extremely interesting. I am Vanderlei Adeli. I'm a specialist in innovation in the IDB. When we look at the potential at the sectors, when we look at the sectors involved in the transition, they employ mostly men. So women who worked in the traditional sectors outside these markets, that results in women not being involved in the transition. This is just a comment that I wanted to make, and I wanted to bring as well to make a provocation. It has 8 points, but I swear it will be very quick. Less than 100% of the Brazilian companies are involved in exportation. Our investment in P&D is less than 2% of the PIB, it's 1.2, and there are no researches being made, or the ones that are just very isolated cases. 5 products, all based on agricultural sector. They make up 60% of the exportations. Since 1917, our industry has not been growing outside those sectors. 30%, the industry was 30% in the GDP, now it's less than 11. We call it the trap of middle income, because it's in those cases in which there's a transfer to the services sector. If we have the US as the benchmark for the international production, and in fact it's not the case, what they need to do in 15 minutes, we need 1 hour to get the same output. So when we look at the international sophistication, the technologies, the patents, the investment in innovation and in the industry and in TI, for us to have a global vision for the country, do we still have time and energy to proceed with our goals? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucio Alberto. I'm the Director of Sustainable Development at FUNAI. I'm from the state of Amazonas. I'm of the Pare peoples, and we work in the areas, in these topics that you have been debated. And I wanted to ask, the carbon market has been mobilizing our team thanks to the harassment that the indigenous peoples have been suffering as a consequence. Because Brazil still doesn't have this enacted into law, many companies have been harassing indigenous and literally buying their loyalty, promising benefits, and essentially lying to these peoples. Another thing, what was being said about those hydroelectric stations such as Belo Monte, they had a consequence that cannot be reversed, a consequence to the indigenous people. Their human rights were neglected, and in FUNAI right now, we are living the impacts of that policy that was not properly built and didn't take the voices of indigenous peoples into account. It had a negative impact for the peoples, for the environment, for our villages. So when we talk about just energy transition, we need to think about the rights of climate justice, of these indigenous peoples. This has to be our reference, our benchmark when we are debating this topic in spaces like this one. Any further questions? Another one? All right. So we will answer these questions first, and then we'll have a second round. Who would like to? So what was Vanderlei? Okay, I would like to make a comment on your point. You mentioned 8 points. I have to say, it's even difficult to comment on that, but it struck a chord, yes. So the national industry really needs to see something new. We need to face the so-called new neo-industrialization. Those efforts that have been made in the northeast of Brazil is all about that. Make the best of our potential when it comes to the production of green products. It's an opportunity that we have in Brazil. It's not easy because we need to, instead of exporting the commodities, we need to be able to transform locally using green energy. It's a complex task, but it can be done, and we want to make sure that we make the best of this neo-industrialization and make use of the potential we have in renewables. It's something that I see as a solution. I know that the industry has lost a lot of space in Brazil, and to come back to the point we were before is sometimes more difficult, but we cannot give up on that. So I'll make use of your diagnosis, very comprehensive one, and we will try to break all the barriers that are preventing us from continuing and getting to the points we want. But I wanted to stress out again, it's important to make use, in my view, of this opportunity that we have to produce green products.
May I? May I go next? I believe that some questions were really addressed to the representative of government now here in the panel. So let me try and address those. Let me say that it's not up to the Ministry of Finance to decide how much oil will be produced and for how long. Also, the Amazon River issue is not something that pertains to the Ministry of Finance, but to the Ministry of Environment and Development. And of course, at the technical level, IBAMA, the Institute for Environment, for the Environment in Brazil, that's the main agency that has the scope of this action. Of course, we're following Chatham House rules. I don't think that we need oil and the income from the delta of the Amazon River to finance the transition. We are at the edge we are in the cutting edge of technology. We are in the frontier of the transfer of knowledge in terms of science and technology in the world for energy. So sometimes I think we're almost afraid of using this potential, this knowledge. Maybe Petrobras could invest more in several different frontiers in terms of energy technology. I'm very optimistic that Petrobras can be a champion of green diesel because I believe it's the only company with the necessary conditions to achieve this position currently. The debate is a very complex one. Again, who will move out of oil first? This is a debate that involves different strata in society. And if I were to propose any criteria to decide who's getting out of oil first, then we would need to involve in per capita income, the level of dependency to oil, the role of oil and the market share of oil in the economic value of that country. So all of these need to be included. And if we were to have this debate, we need to really engage in it and get to the bottom of the matter in order to achieve our intended goals. In regards to the carbon market, what's your name again? Lucia Albert. So, Lucia, I think you have raised a key issue here. The carbon market has gone through a boom, and all markets that do not have sufficient regulation, we have problems there because the legal framework is trying to keep up with the development of market. So we have harassment episodes in the market. We can see several instances of fraud in the voluntary market, in harassment of certain communities. And we need to have the legal and police framework in order to combat this sort of practice. And again, I stress the regulation of the voluntary carbon marketplace in Brazil is something that needs to incorporate traditional and indigenous populations and their inclusion in the marketplace. And I must say that the government is well aware of the matter and interested to include and address all these instances of abuse. Vanderlei, my old friend, your points are very pertinent. These are some matters that we deal with on a daily basis. So the just environment transition is a response to, or also akin to other initiatives that we see throughout in countries. We have the European Green Deal, we have the Chinese committees for planning. We don't have the same amount of funds these people have, but in the Ministry of Finance, with partners with MDIC, with BNDES, which is the largest financer of green technology in the world, we have some resources available. So financing to innovation at the base interest rate, which is a very generous one at that. We have Fundo Clima, a trust that benefits organizations working in ecological transition at a much advantageous interest rate that you would get from a commercial bank and so on. Of course, the amount of funds is not as large as we would like to, but we do have a robust action and robust power to address the Brazilian reality as a global leader for decarbonization. Excellent. Driele,
Sim,
would you like
gostaria.
to
Vou tentar
contribute?
ser breve. Eu gostei muito
Yes,
das...
let me try and be brief.
Deu certo agora?
Can you hear me?
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me now?
Ok. Eu gostei muito das perguntas e eu gostaria de complementar, eu acho que até fazer algumas provocações em relação a isso, né? Em relação à questão da Petrobras, do financiamento, né? A gente tem observado, principalmente aqui na Europa, que alguns projetos pilotos, principalmente de hidrogênio, que começaram a ser já desenvolvidos, inicialmente eles tiveram X de budget para isso, e passado 2, 3 anos eles viram que esse budget inicial é muito pouco para todo esse desenvolvimento, inclusive para a questão de onde está esse consumo desse hidrogênio e a questão da infraestrutura, como eu coloquei. Então, está tanto o governo como empresas de petróleo que estão envolvidas nesse processo de estar trabalhando com hidrogênio, estão vendo que esse budget inicial social não está dando conta e, inclusive, estão pedindo por subsídio do governo em relação a isso. Então, a gente vê que tem uma parcela significativa de investimento, mas que sem todo esse dinheiro a gente não consegue fazer essa transição. Isso é muito sério, que cai em outro ponto. Há países, sim, exportadores de petróleo que acabam investindo muito desse investimento em ciência e tecnologia, desenvolvimento tecnológico, por exemplo, novamente, de hidrogênio ou de tecnologia offshore ou de renovável, ou acabam tendo a concentração de patente na mão, acabam tendo até mesmo uma matriz renovável. E a gente observa que há todo esse investimento em desenvolvimento de tecnologia e inovação, que cai muito nos pontos muito bem discutidos pela Van der Leyen. Eu acho que isso é muito crítico. Eu acho que esse investimento talvez não deveria ser maior, mas o problema em si está, enquanto a gente tiver demanda por petróleo, os investimentos ainda vão estar centrados nisso. E o que a gente tende é diminuir essa demanda que dificilmente ocorre por várias questões ainda que envolvem muito a questão de tecnologia, de disponibilidade até mesmo do recurso, segurança energética. Outro ponto muito bem levantado pela Van der Leyen, que eu acho que cabe muito aqui nessa mesa, é a questão da transição energética justa. Recentemente, desenvolvi uma metodologia para cadeia, uma nova metodologia para cadeia de valor sustentável, e eu acabei aplicando essa metodologia para hidrogênio verde. E no setor de produção, principalmente em países em desenvolvimento, como a questão da África, cruzando isso com o Sustainable Development Goals, a gente observou aqui que ia acontecer muito as questões de desigualdade de gênero, iria aumentar a questão de desemprego, a questão realmente da mulher não conseguir ainda ter acesso. Então, se a gente estava observando que os mesmos problemas que a gente já está tendo dentro de uma cadeia, estavam, mesmo que há investimento, que fala que se não, a gente vai ainda contribuir para o projeto piloto, a gente observa que isso, em fato, em loco, não está ocorrendo, e que há uma demanda, mas que também é um risco, umas red flags, como a gente chamou, muito grande disso acontecer. Então, a questão de a gente trazer esse processo de transição justa numa cadeia emergente é essencial, porque senão vai ocorrer os mesmos problemas que a gente já tem observado. E eu sou totalmente, eu acho que o último ponto que você colocou a tecnologia, desenvolvimento tecnológico, o processo de inovação, ele acaba trazendo muito o desenvolvimento do país como um todo. E o que a gente justamente discute muito da relação entre o Global North e o Global South é justamente a questão de transferência tecnológica, né? Que a gente ainda é muito dependente e a gente tem potencial, como já foi visto, que a gente conseguiu fazer isso na Petrobras, se tiver cada vez mais investimento de estar desenvolvendo isso. É isso, Gabriel. Obrigada.
Just a very brief comment for Van der Leyen. The state government of Ceará is a benchmark in the way they have selected their team. 50% of the secretaries in the cabinet of the state government are women. Another teams, and we have all the teams in the state of Ceará that are all working for that as well. Congratulations to Ceará. Round of applause for Ceará. We were the pioneers. I've been working the Secretariat of Environment in Ceará. We have a wonderful team, Andrea. So congratulations to Ceará, but at a global level, still have a long way to go. So I would like to conclude by answering the question that was addressed to me with 2 lines of thought. So we need to speak of the dreams, and I have a dream maybe for the next COP30 or maybe the next edition of Brazil Forum, how we can work in the narratives instead of being proud of the renewables and the energy transition, how we can use this excellency in renewables and just transition. I hope we can also promote equality for children, women, traditional communities, and so on. So in the short time, we need to think of the battle between the different narratives, and also we are addressing several issues at once. So I need to mention Engajamundo, Narayara, IEMA, Instituto Nordeste Potência. All these are organizations that work in training and providing recommendations for governments and other instances of the just transition. And I invite everyone to follow the Brazilian Institute of Climate Justice, because we work on 4 axes that point towards a just energy transition and clean energy transition accessible to all, thanks to communication, to environmental and climate education, research based on data, and also policy recommendations. And this is why we do what we do, because we envisage a just, clean environment accessible to all, and also with justice for all. So this panel is now coming to an end. It has exceeded all my expectations. Congratulations to all panel members. I would like to thank all the people that supported the efforts to organize this panel. Thank you, Driali, for your online participation, because we really wanted to have you here, but we had a great time together anyway. Thank you, everyone, and the future is Brazilian.
I will speak now if anyone is deaf or hard of hearing. My name is Alessandra Benedito. I am a member of Fundação Lema. I'm a black woman with long curly hair, wearing glasses, black glasses, and a black shirt. The students and everyone involved in the organization of Brazil Forum UK, I would like to salute you. It's been great so far, and it has been exceeding our expectations. And we would like to talk about the network of students who benefit from the bursaries of Fundação Lehman and who have the possibility of gaining access to this interconnectivity, which is very important in their learning. Fundação Lehman believes that investing in people is essential to make Brazil a more advanced and fair country. We share our goals with this event. We want to promote plural spaces for debates, to discuss ideas for the future, and to find transformational ideas for the future. We want to contribute to a high quality public education and to create leadership, and also to invest in production and dissemination of knowledge through knowledge hubs, including in areas, in places such as Oxford. We believe in the essential points for the development on Brazil, mainly in the areas of education. So for that, we need to recognize that the entire society, organizations, academia, governmental and company leaderships, essentially all the stakeholders need to be present with a diversity of opinions and thought. There's a need to dialogue together in the same space. Fundação Lehman believes that investing in people is the way to go to make Brazil a fairer country. Our mission is to contribute to this process of change, and we hope this event continues to promote plural debates with positive perspectives for the strengthening, development of our country, because after all, the future is Brazilian. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Daniel Ensenada. I'm studying in the London School of Economics, and I'm a Chevening scholar, and I would like to start the panel Digital Culture and Financial Inclusion in Brazil from Carney to PIX. In name of the organization, I would like to thank Malu and Lehman and the Haddad Foundation for supporting this event. The financial transition in this country involves as well the transition in how payments are made. We started from Carnet, which belonged when payments were made in paper in the past, to PIX. It's been a journey of modernization and the democratization of access to financial services, but many Brazilians continue to be outside this system. Micro and small entrepreneurs, as well as lower social classes, face a number of barriers and to joining new organization payment systems. And this panel will explore the opportunities and challenges presented by PIX. PIX was a model that really brought change. It has reducing costs in retail and has opened ways to the access of new services and products. More than a tool, it symbolizes the digital transformation that we want and we will, when we can, build in Brazil, so that everyone has access to good quality financial services, regardless of where they live, and where entrepreneurs can operate and contribute to the economy, and so that the financial sector can be more competitive and focused on the citizen. So we are happy to bring to this panel the following panelists: Luisa Helena Trajano, Chairman of the Board of Magazine Luiza and the Women of Brazil Group. Eduardo Lopes, Eduardo, he's a global head of public policy at Nubank and president of Zeta. Previously led technology and innovation policy projects at the Meta, was an advisor to the center, the Brazilian Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution of the World Economic Forum, and diplomat of career. He is a has a bachelor's degree in law and a master's degree in international relations. He holds a MBA in management. Nina Silva is a CEO and one of the founders of the Black Money Movement and the Black Bank, and was named the world's most disruptive woman by the Women in the Tech Global Awards 2021. Ivan Martinez Vargas will be the moderator. She has a scholarship in Ling Institute for the MA in Public Policy. She has a 14-year career in Brazilian journalism, specializing in covering politics and the economy. She was working in the newsrooms of O Globo, Época, Folha, Record, and Estadão. He holds a master's degree in international relations from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. I wish you all a great debate. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon once again. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Luis, Eduardo, Nina. In Brazil, we have carried out a revolution when it comes to digital revolution and financial inclusivity, despite all our structural problems. Even during the pandemic, there was an adherence, a very strong adherence to tools such as Pix, and the bank level of competition in Brazil used to be very low. So how do you see that in different areas? It could be in retail, financial institutions, and in technology in general. Luisa, first, please. Well, in the first place, good afternoon, everyone. Please tell me good afternoon as well. It's a great pleasure to be here. Always very surprised by these events because I love seeing young people involved in this. This is the future. I love the topic, but I just wanted to say the following. Brazil is the future, and I wanted to add the word now, because we listened that Brazil is the future. We've been listening to that for a long time. So I would like to add the future is Brazilian now. So congratulations for this session. I learned a lot. I told Vinicius Barroso anything related to intellectual understanding of these topics is something that I really pay attention to. So before Carnet, before the payments in paper, we used to have a promissory note. You needed to give a receipt. I don't know if it was like that in your time. Oh yeah, I heard about it. You need to give 30 or 40 receipts back then so that so the payment could be processed. Imagine the amount of control that needed to be carried out. And Carnet was an innovation. Everybody loved it back then. Everybody loved the Carnet when it was implemented. When it comes to the digital era, it's a culture. It's not just a website. It's not just a matter of having an application. It's a culture that came to deeply change the way of thinking and the way of acting of the people, including the banks. They know about it. The bank transformation has been enormous, and it came to make life easier. So it's a culture. And as you said, the simpler people don't have access to many other types of application. But in Brazil, we have the highest number of cell phones by person. This has been proven. So the digital era changed the mentality. So when we talk about a product, it's no longer the industry that publishes the features of a product. Nowadays, it's the consumer who talks about the products, and they research on products. So it really changed a lot, simplified a lot, and most of retail back then was physical. It wasn't used to deal electronically. So it changed a lot. It happened in the US and all around the world. It really changed the retail. In 1991 and 1992, we didn't have like a multimedia system. We had to create a store that didn't have any products there. So we would have to sell by videos. We started the first stores of this kind in a small city in Brazil, and up until 2000, Brazil wasn't involved in Facebook yet. Everyone needed to record a video, pretty much showing, for instance, a fridge, how it works. And in 1992, this was already happening. So I wanted to say, I want to explain what was the difference between analog and digital. I go to social media, and we have like 10% of, I see 10% of the reviews are favorable, and like 90% are kind of negative. They say, oh, the product is great, but didn't arrive on time, etc., etc. And during the electronic era, I used to get a bit of that. They used to tell me, it's very easy to buy a table, for instance, at your store, but it takes me like half an hour to pay for your product. It takes more than 30 minutes so that I can pay, because all this work to make the payment possible was very time consuming. And the computer room was, you really needed to, there was a lot of security involved to gain access to the computers. So it was very hard to get there. Any process that needed to be made there, it would take like 8 or 15 months to complete, because that's how the system was set up. I would tell to my team in the electronic department, they used to say that it takes more than 40 minutes. The clients are saying it takes more than 40 minutes to pay for a product. So they were trying and fighting and struggling to reduce the time it took. So it then became 5 minutes faster. Nowadays, with digital, you can do everything with your smartphone. It doesn't take more than like 3 minutes. So the mentality has changed. It's not only a matter of technology. The technology has changed, but the mentality has changed the most. And people ask me, so, and Magazine Luiza was one of the first companies in the world that had this mentality, and we never stopped the physical store. We go to RNF, I go from a store to a hospital, and the physical store came back, but it does need to change the concept. It's no longer a normal store. So it's a very deep change that made things easier. And just to conclude, Brazil is a country that it's very easy to create startups. You can just see people have digitalized themselves very quickly. So there's this startup mentality in Brazil, much more than other countries.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am a black person with dark skin, very long hair. I'm very exotic looking, very beautiful. I'm dressed in yellow with yellow trousers and a yellow kimono and pink shoes. We've just had a lesson about just energy transition. I really thank the panelists from the previous panel, especially for Andrea, for her representativeness as a Black person. We know how important it is to speak of inclusiveness, and Luiza has just taught us of what it's the so-called customer experience. And precisely why we are here discussing the use of digital tools to promote the so needed inclusion in the finance sector. Luisa has spoken of the promissory note and the payment slips, and now we have the PIX and the DREX, which is the digital currency for Brazil that will be implemented in the future. So I hope everybody understands what is DREX. So that DREX is the digital currency for real. And the digital tools bring more transparency for the sector. That's precisely what we need, transparency and access for all. In Brazil, we need to remember that half of the total population of 240 million people, 6 people have half the riches of all the country. 6 white men, to be precise. I think you could figure it out before me saying it. And then 6 people held the same amount of wealth as the over 100 million. So how can we promote digital financial instruments to make this revolution is indeed inclusive? Because resources and production means are totally different and distributed very unequally throughout society. So the PIX, the instantaneous payment methods, are now has now hit 106 million transactions, over 96 million reais in a single day. So now we see that the PIX was very much in demand, especially to bring the emergency grant aid for the population during the pandemic, and we needed to bankerize the population, to bank the population, because we have a large portion of the population that was still unbanked, and that will allow us to include more people in the system for them to open up current accounts. Of course, the emergency aid during the pandemic did not result in an actual inclusion in the market, because these people that used to touch this type of grant are no longer receiving these funds. So the average ticket, if it's still there, it's a very low amongst this population. And Luisa just mentioned the transition between electronic and digital. If we go some decades back, we see the difference. Now we are speaking of the artificial intelligence. Lu is actually the largest and most well-known avatar for retail. If you let me, I'll show a video about our avatar of the Magazine Luiza. So I just wanted to define, to understand who is making a productive use of these digital tools in Brazil, how we can encourage that, and what are the technologies that look like they're very modern, but they're actually quite old. So artificial intelligence is been around since the 1940s. Most of the technology that we are using today were developed with the means, with a view for war application, during the Cold War especially. And as Andrea has mentioned, we have the question of access. Just like we need to see access to energy, we also need to see the access to technology. Nina, I believe you have raised several interesting topics for both the public and the private sector. For the bank sector, all the financial institutions financial entities are seeing an increased competition environment. So how do you see this setting, Eduardo? So thank you so much for inviting me for this panel. It's a pleasure to be here alongside Luisa, Nina, and Ivan. Well, I wanted to address the PIX. I agree with Nina. Access does not equate inclusion. I know part of the audience of this event does not live in Brazil. Have you ever done a PIX? Have you ever used the PIX every day, all the time? I'm pretty sure that those of you that are watching us online use PIX very frequently on their everyday activities. I have some data. These are data from May. We have 50 million individuals now registered in the role and almost 15 million organizations, more than 325 million transactions totaling 1.2 trillion reais in the month of May. I think these are very important figures. It is the most important payment method in Brazil. The market share of 41%, followed by credit card, debit cards, also payment slips, which are still a big part of the market, but you can have a sense of the sheer size of the market. Of these 50 million individuals, you only had 77 million people making online transactions. Nowadays, we have 152 million people performing financial transactions online. So you have seen how this has grown. Since we are in a school of government, I think this is a pertinent question. This is a digital revolution in Brazil where the population is fast to adopt all this innovation. What were the conditions put in place so that PIX could achieve such a record adherence in such a short time frame? I think we have a combination of the public sector and the private sector, because PIX is part of a public agenda led by the Central Bank of Brazil. The central bank appears in the news because of the basic interest rate, but it has another important role in promoting the security, stability of the financial sector of the country. The whole government has a role in this sense, and has been more than 15 years ago that we started seeing more competition, where we had the different devices for card payments in commercial establishments. So you would go to a shop with a card, and you had different devices to read your card for the payment. So also in the past, getting a license to operate in the bank system was really costly and really difficult to obtain. So from 2013 onwards, we had a new piece of legislation that had a much lighter burden with more equal access to the market. And that's when you begin to see new financial entities entering the market. And these conditions were starting to be created. Also, the digital means are becoming more widespread, and therefore the central bank allowed the onboarding of new customers via digital means. So you don't need to bring your customer to a branch of your bank in person to open an account. You can do this digitally. The next step was the PIX, the introduction of PIX. So you have digital culture already adopted, the digital tools and technology for banks and for individuals already in place. That makes the introduction of the PIX to for a widespread adoption. Of course, pandemic played a role for people to move into the digital, but we still need to understand the actual impacts in terms of the improvement of financial security and citizenship thanks to PIX. We are speaking of the future being Brazilian, so we need to think of the successes we have achieved with this sort of policy making in Brazil. The whole country is now looking at the metrics and results achieved by the PIX in terms of the financial inclusion. And looking for this Brazilian future that is happening now, PIX is a good example to showcase how we are doing this, and we have started with a right foot. Nina has mentioned, and you as well, Eduardo. Of course, we have had digitalization, but we still have a good part of the Brazilian population that is still unbanked, and also a considerable amount of people, some 25 million according to Instituto Locomotiva, that hold current accounts but do not move any resources. So perhaps not because of the cultural digital per se, but because of the structural difficulties of the country. So Luisa, where do you think that Brazil is performing well, and where do we have room for improvement? And what do you have to do in government alongside the private sector? I think Eduardo has mentioned how we have collaboration in place when we need to achieve something. And the PIX did involve all different spheres of government and different stakeholders to achieve this sort of access to the system, and how the speed of this process was really important.
So when we talk about this pro-positive position, we see something positive, but we cannot forget that there was the need, there was a scope of need, and there must be a structure behind that, because inequality in Brazil are structures. They were structured from our social relationship that had a direct impact on our relationships. So right now we have a higher degree of competition within the financial system. I won't say the bank system because not every entity is a bank. I mean the financial system. But we have a structure in which we look for the private sector when their resources, and look at the public sector with a group of policies and affirmative policies to ensure that there is a collective access to capital for a positive impact. But there isn't a program in the world today that keeps this in mind, because there's simply a creation of programs that simply look for the moment, but they don't look for the cause, for what's behind that. So we try to action mechanisms and transformational movements. For instance, the Black Money movement is a movement that has a voice, brings a voice to the Black community, and brings their voice, makes their voice heard by these financial institutions. There should be a programs for this, and not just single projects. So we need to have this positivity, but we need to develop more deeply the programs. In 2023, a new program was launched by the government to ensure that we don't have IPFs, negative IPFs. Retail is grateful for that, government is grateful for that, But when there is the adherence to these new programs, that's because some financial institutions gain autonomy because of the negotiation, and there was a problem of frauds. Some frauds, digital frauds were created, were made, and so the CPFs, the tax numbers in Brazil, were affected. This was negative. This created a negative relation between people and money and prevented this inclusion at the digital level. So the program wasn't in direct touch with the population, didn't make that connection with the technologies that we have today, such as the blockchain. If I connect through blockchain, I have a higher degree of cybersecurity. So when we think about programs that assist people and they have, we need to have this in mind. We need to have a much more amplified system in place. We need to be able to connect the resources from international and national funds. And we need to have this dialogue. We need to have an active dialogue for CPFs and as CNPJs of companies, the collective tax number of companies. Essentially, we need to know what's positive of these programs and what aspects we need to pay attention to. So there's a lack of society agents better connected within this open finance system. Luisa, I wanted to ask a similar question. Retail, you brought the example of Carne as a historical example, but e-commerce, that in which you were a leader in Brazil, it required a lot of capital as well, but there are structural issues yet that affect those who are getting the resources and the consumer. I would like to understand, how do you see the future? What are the challenges in the retail sector? What are the problems that need to be addressed? First, I agree with you. Inclusivity is our responsibility. There are 30 million Brazilians that live in abject poverty. That's why we created the Mulheres Brazil group that has been working in that. They have been working on public policies. We cannot accept inequality. That's why Magalu created a training for Black people, and nowadays is a worldwide success. So the civil society has to act, not just the government. The civil society needs to work in favor of inclusivity. You cannot accept inequality. We cannot accept that some people don't have opportunities and they have nothing to eat. I was debating this the other day at the school with the secretary. Sometimes I go to the countryside and it takes 2 hours to get there. So that it takes 2 hours for the children to go to the school. I've been there 10 times and I really know that this is a problem. It's a problem that we need to sort out. But answering the other question, we really need to understand these aspects very well. Why has Pix become a success? Things are so difficult that people don't have access to anything. Do you know what Drex is? It's an electronic Brazilian real. Those who didn't know, you can now clap your hands because now you know it exists. My struggle and the struggle of my team took place because I agree with all of you. So I have to say that Pix was successful because, for instance, one of my employees who works as a housekeeper, they can use Pix in 1 minute. So that's also the inclusion, bank inclusion for people. It's a different type of bank. A lot of things will happen. And if this new currency that will be inserted in PIX, it will also have success. Being simple doesn't mean it's overly simple. We need to understand these things. We have, sometimes I ask, can you explain these things to our people? It's a type of language that our consumer don't understand. They are simple, but nowadays it's possible to make use PIX in 1 minute. And so there's this ease of access to PIX. And how can we increase that? The number of users will increase, more people will have access to PIX, more people will be inserted into the bank system when we have more jobs in the country, because any developing country only can generate income by it's not possible to just give out money. You need to generate income. It was possible sometimes during the pandemic, but the programs had to stop because there's not enough money for everything. So we need a job that generates income and by innovation. These are the two aspects. But because interest rates are rising, I have not in the central bank, but the rates have been very high. High interest rates prevent jobs to be created. So this affects the small and medium entities. So when the bank is the rates at the bank are very high, interest rates are very high, it's not possible for these people to have access to it. Retail is essential. Other industries, they manufacture and they transport goods, but we are essential. We do not have a plan for anything. It's not even for 10 or 15 years. We don't have a plan, and it's our fault, the civil society. We are the ones who vote. So I agree with what you said, but without an economic plan, without inflation only exists when it's not related to the lack of products. So it's important to have a plan and an openness in the market. If we don't have this, it's not possible. You cannot give $50 to a foreign company that doesn't pay tax here, and then the people here pay much more tax. So these things didn't affect Magalu because I really fight to avoid that. But it's impossible for people who live here and need to pay such high taxes. So it's complicated. So if you don't see this as a whole, we need to have a strategic plan, a global one. We need to change everything. Yesterday about education, I was speaking to Dr. Anna. Brazil can manufacture, but it's not able to sell. She gave me an example about a Brazilian who has owns a college, and they create vaccines. They are trying to go to Brazil to be able to buy and sell it. We don't have a full process, and this is our struggle. This has the struggle of all of us, and you students, please, your voice is very important here. So that's what's missing. We need more money in the economy, and I think we cannot accept inequality and discrimination. Our country was not made for that. I need to pass the ball to the attendees, but I wanted to say you really have a macro vision starting from retail, and I wanted to talk about the financial sector. So we spoke about PIX and how it increased the access of people and how the Brazilian legislation allowed for new institutions and stakeholders in that sense. But that's just the first step. Nina mentioned open finance, and I'll translate this. I'm sure everyone understands, but open finance, what's that? What's that system? It means that you can standardize all the data sharing between financial institutions. So all the institution will have to be able to communicate using the same language, having the same registry to allow that the clients can share data amongst these financial institutions. My personal records, financial record is mine. I want to be able to use it. I've had a long history of credit in one institution, and other institution B cannot compete because they don't know if I'm paying on time, if I have too much leverage. The open finance allows this communication. The person is at the center, and the end result is an agenda that's being implemented by the central bank, and it's inspired in the British model, but it's being perfected. We have 43 million consents to open finance. It's the largest in the world, and within those 30 million are unique requests, so it's unique people. So these people will be able to gain access to other services and products without having to open new accounts in different financial institutions, and they will be able to compare institutions in real time. Let's say if I need 50 real, I need a microcredit, or 1,000 real to replace the window of my store. Now I can gain access to 4 or 5 institutions and compare their rates. And the incentive this will result for these institutions is that they will need to compete and lower the prices. It's this level of this possibility to compare is essential. And there's also the aspect of portability. This is now the step we need to take when it comes to open finance. I need to, if I'm a client of institution A and the service is not good, I should be able to switch to institution B. So I'm the one who owns the relationship of as a client. I must be able to compare 4 or 5 institutions. If I'm not happy with my financial institution, I can change to another one. This really increases competition and gives to people what belongs to them. So this increased competition is essential, so that in addition to access, we really need to improve the level of service, give them at a better cost, and it's so that we have a system in which there isn't that much of a concentration. So as I said 15 years ago, those burdens have been decreasing, but we need to do more. And open finance is precisely what we need to invest in, and we cannot go back. There's a tendency to people who are in dominant position, they want to keep the status quo. This has to be done by the society, not the financial system, and we cannot accept walking backwards.
We will now open for questions from the audience. Let's hear several questions in a single round, please. Maybe 3 questions at a time. I want to screen my video, okay? Good afternoon. This is a very exciting panel. I really love this powerful Black woman speaking about this topic. And I want to tell Luisa that I love shopping at Magalu. Now you began speaking of promissory notes. We had the little notebook from the store owner in my neighborhood. That was the credit back then. So open finance, really like the logic and I understand what you're saying, but I'm concerned about the privacy of users. And also, I believe this is a two-way road in Brazil. You open up and publicize your whole life. So you need to tell the banks if you're buying a washing machine or tampons. But I don't know who are the exact owners of the data and who am I speaking to. So I want to know, is it worth it? Who we are talking to? And is it a consortium? Is it an individual organization? My second question is, how will bank function as a portfolio, offer a portfolio of services? Some if the banks are not, how can they serve the Black population if they are not including Black people in their boards, if they still follow white meritocracy schemes within the organizations? For instance, supporting organizations in Brazil that act against women, such as Maria da Penha. Can we get another question before we go for a round of answers? Over here in the front, please. Her name is Macaé. She was a member of the previous panel. So hard to follow up, Macaé. My name is Stephanie. As I mentioned in the previous panel, I study innovation and entrepreneurship at Success University, and my specialty is digital innovation. And I do address PIX in my work in this initiative that was led by the government, the central bank. Of course, it was disseminated even further by the pandemic. But as Nina mentioned, this was adhered by the Brazilian society out of necessity. And even though Brazil is a leader in digital transformation, nowadays we have over 90% of the population of Brazil accessing the internet and using smartphones, but still there's a lot of people seeking the services in person. Caixa Tem was a service promoted by Caixa, the national bank, because they wanted to face PIX, and then we had queues of people outside the branches trying to use the service of Caixa Tem. How can you then replicate the learned lessons from PIX to other digital platforms such as Caixa Tem and other public financial services available digitally? And how can this adherence be obtained? Okay, who's starting? Well, Macaé, in answer to Macaé, you mentioned something that we have been already working on. Nubank has launched an official communication that we do not have any prior kind of partnership or support to the organization you just mentioned. We prohibit any discriminatory practice in the company, and we are, of course, supportive of human rights. And then I just wanted to highlight that in regards to open finance, your point is really pertinent in the sense that it is now being the subject of new regulation by the government alongside the collaboration of finance department. So what you can only promote open finance by institutions approved and investigated by the central bank. And this is important to address the concerns you have raised. As Nina mentioned, in the digital world, we have frauds, we have illegal actions, and therefore we have this concern towards fraud and privacy. And the ability of sharing data is based upon the consent of the individual user and they need to know what they are sharing, who they are sharing this with, and how. And that's how you get access to all these services and products. On the finance institution side, they are also faced with increased competition, and that's a win-win situation. You offer the historical record to the entities, and that increases your portfolio of options and choices. Also, Stephanie, your question is very pertinent. In Brazil, we see programs that are in the agenda of our other sessions, which is gov.br. I believe this is the centralized system for identification online. Over 44 services. It's a unique platform with all these services concentrated, and it's offered by the government. So Pix and gov.br, they are very easy to use tools available for anyone to access and gives access to all sorts of public services. So this trend of digital governments, digital identities, all this makes the access more widespread and has impacts on the retail and the economy as a whole. In my opinion, the government has a ministry for digital inclusion and innovation, and this is an agenda that is at a high priority for the government, especially for public services. Let me go back to my initial remarks when I spoke of programs targeted at changing the framework. If you don't go to the root cause, you can't achieve a good result. We are speaking of cultures, the digital culture, and as any culture, it is an instrument, a device for inclusion. It is no use having the best technology, the best apps and programs if I don't use them, if I don't allow the access and communicate how to use them for the population. So let's say open finance, my data are my property. We have been speaking about this when we discuss GDPR in the country already. So the largest companies in the world today are those that own the most data on the consumer, and this is what everybody is eager to obtain. So the asset, the knowledge is an asset. So they know about our consuming partners, patterns, and our behaviors. So we need a two-way road there. I think Macaé just touched on a very sensitive topic. They know my historical records. Sometimes even because of my address, they will deny credit to me. And we have an information that Black people are denied credit 3 times more often than white people. We have the possibility of creating funds to invest in startups. We are a country that's innovative and creative and creating good technology, but in the whole world, only 4% of venture capital funds are reach women. 4% is too low. It's important to say that post-pandemic, women are now visible. We are more visible. Yes, but visibility needs to mean actual means for growth and accelerating our action. But we need development, we need funds, we need credit. And therefore, we need the mechanisms that grant access to this encouragement. Who is having the access to support mechanism to small businesses in the National Bank of Development? who is the recipient of this support. In some regions, people are not even aware of the Desenrola program. And this is, people think it's for the individual small businesses. No, it's only for the individual sole traders. So this requires a lot of planning and a clear set of actions that act on the root causes. And that includes not only reducing default, but also including new users in the system, providing the access to all people for the credit to accelerate business creation and business development. And that does not mean only knowing our bank details, because many people are not a part of the bank system because credit is being denied to a great part of the population. So we need to keep on doing this good work. We are a benchmark for the development and access of technology and access to the banking system, but we need to provide access to the credit. And this market relies on having the means for or capital for production. So these people are not the Black people. These are not the traditional peoples, the indigenous peoples. They have much less literacy in terms on how to access the credit resources in the country. Another round of questions? Good afternoon. I'm Edmer. I'm a student in data science at LSE. I believe the last talk, the last remarks by Eduardo were really striking. I don't know how open finance can lead to increased competition. I think it leads to asymmetry of information in favor of the banks. I cannot see how citizens will benefit from this unless you are a wealthy person that already benefits from credit access. So how would you benefit from spreading your credit information to all banks? So again, the power to me seems to be in the hands of the bank, and the individuals are at a loss. So banks get to know everything about your client, and they are in a position to deny credit to individual users. So how does this lead to increased competition and not something that can be used against the citizen?
Thank you. Congratulations to the panel. Great discussion. I wanted to touch upon the question made by Deputy Mackay. So the financial sector is doing an anti-regulation lobby. Zeta, for instance, has signed anti-regulation notes, and the Senate is currently debating these things, and the social society wants these credits to be high risk because there are racist features in this sense, but the financial system keeps doing that. Is there a way to change this scenario? Another question. Back there. Okay, two questions. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Maconi Ribeiro, I'm from Recife. I would like to say great, such a great panel, really important what we are discussing this. I think it's really cool to have these discussions. We are in Oxford and we are debating all these topics about digital culture and financial inclusivity. This is really interesting. When we think about inclusivity, I think in a pragmatic terms. I think the Brazilian population has been in a great sense excluded. But I think you, Nina, you are an exception to the rule. Most Black women don't have this knowledge on finance. This is the foundation of Brazil. So I would like to understand what can we do? I mean, given that the future is Brazilian and digital transformation and financial inclusivity is part of the future, and sustainable development and climate justice, which I believe that we who live in the peripheries and who are Black and peripheral, we are facing a problem of climate justice. So what routes can we develop so that we really have a future that brings about a real inclusivity? Because financial inclusivity and climate justice is a matter of knowledge. So what can we do to actually have a more inclusive Brazil and to allow the population to have access to those that knowledge? Just one more question. This is the last round. And there's also the video that Luisa made. Hi, my name is Rafaela. I work in the financial markets in Belgium, and I have a question related to financial inclusivity. When you ask for a loan or to make an investment, the language that is used, it's always very complex. If you take into account the average Brazilian who only has middle school, they don't know what's a CDI, what is a direct treasury, what's an interest rate. These terms are very complex, and the bureaucracy is always very, very large. To lending money costs money, or asking for money costs money. What tools are available to retailers? What tools can they use to educate these consumers so that they know that when they are going to buy a fridge or a new car, that the price that they see, they think, okay, I will pay 5,000 Brazilian real 10 times, but there may be an interest rate aggregated to that, and so the final price will be much higher than it would be if they bought it straight away, outright. So in what ways have we got to make these terms very clear for the consumer? Would you like to begin, to start? I'm sorry if I forgot to answer, if I forget to answer any of the questions, but starting from Open FISA, the main point is you need to have the access to that comparability. When you can compare what's available in terms of offer, in terms of supply, it creates a bilateral relationship. So in the past, in fact, it was bilateral. So a person would have the relationship with one institution and they couldn't have access to other institutions to compare the services. Now there are bids for the same client, and this can be done very easily, and the client can switch services very easily. If I have a credit line with one institution and I want to change to another institution, I need to have other institutions like institution A, B, C, and D competing to offer a better rate. It's a 0.9, 0.85, etc. So it will allow this access to a comparison between the services. And to mention as well, to talk about as well in financial inclusion, there's the perception that financial literacy through good practices and educational videos, that doesn't work. Maybe it's necessary, but to a degree, it's not enough. The financial education needs to be inserted into the product. So you mentioned privacy. We know, privacy by design. We need financial education by design. It needs to be inserted into the product. That is done by being transparent about what we are charging with a simplified language, the receipt, when they are going to pay, they need to understand what are the options and how much the product will cost them in the end. We know this, and we know the data about school dropout. We know that there's a deficit of learning, of education in our country, especially in mathematics. So how can they calculate the percentage of interest? They just want to know, does it cost 5 or does it cost 10? So they see, okay, if 10 is more expensive than 5, so I'm not going to try to pay outright. So this is a sort of exercise that we need to implement. And institutions such as Nubank and institutions connected to Zeta, they have to bring that improvement to everyone. We need to, we've had this traditional banking system that has stubbornly remained for many decades, and it needs to modernize. There's a long way to go, but I think that's where change can come from. And another thing, I'm a member of FinTech, I'm a Zeta associate. They are right. If you ask for more data from the consumer, they ask too much data from the consumer. So we need to think about that as well, because there's a credit score that inherited all of this. So I understand their perspective. So we know that now we have access to better costs through competition. But the company needs to, for instance, need to be penalized if they open all the data, they gain access to all the data of the client. In Brazil, we used to issue credit to women up to 3,000 real for women who didn't have access to any sort of credit, like if they wanted to buy a kitchen robot, and we wanted to buy a sewing machine, and we gave this to 5,000 women already. We need to think this way, because otherwise they will not have access to financial system, because credit score, some women don't have access to a credit score. They don't have one. So the Mulheres do Brasil movement, they said that we are creating a fund to change the lives of these women. They can buy this electronics. So we have such a large list of women who are invisible. They don't have credit score, and we really need to rethink credit score, because we'll be working with the older premises. And I'm talking as an entrepreneur as well, and as a member of FinTech. It's a very unilateral thing. If we don't do things like this, we cannot bring people without credit score into the equation. I remember when I started, when I had credit score, I hated this. If you do it in a certain way, you don't have to pay for it to get a credit score. If you do it another way, you need to pay to have it. So we need to know that people who are invisible, they also can pay bills, they can also buy things. Otherwise, we will stay with the same old premises and structures. So I'm thinking now as a citizen, not as much as an entrepreneur. Yeah, we need to find a balance in that sense, yes. And the same premises that the old credit score had, they are still in place right now. So I'm not fully happy as well that one bank that has access to all my information, they can supply that to other banks as well. And let me add something about artificial intelligence. I can assure you, Zeta and Nubank are not against regulation against AI. By the contrary, our technical note about this issue said that all the decree law that was is being redacted, we made comments on that. Our perception is the following. We wanted to create a new agency that would be responsible only to regulate AI. We have a IPD which is still consolidated, and our vision is the following. We need to know, keep in mind that AI, there are general parameters that can be defined, but at the end of the day, it will be applied in different sectors with all those different specific points. So we want to have a harmonization, a general regulation. Doesn't matter, the body could be a governmental agency or an agency that takes care of the regulation of AI. they need to establish this dialogue. And the financial institutions, they have their regulators, they have the know-how, the expertise of, they've had it for decades. They know that market very well. The credit models are regulated by the central bank already. And we cannot throw this expertise in the bin. There's this, at the end of the day, if we do that, it will have a negative impact if we do so. These credit models often need to discriminate. This needs to not include everyone. It has to, it's keeping some people outside. So our proposal has always been in the sense of having a regulatory framework, but there must be a dialogue with the sectorial organizations, not to create this insecurity and uncertainty about the future. I think regulation is important. Once I was asked, I said, you can all go to all Magalu stores. I'm giving you a prize. Everyone could come. You need to do something. Yes, I agree. We will close the panel in 2 minutes. I'll give 2 minutes to each one of you. And how about my video? Yes, after that, we'll play your video. Thank you. I would like to put the two questions together from these two black men, and it's not a coincidence. They touch upon similar points, similar topics. When we talk about regulatory frameworks, it's been a while, and the financial system has been increasing bureaucracy, and they have been at the center of this anti-legislation, anti-regulation movement. When I say that I've been studying access to credit for 25 years, back in the day, there were already some embargoes against the regulation of those models. So there are structures that maintain inequality, and these structures are in favor of something. And the thing they are in favor of changes over time, and the regulations change to keep that their interests at stake. So we need to know that if I'm giving more credit, or I'm promoting the country economically, I'm increasing the GDP, etc., etc., and giving more power as well to the industry for the purpose of innovation. But we need to ask, who is benefiting from that? This question has been made in the previous panel, but we spoke about this previously. We already know those things. Everything that has been mentioned about energy transition, a fair one. So we need to ask, what are the really pro-positive aspects, so that when there are agencies that think about going against a positive act, they need to have people equal to those that are being excluded from the financial model.
So how can I regulate something that I've never experienced? How can create a law about something I do not know of? Because you are part of the system. I come from the largest flat territory slum in Brazil, which is Jardim Catarina, and black people are always told they are on their own, and these dialogues are not inclusive, but they are transparent, just like in blockchain and other technological tools. They are able to create more transparency in the dialogues, but it is not a two-way road. So when we speak of creating our endowment funds and policy making, we change the government and we are not able to create an ongoing program. And that's precisely why women are not contemplated on an ongoing basis, because we are apartisan and we have some non-negotiable principles we want to achieve. As part of the Black Money movement, I mentioned that we are a transforming agent in the Black blended finance. I teach free lessons for Black professionals that want to get into coding and to have a technology profession, but have not access to this education because it's too costly or because it does not speak the same language of this young person. At the same time, I also have business accelerators for entrepreneurs, and with the entrepreneurs that don't have access to credit, I have to give them financial education, coding with AI. I cannot keep in the old economy. I need to have the training for the Afro-descendant entrepreneur to enter the new economy. And also, I also provide seed capital. So this is the whole chain of inclusion and access to credit. So it's the whole life cycle. I need to be a wider ecosystem that compensates the erasure of the most vulnerable in the system. And we are trying to include the voiceless communities, to giving them protagonism and a role and empowering them to accelerate all the people that need to be included. And that's when all the tools they work. It's when we collaborate, when we propose solutions, and everybody understands when we don't want them to understand. And so that's why we are creating courses and training for Black entrepreneurs in our system. It's no use creating a job position. Sometimes this person has the highest pay in the family and they don't know how to invest this money. And so we teach them how to do that and how to make the capital go round within the Black community. And then I'm looking into promoting new Black business with technology, with access to capital, but I need larger systems in plans. I need a fund, just like Nubank, because all the fintechs they have funds. All the funds we have come from donations or for bids for grants, and that's when I get the resources to distribute in Black territories. That's how Yunus started in Bangladesh, and that's how Black money is working with the Black community, but we don't have the same visibility of the large bank institutions yet. My video. Eduardo. No, it's okay. I'll give the floor to Luisa because I had the floor for a long time. Thank you for Nina for her powerful words. I just want to highlight how important it is to be today here in the School of Government, speaking of public policy making that are permanent, ongoing, permeating different governments and promoting the agenda of increased competition, proactivity, transparency, inclusion, and financial citizenship. At the end of the day, that's what we need to achieve. We need to promote this agenda even further, and they are very important steps to having this debate is very important with the academia, civil society, the colleagues in the private endeavors, the governments. We benefit from this sort of exchange we had today. Also answering the questions and maybe more provoking remarks that keep us on our toes and keep us thinking and reflecting on how to promote even more benefits in this sector. So thank you, and I hand over to Luisa. I just wanted to say that I found so interesting that you had someone working in the field on every panel. So it's so important to have people that are in the extreme of the chain. Uh, Thank you, Nina. Thank you. You're preparing the youth of tomorrow, so congratulations. So now I'll show my video. So it's a small company from the countryside competing against the large agents in the market. Of course, we respect the large ones. We make partnerships with Chinese people, European Chinese companies, European companies. Uh, I actually watched Barbie the other day. I really learned from that movie because, and I want to show you this video. This was something that was created in Brazil. We've been working for so long and to have a website that is warm, that is true to our spirit and our way of being. So I'm very happy that we will be able to watch the video. The largest influencer in the world. In the avant-garde of virtual characters, it is an indication of how virtual humans can be lucrative, profitable. She showed on 2022. Hello all. Today I'll tell you how I became the largest virtual influencer in the world. Magalu, one of the largest retailers in Brazil, believe that brands need to be content creators in order not to compete in disadvantage with creators that become brands in themselves. The Magalu transformed Lu, the virtual assistant, in a virtual influencer. It began in 2003. Magalu wanted to humanize their experience in e-commerce and created Auntie Luisa in tribute of the founder of the company. So it has been developed throughout the years, and now it's the face of the company called Lu. Magalu has been investing in her career, making her a pop culture character. She was dancing in a video next to Anitta, and all the clothing used on the video was sold in record time. She took part in a DJ Alok video, and all the items again ran out of stock in Magalu. She also made TV appearances using the Fortnite technology. She was hired and created content for the largest brand in the whole world, becoming the first virtual personality designed by the official designer of Red Bull. She became a strong name in fashion, appearing on Vogue and Outlet covers, and she appeared on Times Square and was interviewed by Gabi, one of the most respected interviewers in Brazil. What you're afraid of? Of getting disconnected from internet. She also made several other interesting things, including dancing. She's danced a lot. Her figures for reach and engagement are extraordinary. She doesn't only have followers, she has a fan base that love her. And she also won the Golden Lion of the Publicity Festival in Cannes and more than 12 awards in the last year. She has been a hit, bringing a lot of engagement for Magalu brand and all social media, and has become a very important asset for the company. Thank you, Luisa. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Nina. This photo is actually artificial intelligence. This has been created by AI for the Claudia magazine, the first cover using AI in the cover of a fashion magazine. Magalu, congratulations because Lu is a hit. She's wonderful. Now we'll have a pause for the coffee break and we'll return in 20 minutes for the next panel. Thank you.
is achieving scholarship, has achieved scholarship. She's a reporter of the Folha de São Paulo newspaper, where she covers politics, reproductive rights, and gender inequality. She's also the presenter of the podcast Case of the 10,000, Caso das Mil, which investigates the largest abortion lawsuit in Brazil. And it has been awarded as well. So I'll give you the floor. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you for accepting the invitation to come and discuss this topic at Oxford. I would like to start the panel in a way that couldn't be different from, I want to ask, what are people thinking about when we talk about legal abortion? So there has been a lot of attempts to restrict this right, even though it is provided for by law, not only by the National Committee of Medicine, and also the House of Deputies. So I would like to ask, how do you see this, the current perspective, what it means for legal abortion in Brazil? Can I start? Good afternoon to everyone. And I'll start with my self-description. I'm a white woman with brown hair. I wear glasses, wearing a green onesie, and I have a green scarf. I would like to thank everyone. It's an honor to be here. I'm happy to share this panel with two women that I really admire and a man that I started to admire 1 day ago. That's when we first met. And I would like to take this opportunity to meet new people who fight for and make a difference in the lives of girls, women, and people who can get pregnant. I will speak on a health perspective and also on a human rights perspective. This law that has been proposed, starting with the attempt by the National Committee of Medicine, they have tried to prohibit the abortion, which is a recommended medical procedure, and it's essential for abortions in a later stage of pregnancy. And now there's this new law proposal, the fetal assistol. It's recommended by the International Federation of Gynecologists and Obstetricians, but it also affects women, girls, and people who can get pregnant, who needs an abortion in safety in our country. Since the resolution by the National Council of Medicine, there has been a confusion between the professionals in the healthcare area. They don't know how to react to the demands from the most vulnerable people in our country. Those are the children and the most vulnerable women. They are very distant from municipalities. We have more than 4% of the municipalities that offer a legal abortion service, and the supply, I would say, is even lower than 4%, because Mariana Jacobi published a work in 2021. She considers any service in which every service that has provided one abortion in 1 year was accounted for, and this caused a lot of confusion and fear, and also persecution of women, and also of the few health professionals who comply with their ethical and legal duties to ensure the well-being of people who look for this health service. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Gabriela Rondon. I've been presented already. I'm a white woman with red hair, red curly hair. I have a black shirt, and I have one scarf on my wrist, and I'm wearing a skirt.
So the infamous bill of law mentioned by my fellow panelist Elena, this is completely anti-constitutional. But of course, this short statement does not solve the issue surrounding the bill of law. When all the rumors started circulating regarding this bill of law, the expectation was that it would be approved, and Arthur Ila even declared it an urgent bill to pass on the Senate and lower houses. So it's been several weeks since this came up, and the women's movements acted fast to react to the bill of law. It has reacted through social media, and with a simple slogan: children are not meant to be mothers. And the bill of law was proposed by people that never thought it would have this sort of implications. So what is the action from women's rights movements to remove the debate from the moral and customs debate to the actual world? So it is a bill of law that will define the maximum gestational age for induced abortion procedures. We know this from the figures, from the monitoring of the services, and we know the reality of the abortions that require this sort of intervention at such advanced stages of pregnancy. This needs to be a community access, even by telemedicine, with access to drugs, to advice, and it has been already been established by the literature, and it is not a reality because of all the hurdles created by stigma and prejudice, and that's why just pregnancies arrive at later stages and require induced abortion. And I need to speak of the children. The social media was really focusing on the 20 years of imprisonment for children and women that resorted to induced abortion for advanced gestational ages. So if you're against the right to abortion, you have recurrent results, negative results from the public opinion, and therefore politicians were caught by surprise, and when the public polls show that 2 out of 3 Brazilians asked were against the bill of law. So this is a very hot topic. It is a very surrounded by polemics and controversy. It touches the lives of people. And because we are always insisting in the progressive field that this is not a moral agenda. This is an agenda for the health, life, and death of girls, women, and other peoples. We were discussing the same issue this morning in the education panel. 24% of teenage girls leave the school because they are pregnant. 600,000 teenagers drop out of school because of pregnancies. This is the agenda for inequality, poverty, the future that's possible for these girls and women. If we look at the data for maternal disease, maternal deaths, which are completely avoidable, also infant death. Sometimes we're speaking of a girl aged 9 dying from labor. So this is not a moral and customs agenda. This is a health issue that needs to be discussed as such. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for this invitation to take part in the panel. So my description is that I'm a Black woman with a beard. I am bald. I'm wearing a beige blazer and with a white t-shirt, beige trousers, and brown shoes. So I'm a PhD student at Fiocruz in Rio de Janeiro, and my topic of research is the health of children and women. This is a collective health study focusing on social aspects. And this bill of law is trying to really put the blame on Black women coming from the periphery. Many times these women will either seek illegal ways of aborting and ending the pregnancies, generating a lot of health issues for the long run, or birthing children in a vulnerable state. And that brings a lot of reflection. We need to think how girls and women that are become pregnant need to be protected from this sort of violence. We never see gender and pregnancy issues being discussed in the agenda political and in a moral manner. And the moral and customs protectors, they try to prevent the rights of these girls and women. So the Black girls, women from the periphery, also non-binary children and young people. We have lesbian children, lesbian women, and non-binary people that undergo a gender discrimination that do not fit into the binary notions of gender that are also subject to this sort of violence. And this needs to be included in the debate. We speak of the social need of including LGBT population and excluded people in this debate. We cannot hide these people in the debate. We work on the perspective of including and speaking of diverse bodies. And of course, women are the more impacted as well as girls, especially those that are Black and live in the periphery. So we want to shed some light on the debate because this is all permeated by the discussion of violence and how we need to protect women and young girls, how sexual violence is disseminated in the society, how we can protect the bodies, and discuss the bodies in terms of the choice for being pregnant and also for the social violence, the body violence that we suffer in the long run. So this bill of law tries to put the blame on people, and this won't solve any problems. On the contrary, it will limit even more the choices of these peoples, and this violence is going to be permeating other types of violence that we see in Brazil. So this bill of law has raised the debate, raised the topics for the debate, and we cannot be caught in this current, in this stream of thought. We have seen people stating the most barbaric things online, and this is fallacious. We cannot allow this bill of law to be passed on Congress because otherwise violence will become an institutional part of society. I would like to go back a little and speak of access. So we are discussing the restriction of access to what is already provided by the law. And of course, abortion is already not accessible to the majority of girls and women. Less than 4% of municipalities have clinics for legal abortion procedures. It is not easy to find the service. Some centers and clinics will receive patients from all over the country because it's hard to have access to the procedures and most importantly in advanced pregnancy age. So how can you improve access? What are we lacking? What are the biggest hurdles and how can we mitigate them? Let me try and answer this question, making a bridge with the title of our plan. We have 35 years since the civil, we actually have 84 years since the legislation that legalized abortion in Brazil was created. Most recently, by decision of the Supreme Court of Brazil, the abortion is also authorized for anencephaly in the fetus. But this is a right that does not materialize in real life. We have over 200 million people in the country, and at least 100 million people are able to get pregnant and may eventually need um, an abortion that falls within the authorized methods in Brazil. Do you know how many induced abortions are performed in Brazil each year? Only 2,000. From the Public Safety Forum and IPEA, in 2022, we only had 822,000 rapes in the country. So let's say that 75% of which were performed on children. And maybe 50% of these rapes may result in pregnancy, maybe 10%. So 40,000 abortions will be required each year. So 20,000 children each year in our country are mothers before the age of 14, and this configures the crime of rape of vulnerable person. And they are not even part of the sexual violence statistics because they were maybe cared for in clinics and are unaware that they were victims of this crime of rape. So it's important to tell the stories of girls that were rescued from potential death. So girls younger than 14 years old are 4 times more likely to die during birth and postpartum than girls of 20 years old. We have one girl stories that came from us pregnant at 70 weeks of gestation from the rural area. And she tells us she's not aware of how women can get pregnant because she didn't know how women get pregnant. That would be a subject in school only in the following year. So sorry, pardon my accent from Minas Gerais. So in terms of the risk of life, threat to life, do you know what is the biggest threat to maternal life and a cause of maternal death? Is exactly these maternal deaths are the deaths during just the pregnancy, postpartum, and the first year of life of the baby. Most of the deaths are related to obstetrical regions, to conditions pre-existent to pregnancy that were worsened during the pregnancy. So it's not high blood pressure that kills pregnant women. Let me tell you the story of a 30-year-old woman that travels from Rio de Janeiro to Minas Gerais, and she was diagnosed with advanced thyroid cancer in Rio de Janeiro, and she couldn't remove the whole tumor, so she went for chemo and radiotherapy. and runs all the tests as analysis, and then finds out she's pregnant, and gets the news that she won't be able to be treated for cancer until she gives birth. This is a woman that already had a child and therefore decided to preserve her life and have an abortion and care for an existing child. And she goes to Minas Gerais because she couldn't obtain the procedure of a induced abortion in Rio de Janeiro, had to travel to Minas Gerais. Even São Paulo, the largest city of Brazil, they need to travel to Uberlândia, Recife, Salvador, because these are the only cities that are fulfilling their ethical and legal duty of performing induced abortions for women that require abortions after 22 weeks of pregnancy.
I invite you to read the story of Alessandra Tosi. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. She made this declaration to the Globo newspaper. The title of the piece was, "It wasn't me who wanted to wait 6 months, it was the system." A woman who had a diagnosis of a malformation of the fetus, and she was completely neglected by the system. She only managed to access the system only after the 22 weeks, not due to her own fault, but due to the system. I will stop here, but I want to say these stories are not just numbers, they are lives. One life represents many other lives. Thank you. It's important to also remind ourselves about the pandemic. In 2020, in July or August, Brazil had 80% of all maternal death in the world. We had a lot of problems, a negationist government, and a lot of structural problems in the health system who couldn't respond to the needs of the people. But there are many issues at stake, and these are the stories of women who couldn't gain access to an abortion, even though it has been in law since 1940. And we managed to follow some of these stories, and hearing from their relatives, they spoke to the doctors that if they could choose, they would choose her. We want the pregnancy to go ahead, but because of the risks, we prefer to keep the mother's life. So that woman had to anticipate the birth, and eventually she died. So why isn't the law being followed? Because we don't have any law in Brazil that regulates the abortion except the penal code. This means that when you talk about the topic, it's only takes place due to the penal arm of the state. And so when someone makes an abortion, they can be arrested, and there are no other provisions in the law. So perhaps we need to have a different dialogue. If the current situation is not sufficient, even for those cases that are provided for by the law, then perhaps we need to openly talk about this and remove the penal code from this topic. This is a healthcare issue. And if we think that our objective as a country is to preserve the lives of people who get pregnant, and also to ensure that more successful births take place, so there's a lower level of abortion, we need to look at the data, the national research on abortions that is done since 2010. There's a consistency of about 500,000 cases every year. Elena mentioned 2,000 who enter the official statistics. They go to enter the safe the safe services, but that number doesn't go down. If we look in the Latin American, we have the most restrictive laws against abortion. Some countries do not allow abortion under any circumstances, but at the same time, it has the highest rates of abortion. So it's not the penal code that is reducing the number of abortions. And we see that many countries in which more progressive laws were implemented for abortion, combined with other laws related to reproductive health, even in those cases in specific, you can see the rates of abortion going down. And you can ask, how is that possible? Because in general, these two policies are linked together. So you need to have a package of laws related to healthcare and reproductive education so that men and girls can take care of their situation that may have been caused by violence or lack of access to information, and they cannot have access to a good family planning. And it's important to avoid the stigma against these people. So it's important to have more information about this health policy. And the idea is not to intimidate these people, these women, to take care of themselves. You will not be able to go far. And even if the goal is to reduce the number of abortion, these restrictions are not efficient. It's women and people who get pregnant who need to make a decision in the end. And because dying is a much more severe problem in comparison to legal consequences. So we need to find a way to deal with this current structure. Okay, I would like to tell you as well an anecdote, a case, a trans man. Do you know what I mean? He made his transition in the documents as well and suffers an abortion. And I asked myself, will he have access to that abortion if he wants to have it in the case of rape? How will the procedure work? We understand that society, as a binary society, believe that only women face this procedure. But in the case of a trans man who happens to get raped, and if he is directed to the services to have this surgery, they will have to face social transphobia. It will be treated as a woman, even though he's a man with a full beard. He will be treated as a woman, and he will face all these stigmas. I'm talking that this binary perspective can bring about complex issues and limit certain possibilities. People placed a card here on the table with two QR codes. One of them is about an article that I wrote together with Ana Monteiro. It's about transfeminism in transmasculinity in Brazil. I invite you to write that article because it gives you a panorama of questions related to reproductive rights and abortion in a general context, in the context of intersex and non-binary people. I invite you to read scan the QR code, and the other one is about in the hospital in Rio. I work there. We have a multidisciplinary team. And why am I mentioning this? Because the health protocol nowadays in Brazil that apply to trans people, which is about to be updated, it will also include an idea of politicized chemical castration, in which trans people cannot give birth to their children, have trans families, as if it was a copy of what's happening when it comes to abortion. Nowadays, trans people will not have access to hormonal replacement as well. So this is related to abortion, because if these people don't find support in the policy that regulates the health care for trans people, who knows if these non-binary, intersex, or transmasculine people, if they need to go through a legal abortion, how is that going to work? And I'm trying to give you an idea that these issues, these people have to face these problems, and this topic needs to be included as well in the discussion regarding abortion. So I would like to include that debate and try to amplify, raise awareness, and say that people who menstruate, for instance, are the people who may face this situation. So we cannot forget that. Sometimes we forget that, just like lesbian women and cisgender lesbian people, trans men also suffer from collective rape. We know cases of trans masculine people who are a victim of collective rape, and they are completely stigmatized. There's annual research on this topic that really gives us this state. These are data that are provided to us by ANTA. And when it comes to rapes against trans men, often the statistics are also messed up because there's a confusion with trans men and women in some cases that enter the data. So when it comes to intersex people, non-binary people, we need to bring visibility to these people, and we want the new policies to include them as well. So we want to have a broader debate, and we want to include that struggle, so that along with women, we can also fight against this absurd situation. It's not the goal is not to remove people from the equation, but add people to the equation. I could ask another 500 questions, but I would like to open the floor to the attendees. Giovanna, have you got the microphone? So let's start here. My name is Evie. The interpretation booth apologizes. We cannot hear the question right now. It's off mic. So I would like to say something that stuck in my mind for a while. This proposal, law has to do with the place of the family within this discussion. So maybe there's the expectations about family as being something really, there's a lot of harmony. Our expectations have not been met because in many cases there is violence within that context. So it's important to debate that at a public level. What's the role of the family? How violence is perpetrated in this context? And it's really interesting how we have been discussing that publicly. But I would like to talk about access. I would like to talk about access. We talked about many barriers in geographical levels, for instance, where are those centers where abortion can be done legally, where they are located, bureaucratic barriers against having access to abortion, social aspects. We have discussed in many fronts, and we talked about setbacks and about the future. We need to think about access in specific. So what would be the best solutions, the best practices, so that we can democratize the access to abortion? And Also, at the geographical level, we're talking about the fact that there are not many services in the country who carry out the surgery. How can we do? Should we use telemedicine? Are there any other good practices that we can look into? I think other colleagues have commented on this. We should think about future routes to broader access to abortion. So let's listen to 3 questions and then we can come back.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Juliana. Firstly, congratulations to the organization of the forum for the courage in bringing up this topic. I think it's the first time we are speaking of abortion, not only of reproductive health practices, but also we are giving the proper name to the debate. So thanks for this. Also, thank you to Gabriela, Helena, and Leonardo for your time, your availability of bringing your bodies to this space and conducting this debate. This is a very delicate topic when you bring the anecdotes, all the cases. I know this is a very difficult topic, especially because people do not feel safe when they are at the forefront of this discussion, and thank you for that. So I have a practical question on how do you act on the everyday practices. It's because of the Bill of Law. I have no words to describe this Bill of Law. It is very sad to see this bill being used in this fashion. This is not a law that is speaking only about the lives of women or people that get pregnant and young girls, more specifically. It is meant to cover a wider hidden political agenda. And this is very sad. So sorry about this and extending my time. So if you could maybe comment, what are the specific strategies of protecting each other in this profession, be it in medicine, research, journalism, or in campaigning? Also, how can you mobilize and engage people who are usually not at the forefront and do not feel comfortable to speak on this topic? And to conclude, I just wanted um, to let you know that there were very few men brave enough to engage in the debate, and a very little number of male voices. So it's always women at the forefront as well. Thank you. I want to congratulate the organization of all the members of the panel. This is a topic that is very close to us, and I think it ignites a lot of triggers. Mine is based on the hate because I'm very angry of at the situation. So my question is about religion. I don't think we can think and reflect about this topic without speaking of religion. Firstly, religion beliefs are being used as an argument for supporting this atrocity using the religious argument, and something that permeates the whole discussion, which is the inability of the Brazilian society of entering into dialogue with the Protestants Christians in Brazil. Otherwise, you won't be able to move into the forward in the 21st century agenda. Marcia, right? Marcia Lima, Secretary for Affirmative Action and Combat of Racial Inequality. Thank you for the panel, and I agree with Marcia. When I conduct my research, I feel it is very interesting to see the evangelicals or the so-called evangelicals or the neo-Protestant denominations at the table discussing this topic. So there's a separation between the moral and religious discussion from the women's health and well-being. So why don't we develop narratives of communication to speak of the health support and health care, because that will create a lot of adherence by the audience. Maybe we can go for a round of questions and then the final question we need to conclude. Otherwise, we won't be able to launch the next panel, which is also a very important panel on how to save the Amazon. How should we proceed? Who goes first? Maybe you don't have to have everyone answering all the questions. So Livia, our question, where is she? Okay, here you are. It's such an important question. Can telemedicine be the solution? I believe it's not meant for all. It's not a good fit. Over 90% of people that had access to induced abortion via drugs, which is not the case in Brazil, because telemedicine in Brazil is only the follow-up after the in-person attention is provided. And this is what is being restricted to by a norm of a visa from 1988, hasn't been 1998, which hasn't been yet updated. But the access to very cheap technology, mifepristone, mifepristona, which are not available in Brazil because of the sheer lack of interest of the pharmaceutical industry in the Brazilian market. So that could be an exit. That could be a solution. And I don't mean that you need to sell the drugs on the pharmacies, but I think they should be made available in the pharmacists, in the public service, in the healthcare system, to the people that are able to get pregnant and are in fertile age and fit the legal abortion, induced abortion cases provided by the law. But this is not accessible to everyone in Brazil. I think protection, I will leave to Gabriela. I resort to justice. All the healthcare professionals that deal with abortion, the legal abortion procedures, are confident in the legal system and that they work. So I will ask Gabriela to answer that one. But I would call this bill of law a cruel law. This is a cruel piece of legislation. It's cruelty towards the healthcare professionals, to people, and especially to girls, women, and people who can get pregnant. It is a political agenda, but should be a healthcare agenda. And this is not me saying, it's the WHO that says that induced abortion is a part of healthcare attention and should be in the healthcare legislation. And that member countries of the United Nations need to reform their legislation and or to be construed in the light of human rights. in 1940, Gabriela may correct me, we didn't have the Bill of Human Rights, the Charter of Human Rights. So this is a healthcare issue. You're right. All women of all religious denominations, Catholics, evangelicals, spirits, Ubanda, and Afro diasporic religions that advocate for abortion, either legal or clandestine abortions, are all the women that have the right for abortion in Brazil. So I'm done. I'll follow Justice Barroso's steps and take less time than my allotted time. Firstly, I want to thank you for this debate, which is very rich. I know that this debate concerns the legal abortion as provided for in the Constitution, but we have a wider debate on abortion in general, and there's an action being analyzed at the Supreme Court, and we don't have the constitutional devices to make the ruling that I believe is right prevail in the Supreme Court in this particular action. We need to bring an understanding to society on what we are really talking about. No one is pro-abortion. No one thinks abortions are a good means of contraception. So the role of the state is to prevent abortions to happen in the first place, providing contraception drugs and practices that prevent unwanted pregnancies. So the debate needs to take into account that someone is entitled to being against abortion, to advocate against it, but this is very different from stating that that women should go to prison for having procedures of induced abortion. So it goes through discussing and debating in society and promoting this understanding. If you can't separate these issues, we won't be able to make this idea prevail. No developed nation, no developed democracy in the world criminalizes induced abortions in this manner. Maybe in the USA after Dobbs, most states still allow induced abortions. There's only a few states of the USA that actually prohibit abortions. This is a public health issue, and therefore we need to promote the debate in society. You can be against it, and it's okay for people to be against it, but it doesn't mean that you need to criminalize women who perform abortions. If you can't advance this debate in society, you won't be able to bring this topic to the Supreme Court. Therefore, it is very important to advance the debate in this sense. So after Justice Barroso, we'll hand over to Gabriela, since we are in the legal field. Thank you, Justice. I think we are very much in line with your understanding. The questions from Mauricio and Marcia pertain the debate, how to conduct the debate in such a resistant environment for these ideas. So the idea of abortion is not abstract, it's a very concrete and material one, and that allows the debate. Whether you are pro or against abortion is one thing. Whether women should be incarcerated because of procedures of induced abortion, that's another thing. So because the moral debate will be permeated by customs, by religion, by practice. But if you go to the very ethical aspects where you tell that children should not be mothers. If a young girl is at risk of dying because of an unwanted pregnancy, then you need to think that in the progressive field, the liberal field needs to remove the customs and moral component from this debate. We are not speaking of the private realm. We are discussing public issues because it pertains to the audience and society at large. This is public policy making, and we need to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be pro-life? What does it mean in terms of policy making? The groups that declare themselves as pro-life, what are they advocating for? They are also all advocating for the criminalization for people who treat and protect young girls and women and condemn them to death. There's no policy proposal for gender issues. If we stay in the custom and the moral domain, then this becomes a self-declaratory pro-life issue.
I would like to take the opportunity, the fact that Minister Barroso is here. Our bodies are here. We are here at your disposal, also to clarify and qualify the debate. And I agree with Gabriela. We need to have, when she spoke about this concrete aspect, up until 39 years old, a percentage of women will carry out at least one illegal abortion in the country. So there are many stories for us to tell, and often we come across women who are suffering because of religion, and they see abortion, and I'll only speak about legal abortion here. They see it as the only way out for survival. So it's important for us to show the faces and give a name to these stories. And we are here for that, and will continue to be here for that, because we strongly believe in what we're doing. Perhaps it's not a topic in which we will need to have the majority of the society on our side, because we need also to defend the rights to, I do not only mean minority, I just mean about half the population of Brazil. They need to have access to abortion when there's risk to their life, or when there's a case of rape, and when it's undesired pregnancy. The law in our country only provides for abortion up until the 12th week. And we, historically speaking, we are very much behind. And we are so as well in many other questions, in many other issues. And every day that passes, more women die. And perhaps we cannot afford the privilege of time. Women cannot wait. That's a question that it's very important, a topic that's very important for us. So we really have to close this panel, but I would like to ask who wants to do the final remarks. I will abstain myself. How can we proceed? Hi everyone, thank you so much. Thank you, Leonardo. I'm Yana Bibi. I'm a professor of gender, and I'm also a coordinator of studies of LGBT transsex studies. And I want to ask something that is the amplification of the legal abortion issue and reproductive rights. I would also like to mention about some legal cases that take place even before sexual violence, and involves as well the HTTP-NBI. It's trans men, non-binary, intersex, because they also may need abortion, and also reproductive rights. And I would like to raise some questions about legal issues. So it's difficult to utilize Maria da Penha, someone who suffered domestic violence or one that belongs to this group. They cannot use the Maria da Penha provision because the bill mentions women, so these women are not included. So if I suffer sexual violence, I cannot use the Maria da Penha provision. Second question, one of my students from Santa Catarina, she's a nurse, and she mentioned 2 trans men who needed to use maternity services to give birth. They didn't get access to it, so they had to give birth in the streets, on the streets. So they are not being served by the healthcare services. Another thing about the future of feminist rights and reproductive rights in Brazil. So there's the denial of service in places that are specialized to serve women. So these trans people are not being served to get access to gynecologist services. They cannot even gain access to any exams, and there are also biological materials that has been denounced. The Museum of Trans Arts has reported that some materials have been deviated after a mastectomy. So all these rights are being suppressed. We cannot only talk about invisibility, but we need to talk about an epistemic change in feminism in Brazil. It's important to add these changes to the legal text, because if that's not done, people who are not being served by the Maria da Penha provision, I mean, imagine if a trans man enters a healthcare unit with a beard, they will not be served. So I would like to ask, how can we unite ourselves to create a feminist future for all feminist individuals, not only women in specific? Thank you. Leonardo, please, can you give us the closing remarks? Yes, I think that, and to answer as well the last question, I think we should have a specific law that would guarantee access to these people. In my opinion, our claims also touch upon other areas. Yes, we need to support girls and women, but we need a specific law that provides for people like us. It needs to take place within that law. We need to have all the issues related to the Maria da Penha provision, anything related to reproductive rights, abortion, against violence as well, something against violence to protect trans people. And in Brazil, unfortunately, it will be a very long-term journey. Brazil is totally against this and is facing many moral issues that doesn't account for that. These aspects are important as well for culture and for everything in society. So anything related to transmasculine rights we need to raise awareness on this. There's this sense of invisibility that is naturalized because there's sexism in society. So there's no inclusion for people who are non-cisgender, and we really need, as Gennady Siqueira says, we need to de-binarize, so to speak, society, just so that we can include in our struggle these perspectives. That's why I said that the article that we wrote is about transfeminism and transmasculinity. It's the feminism of trans people. So through transfeminism, we can be together, as I mentioned at the start, in order to minimize cases such as the ones that we have mentioned. People people like us are dying from issues in the uterus, or in cancer in the uterus, because we were not served by any health unit. So we need a legislation that can guarantee those rights, and not something just to fix certain punctual cases here and there. We need to. There's something missing here. There is no definitive law that really guarantees these specific rights. Perfect. Thank you very much, Leonardo. Thank you so much to all the panelists. We'll close this panelist. It was a really productive discussion. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We will start our final panel of the day. I would like everyone to take their seats. Good afternoon. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Yasmin Barros. I'm taking an MA in International Policy by King's College, and I'm a member of the organization of the Brazil Forum 2024. Let's start this panel, but I would like to thank in the name of the forum, Google, Fundação Itaú, and Magalu. It's a pleasure to have you here. We will discuss a very important topic for the future of our country: how to save the Amazon, the connection between environmental crimes, violence, and public security. This panel is part of our initiative, The Future is Brazilian, which is the belief that Brazil has an important role to play in the construction of a sustainable and peaceful future. The Amazon, with its biodiversity and cultural wealth, it's a symbol, but it's facing several issues that are dangerous for its future and its people. So I would like to leave this question: what does represent our Amazon? Is it a forest with a vast biodiversity, or a destroyed Amazon that is all about deforestation and organized crime? I believe you would prefer to have an Amazon standing tall, and that's the challenge we are facing right now. Our goal is to debate the main issues of the Amazon in Brazil, to create and implement efficient security solutions, also to get more territorial security. The panel today will debate the complex issues of the Amazon. It includes aspect, political, and institutional challenges. There has been a rise in the number of deaths of activists in favor of the Amazon, the security of the indigenous people and their access to land, and the organized crime. Also, the role played by public security institutions in combating violence. All these factors are interconnected, and they lead us to the main and central question of this panel: how to save the Amazon. So I'd like to present to you our panel.
First, Humberto Freire, Director of the Amazon Environment Police. Humberto Freire de Barros is the current Director of the Amazon Environmental Police and the Federal Police. He was head of Federal Police in Caruaru and the head of the Treasure Crime Repression Police Station, and head of the police in Amapá, and the Treasury Crime Repression Police Station in Pernambuco. The second panelist is the president of FUNAI, Joênia Wapichana. Joênia Wapichana is the first indigenous woman elected as a federal deputy in Brazil. Born in the indigenous village of Truaru da Cabeceira of the Wapichana people, Joênia has a degree in law, worked in the legal department of the Indigenous Council of Roraima for 22 years. In 2008, she was the first indigenous lawyer to speak before the Supreme Court in the case of the Raposa Serra do Sol indigenous land. She was a counselor at the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Peoples and won the Rights Award in 2018. The third member of the panel is Ilona Dzabo, president and co-founder of Igarapé Institute. Ilona Dzabo, she is president of the Igarapé Institute, serving on several boards, including the high-level consultative body on effective multilateralism, the UNSCC, the Foundation Fernando Henrique Cardoso, and the Brazilian Center for International Relations, SEBRI. She's co-chair of the Global Future Council of the Future of Nature and Security, and she received the Order of Merit of the Brazilian Republic from the Ministry of Public Security, one of the largest leaders by prospect in the times of COVID. The moderation will be conducted by João Victor Veras, member of the organizing committee of Brazil Forum UK 2024, anthropologist from the University of Brasília, Erasmus Scholar, and a specialist in security studies, strategy, and intelligence at the University of Glasgow, and also researching security in the Brazilian Amazon. So I wish you a good discussion. Thank you, Yasmin. Can you hear us? Yes, can you hear us? Is it working? What about now? Is it working? Can you hear us? We're waiting for the audio issues to be resolved in the auditorium. Thank you. I think the AV system is tired at this time. Now, can you hear me? Not yet. What about now? Good afternoon. Thank you, Yasmin, for opening the panel. Thank you for the panel members. We have a team that needs no introductions. We're speaking of the Amazon. This is a hot topic in all the world. Where is the Amazon? What we need to do to save the Amazon? How the Amazon is important for the climate balance of the planet, and it's the house of 38 million people, of traditional and non-traditional peoples, more than 148 quilombola communities, and many other extractivist and traditional communities. And we want to address Amazon in all its complexity, going beyond the mere conservation and restoration measures, but also speaking of security and how this impacts the local populations. So my first question for the panel members is, in view of the deterioration of security in the Amazon, especially concerning traditional populations in the region, how would you analyze the main challenges of in your fields in the region? So I'll start with Humberto, please. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the invite of coming and taking part in Brazil Forum. From the first day of the new presidential term, we have been trying to answer this very question, and we have worked towards implementing a protective system for the region of the Amazon. So, Justice Barroso, I don't mean to go over 8,000 words, but maybe I will speak a bit much. My slides are made up of mostly images, but I'll need to complement it with words. But I'll use more images than words. I think my answer starts with this transition into the new government. So we could see the challenge was a huge one. This is the largest tropical forest in the world. 1/3 of it is located in Latin America and in encompassing several states of the Federation of Brazil. Here is the evolution of the deforestation rate in the legal Amazon. So in 2019, we have seen a new growth in deforestation that have proven to be the worst period for deforestation in the legal Amazon area. And this rate is not a mere figure, but the situation of the humanitarian crisis amongst indigenous communities, an increase in trafficking of fauna and flora, exploration of mining resources within protected indigenous areas, and a lot of logging and illegal extraction of wood taking place. In the last years, we had an increased activity of organized crime organizations in the region. So associating environmental crimes to other crimes such as arms trafficking. These are very well structured criminal organizations with a lot of resources, for instance, using dredges that are worth millions of reais we had legal permission to investigate and control this sort of activity, several airplanes and others. So here is the government guideline. It is time to restore the fight against illegal deforestation. And as we have mentioned here, to fulfill a new target for ending deforestation by 2030. Net deforestation zero by 2030. So in terms of the legal framework, we have a plan from the national government, the AMAS plan, implemented by Decree of Law 11614. In this tactical plan that involves this AMAS plan involves all the states of the federation, and from the AMAS plan we have also drawn a strategic plan for the Amazon, which is called PESPAM. All these are implemented and concluded pieces of legislation in collaboration with the states of the legal Amazon. This is not a mere top-down piece of legislation. This was indeed the fruit of collective efforts and consultation with the federal institutions. And from this strategic plan, we have drawn a tactical plan for each state of the legal Amazon. So all the 9 states have its own tactical plan that serve as a guideline for the development of operational plans for joint operations with military forces, the civil police, the military police, the federal police, the national army. All these entities deliver the plan together. And in order to guide all the operational plans, we have supporting investments that go in line with them to implement each action devised in the plans. And we, in an orchestrated effort in order to prevent overlapping and waste of resources. What are the main axes in this strategy? To modernize law, so we are updating the law to have a regulation that steer towards the right path. So we need to increase the legal reserve area in the Amazon, but also in other biomes. And this is the aim of several policies currently in analysis at the Congress, and that permeates the efforts in modernizing the legislation in order to achieve the legal framework to support all the axes of this strategy. The second axis of action pertains to providing the adequate infrastructure to all the entities, especially with the resources and technology required to implement all the actions. And the third axis of action seeks to fulfill the demands that we see today. So if we take some time to update the laws, if we need to go through public procurement to offer the necessary infrastructure, and that all this will take some time to be materialized, still we cannot stop working. Since 2033, we have developed several actions. The Yanomami territory was the target of several operations to remove illegal mining operations thanks to the cooperation of different instances of the government. Here are the tools available for the international police cooperation in the Amazon. We employ technology to identify areas where environmental degradation is taking place. We have the Ouro Alvo program that aims to identify and trace all the gold and other ores, thanks to the mapping of the isotopes. Thanks to the reading of isotopes, we can achieve material traceability. And also the shared intelligence, thanks to the network of intelligence established, and all the material evidence obtained during investigations and police operations that we are able to analyze, record, and share via international cooperation agreements.
One of the main tools we use is the CCPI Amazonia. It's a cooperation center that we will implement. It's already in the decree law, is in the stage of implementation in the city of Manaus. It will include representatives of all federal police forces and representatives of secretariats of security of the state to countries that are part of the Amazon. And in addition to those stakeholders, we also have representatives of multilateral organisms such as Europol, Interpol, and Ameripol, also to reduce the supply of illegal products, but also to reduce the demand. So here's some examples of our operational capacity. We want to have aircraft bases, river bases, integrated terrestrial bases. All of this to fight not only who's being responsible for environmental crimes, but also the entire network that supports these environmental crimes by investing in these crimes and facilitating the means to carry out these illegal activities. So we have to focus on the decapitalization of the crime syndicates, not only to diminish the profit that comes from illegal activities, but also to remove the material capability of these groups. So these resources come from the Fundo Amazonia, the BNDES. I would like to mention that last Monday, a contract has been signed. We have a pact now with BNDES, and we have 318 million reais that are allocated for security actions in the Amazon. And we think this is just the start of a virtuous cycle that will give support to these security actions within the new framework that we are creating. Thank you, Dr. Humberto. So we don't have much time, so let's change the dynamics and let's go straight to a more deep approach, a more deep debate, so a deeper debate. So I would like to ask Joania. So the indigenous policy that is proposed by FUNAI, I would like to ask what are the main threats to security in the Amazon and how can they be addressed? First, it's important to give you some context. I would like to put two presentations together. I will talk about the challenge so that I can present to you some solutions. And I would like to thank the invitation by the university. We think this is very strategic for us, indigenous peoples, and also for the government. It's important for us to have a visibility of the challenges, but also share responsibilities. So as you know, the Amazon has more than 180 peoples and different geographies and cultures, as the delegate mentioned. It's very complex. And this requires a specific treatment as well when it comes to security. So when it comes to public security, there's a group of bodies that are involved in that, and FUNAI to have the necessary support from the federal police and also the police that works in the context of the borders of the Amazon. That's important, but we also need to spread the information about the rights of indigenous peoples. Often our peoples are invisible and made invisible as well, thanks to a plurality of factors. Will include some racism that has been institutionalized in the past, so that thought that indigenous people shouldn't have access to social services and citizenship. So these communities have been left outside the community, outside society for a long time. And this results in an increase of criminal activity that some criminal syndicates had took advantage of that situation, and they have weakened the social relationship as well of indigenous peoples. So when it comes to indigenous territories, there are more than 105 million of hectares, and about 28% of this land are in the Amazon. So this data, and to respond to the slogan, the future is Brazilian, I hope we also can say the future is indigenous, because we have the dimension of the problems that take place in a federal, global, and local levels, and we need to include the indigenous territories in that equation, in the context of administrative bodies at a local, federal, and national state as well. So we need to have a policy to promote the rights of indigenous peoples. So we need to deconstruct certain paradigms. We need to amend some of the old colonial laws so that we can understand the relations that the indigenous peoples have with them, with their territories. They have a relation of care, of the promotion of their ancient knowledge. So we really need to include in the planning the indigenous peoples, because they have an answer as to what they want and what they need in order to protect their land. So there's the need to have the Brazilian state present in these territories to promote social rights such as education, healthcare, and labor and public security, and to protect the specific rights, the environmental quality, the possibility of keeping their own strong cultures, to have their systems respected, and also the right to prior consultation before decisions are made. So I'll stop in a second, but there's another question we need to reinforce. It's important that the indigenous peoples are present so that they can use their own voice. These voices have often been replaced by other voices, and they are underrepresented. They don't have the possibility of saying what future they want. They should be able, when it comes to these social projects, it should be possible for them to say what they want. So we have a strategy now for environmental issues and local issues. It's a project of which I was a founder, and I think it was great because it's really difficult to support this positive project. It's been difficult in the last years. This project responds to the needs of the peoples, not only in relation to the territories and their protection, but also it includes the rights of the indigenous peoples, and also includes the strategies to approach climate change, and it also includes territorial and environmental management. So I will get back to this at a later point. Thank you, President. I believe that you and Dr. Humberto mentioned some important points, especially when we want to understand the topic of safety and security in the Amazon, not only for the indigenous peoples. There's also the issue of illegal economies. So I would like to ask Iloma. She was a pioneer in the study of the ecosystem of crimes in the Amazon, which is a very innovative research. And how do you see this ecological transition taking place along with the topic of security? Should safety in the Amazon be a pillar, be a stepping stone of this transition? Well, first, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm a white woman, have brown hair, I'm wearing a black shirt, and I have a blue blazer. I believe the lack of security is concerning. And when we started to observe what was happening in the Amazon, I wanted to mention how a organization, of the social society can support these topics. So during the previous government, what did we do? We started to try and understand what were the causes for this issue. We tried to map that, what we call the ecosystem of environmental crimes. They take place in the territory. Crime was soaring. The state institutions were not that present because the police is essential, but the police alone will not be able to address the issue. So we started the research in all the countries involved and also in the Guyana, because it's all interconnected. And the goal was to understand what are these economies and how we can prioritize the environmental crimes, because for the security forces, we still listen that these are second-class crimes, but it's crimes we need to deal with. Some of these crimes are not typified under the penal code. Certain crimes, environmental crimes, are crimes in Colombia, but not in Brazil. So we need to think, including the competency of different states, different countries, and levels of action. We want to understand who is responsible for what. We initiated a debate. We elevated that sense of urgency for environmental crimes. And we started to have this conversation that the police is essential, but who else needs to be involved and should be brought into the equation? So we called IBAMA, obviously. They are an essential body. The public ministry, the federal police, COAFI as well. Professor Humberto mentioned the money laundering related to the assets that come out of these activities. And our law, the way we see under a legal perspective, we don't know what to do. So we started to do some things to change the way these institutions see this problem. So I think it's very well consolidated now as a priority, but to be honest, we also started to talk about the fact that only security, only safety, even though it's really necessary now, because when we talk about criminal syndicates, and you know that very well, often who goes against this are women in their communities. They could be from the Quilombos, indigenous women, or from the riverside communities, because there are not many alternatives to these economies. This creates a lot of friction. So we mapped as well the fact that the damage takes place in the Amazon, but it comes from elements that take place in the rest of Brazil and outside Brazil. So we saw in the police reports, we saw who was being arrested, how those operations take place. So there's an ecosystem. We understood that. So we need to guarantee the rule of law. We need to ensure that security exists for everyone, especially for women in the front line. It's very important to mention that they are women. And we studied that we need to implement these public policies that are very complex so that we can protect women. So these women need to have a house so that the police officer can stay there. So we need to find a way to solve this. And I will just finish in a second. And we also need to see how we can create economies that are compatible with the Amazon, because if we don't have something to replace the illegal economies that are there, it's not possible. We need to ensure that deforestation is reduced, ended, and cannot be sustained anymore. And then I'll tell you more about it at a later point so that you're happy with my response.
Thank you, Luna. The new economies is a topic that is also connected to financing and funding. So, President Joênia, what is your perspective about the financing of climate action and how we can use this to empower the indigenous territories and bring more security to the region? That's a very important question. It's precisely what we are in need of at the point. So the federal entities play this protective role, and we need to invest in the modernization and update of structures. I am the president of FUNAI and the Indigenous Service Foundation, the National Foundation for Indigenous Peoples, and we cover 14% of the Brazilian land, 1,700,000 people amongst all the indigenous nations. So this has doubled. In the past, we were only 800,000, and so the population is increasing amongst indigenous communities, and that requires investments, not only in social rights, but also in protecting the land and the riches that we see so often in the postcards of Brazil worldwide. Just to give you an idea, despite the deforestation in indigenous lands still persisting, it has decreased 1% in recent years, whereas deforestation in other areas has increased 20%. So we protect the natural springs, the water sources that are located in the indigenous lands, and they have an imaginable value that needs to be protected and funded. So it is strategic that you invest in environmental protection for the indigenous territories, so that also to advance in the demarcation of indigenous lands in terms of the legal process and of the shared responsibility of all stakeholders. So you need to support indigenous peoples as well in developing their own economies. The indigenous peoples need schools. They do need schools. I'm here as the president of FUNAI, but I am also a lawyer by training. I've worked a lot in recognizing all the indigenous rights, and we have several young people in indigenous communities that want to be here with you and have a master's degree in an international school. I went to Arizona for my master's. So we need to include the climate funding topic for indigenous communities. The climate crisis will impact all peoples, not only indigenous peoples, but everyone. And the protection of Amazon is an urgent matter. We have no time left. We have no time for revisionism. We have no time left for racism. We have no time left for convertative approaches. So in the field in the basis, as we call it, at grassroots levels, we need this support. We cannot look at the indigenous lands as an interesting topic of research. We need to actually include indigenous peoples in the protection and securing their rights. We have a vast territory and we need to protect the tenure of indigenous lands. Despite the advances made in the recent times, we need to stop the temporal legislation that was in discussion in the conference and the 14701 Bill of Law. We need to advance the pertinent laws to protect indigenous lands. We have very little money to promote their operations, their actions, their discussions. When indigenous people stop the debate, that means that they are not working the field. And the climate is changing and therefore they don't have the tranquility to work the land as they used to in the traditional manner. So we need to take these projects that bring protection to the Amazon. And this is a strategic action for us. We are implementing the Amazon Fund as a means to complement the action of CONAI because no national entity is able to meet the demands of the indigenous land and the Amazon. This is a shared responsibility and the indigenous peoples need to be included in this decision making. Thank you, President. We have seen how security has been impacting the territory. So, President Ilona, I would think it's interesting to have different lens to look at the situation. Also, as a segue of what Humberto has said, we have the actions in the STF. We are seeing new results in the Amazon. So, what's been going on? Firstly, I want to say this is possible. We can do it. I have taken part in several different events, and I have not only stated this, but also proven it is possible. So I want to resort once again to Justice Barroso's word and provide you some examples. This is this river Juami in the Amazon in November 2022. So the river Juami, which is a very polluted and dirty river, now has been restored to its original color. Again, River Uraricuera in Roraima, within the territory of the Yanomami people, has been restored. Here's the before, and then you have the after. Nature is really strong and resilient. These are images of the indigenous land in the community, in the indigenous land of the Yanomami, the community of the Homoshi in 2022, in comparison to today. So here's nature fighting back. This is even more striking. You see the difference of the Kayapó territory in December and then in May. December 2022 and then most recent results. So we see the recovery of the forest during this period. So this is a living proof that deforestation can be fought. PRODES devices have already showed a reduction of 22.5% in deforestation in the legal Amazon. The PRODES is calculated from August to July in the following year. So PRODES 2023, we still see the results from 2022 when deforestation was on the rise. And from January 2023, we started the planning and execution of strategic actions and operations. and with the support of extraordinary funds provided by the PL 709, we managed to perform the operations and have achieved important results. We hope that for the next year, from the August of 2023 till July 2024, we will see an even more dramatic drop of 60%. Again, what are the strengths of the new system? The commitment from the three realms of government, the federal, the state, and the municipal level. Also, the strengthening of the financial resources of the economy in the region. We cannot speak of strengthening the system if we don't have a sustainable development component of local communities. It's mainly brought by the local authorities. So we need to think of net zero carbon economies and the forest standing tall, not only in the Amazon, but in the whole country. And this needs to bring the economic results. And we ran a diagnosis on all the criminals that are already committing fraud and greenwashing in carbon credits and certificates. They are issuing fraudulent carbon certificates that relate to wood logging in different regions from the one stated, and also are performing land grabbing in indigenous territories. So all the three realms of government need to work in collaboration with society to implement this. And the third strength of the new system is the planning. We need to have an ongoing planning effort, in planning and monitoring. And then we have the management of the results, which is the so-called replanning, when we need to revise, assess, and correct the plans so we move into the right direction. And we have been establishing different means, different forums for this monitoring and for establishing the correct paths in order to achieve the expected results. I'm 30 seconds over, and then I apologize for going over my allotted time. Again, we need to be mindful of time. Therefore, we now open for questions and answers. And I ask you, the audience, to have brief questions so we can answer them at once in a single round. Thank you. Hello, this is more a remark rather than a question. The title of this panel is connected to deforestation, but I believe we can include other environmental crimes. And I want to stress one of the main environmental crimes committed in the Amazon, which is illegal mining. And that also leads to deforestation. That's the segue I was after, because we have deforestation taking place to open the way for illegal mining activities. Several indigenous territories are impacted by that. And so we have, for instance, the indigenous people Mura, which is going through a legal action in Barcelos, in the Amazonas River. The population is suffering a genocide, the assassination of their cultural identity. So this is just to remind you that the mining in the Amazon is a serious issue. And mining activities are spreading at a fast pace, impacting not only territories and identities, but also the health of the population of these impacted areas. Those of us who come from the Amazon know how serious is the threat on mercury contamination in the Amazon region due to the mining activities. So on top of logging and mining and linked to this deforestation, we also have mercury contamination to deal with.
João, I'm a volunteer here at the forum and I'm studying at the UCL. Very comprehensive panel. We know that in this environment, maybe we should have a debate later on, but I would like to mention something that I wish it had been mentioned during the panel. So where is the land reform in this context? I believe land reform. I believe that's the issue here. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the forum. I would like to know, when it comes to keeping the Amazon alive, we have a very important heritage. That's the food food heritage. We have all the flowers, we have chestnuts and cocoa. So it should be could be a way to guarantee income to the people. So what hasn't been done? I see a lot of discussion regarding climate, but not much about food. It's important for their health because it's important to keep their traditional consumption of their traditional foods. And I'm really working in relation to these products in France. I've been doing that for a long time, and I've been to the Amazon many times, so I have a very close relation with the peoples there. So in every debate that I attend to, I feel that there's a lot of debate about climate, but food is not being accounted for. There's a lot of research done by a lot of support done by the research. And I wanted to ask, what do you think about this? This is a resource that is ready, that is there. So in addition to keep the Amazon alive, just keeping the Amazon alive through what has been discussed here, there's also the topic of keeping the traditional. We can tell a lot about the people from the way they feed themselves. When you see all the thousands of years old cultures there, it's really powerful. And none of the forums is talking about this because the produce in the diet of the Amazons is very rich. So is there some debate about this? How are you thinking to coordinate this? Good evening already. Good evening, everyone. Got 3 questions, one for each of you. Humberto, we'll have the municipal elections. Do you think it's more difficult to have these operations against prospectors in the area? I know about the land, indigenous land in the south of Pará. The government of Pará also almost took down an operation that in the end ended up being carried out, but almost failed. So in your opinion, what's the main barrier to ensure that prospection there's an end to prospection in the area? We know that children are growing up with development problems because the land is contaminated by mercury, because there's a lack of will by the government. And Helena, in Kayapó, the important buyers of gold were identified. For instance, important company in Italy. They are suppliers for companies, including for companies such as Microsoft. So how can we sort this out? How can we make them comply not by force but by will, voluntarily? Thank you very much. So I think we can start with you, Ilona. So let's focus about land reform. It's also connected to the illegal economies. Okay, we'll get there and we will continue debating this tomorrow and so forth, because this panel had to be shortened, but it's really important to debate this. As a country, we have a commitment to protect the Amazon. Our goal, according to the Paris agreements, we want to reach net zero. We want to also recover 12 million hectares of forest. How are we going to do that? We talked about it and we understood that there's social bioeconomy, some companies that are popping up to recover agroforestry, also synthetic biology, sustainable tourism. So why aren't all these things being taken into account? So these territories are very risky. So there's illegality, informality, and uncertainty. Uncertainty in specific when it comes to land regulations, it's very important. In Pará, there's this attempt to be green, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done as well at the national level. There's a joint effort to make it happen, but there isn't a single registry, a model to have a good land registry, because that will make the Brazilian states work when it comes to the Amazon easier. There's also the safety that we already mentioned, and the informality. If it's not a illicit economy, it is informal, and about 56% of the economy in the Amazon is informal. So perfect. So, and there are also the infrastructural issues. It's very difficult to approach that because the public debate on what is infrastructure in the Amazon is difficult. So what are we talking about? Is it the rivers? Is it the roads? There's also logistics. So in addition to that, there's another issue. So we've been focused a lot on how we can remove the risk from finance. And we need to talk about how we can do that in those territories, because the models of capital are not having effect in the area. So there are very high operational costs. We also, the bioeconomy projects are very costly and they need to last at least 30 years to become profitable. And there are also the security problem in this land. The question is off microphone. Apologies from the interpreting booth. We will resume once the sound issue has been fixed. We need a public policy to support the logistics, right? So that exists already, and there are organized communities already. That's true. But it needs to be at a larger scale, at a larger level. There's a public policy that is being developed. There are joint efforts, but to give the necessary dimension to what you mentioned, we need to know the dimension, the size of the Amazon, the entire Europe can fit into the Amazon. There's also the issue, yes, of cacao. So one of the initiatives that we are carrying out, we want to have a center of cocoa in the Amazon. We'll have a factory as well in place, and also we need a policy of concessions, because we need incentives. We need to transfer subsidies from dirty economies, so to speak, to clean economies. But we need to keep these territories keep them into consideration, because you need to look into them. We talk about the landscape, but there's a lot of problems there. We need private capital with a high level of diligence. There's a lot of regulations involved, but this capital is not reaching these areas without the necessary speed and in the necessary amounts. So we need to have a joint endeavor to make that happen. Hi, everyone. Just 1 second. Please don't interrupt Ilona so that she can close her comments, and then you can talk about it later and you can talk about it tomorrow. It's just because otherwise we will not be able to listen to the other panelists. So yes, I invite you to debate this with me later on, but just to conclude, some issues are complex here. We need to address them, and we need to see things under a lenses that we are not seeing today. We need to work together. This involves public and private finances, all the state institutions, and there's no easy way. We need to have a coherent work when it comes to policies of positive impact. So we need to reduce the costs, pre-competition costs, so that we can leverage these economies of nature. But anyway, I'm sorry. So I know we don't have much time. Thank you, Ilona. Due to time constraints, these questions are very complex and would require much more time. But because we have these logistical limitations, I would like to pass the floor to Professor Roberto. You have about 3 minutes. I think the first question and the second, they are interconnected. Because this area are public areas. We need to debate that at a larger scale, not only when it comes to land reform, but also when it comes to the exploitation of the areas. It's not a question of including the natural wealth. The natural wealth has to be exploited legally and sustainably. And to the other question, we have a plan under design right now, and we want to ensure that the elections are safe. It's not just the police, there are other governmental bodies involved. And we are not worried about that question when it comes to indigenous lands, because we have a dialogue in place with FUNAI and other local authorities. And there has been an increase in operational activity. We need sometimes to stop our operations, reevaluate them, and it wasn't a question of not allowing the operation to take place. It was they were held for reevaluation, and then they were authorized again. And there were other similar issues. So all this is in course. They are being planned as well. Thank you, Dr. Humberto. I pass the floor to the president. I think what you mentioned, so Manduruku is one of the 7 lands that are included in these works. including the prospection. The fighting against prospection has to be a routine. It cannot happen just once in a while. There are many conflicts at stake. So it's really sad to see the mercury contamination, but also the destruction of the communities. And children are the ones who suffer the most, and also elderly people and women. The violence that prospection brings about to these areas has many social implications. Also, when it comes to the dignity of indigenous peoples, that's why we have this operation taking place also in other lands, in Yanomami as well, because the security issue require the national authorities, IBAMA, or the national police, federal police. So we really need to follow and keep a close eye on the situation. I invite you to know more about our work at FUNAI. Please check our website. We have news that are published there about these operations, and also about the importance of having the indigenous land regulated, because access to land is a fundamental right for these people. We have more than 500 requests that, because a lot of these requests still don't know how the procedures are. So we need to bring an end to this state of inconstitutionality. We have a new law, 1401. It was approved by the Congress recently, and well, there's a lot of discussions taking place, absurd draft bills that want to make the ownership by indigenous peoples impossible. So there's a lot of work, and it's important for the local communities because their rights are at stake. So when we bring these things together, the families, biodiversity, children, in addition to that, they need to think about sustainability in those economy projects. So how can you find peace? Imagine that you feel that your community can be invaded by drug dealers, by prospectors. So the indigenous peoples have a lot of biodiversity, but also sustainability projects. There are a lot of them are in place. That's why we are waiting right now. We are waiting for the new policy on management to support these projects. A lot of peoples have instruments for territorial management, and could be related to agriculture, green economy, but it also has to do with sustainable tourism. There's a lot of situations that show that indigenous peoples are also thinking about their sustainability. Of course, there are different situations. There's the context of the Indians who live in a situation of voluntary isolation, and that has to be respected, needs to be respected. It's the people who decide their plan for managing the land.
And it's no point in putting pressure on them to deforestate and promote soy plantations. Many projects want to incorporate this sort of logic. So it's their right to have the right for their economic planning. And also they need to be previously informed. So all of you who are speaking of new projects, I think we need to be mindful of that, especially in relation to carbon projects. Many communities are losing money, and you want to enter into an agreement. So they are under pressure to be economically viable, and they also feel this in relation to the land, in terms of renting out the land, allowing the entrance of miners, loggers, and they do not know what is the hidden agenda and the interest behind that. So large corporations that are interested in using the indigenous land. So we need to inform the community so they can provide the necessary consent and informed consent at that. And we have different initiatives in this sense, collaborating within the systems created by the indigenous communities. That's why many indigenous communities are seeking climate funds for the production of organic products, and this is the result of a collective effort, and that's what makes everything possible. So maybe here in the realm of academia, we can also discuss these topics that are of our interest, not only the protection of land. We have a huge PhD thesis on all the challenges in legalizing the tenure of land in Brazil, and also the contribution of the indigenous peoples. These are also strategic points in tackling climate change. And for those of you who haven't seen the results of mining activities, but it's so hard when you go into a territory that's been impacted by mining. You look at the land that is ravaged and the river that's completely changed with a different color, and they have the ability, the indigenous peoples have the ability to protect their land and everybody's land. People still hold on to those stereotypes about indigenous peoples because they don't need education or they don't need access to university. It's the opposite. We need to include them. And so they will be able to bring all these requests and demands to outside the villages. So the Yanomami, the Kayapos, and they are fighting for their interests. Many projects by indigenous peoples deserve to be heard and to be given a voice. So get to know indigenous peoples and their rights, because it is an important step towards our survival as non-indigenous peoples. Thank you so much. Thank you, President. And now I'll give 30 seconds for Ilona. I think I forgot to answer to Leo. We are in collaboration effort here. We are working not only in research, but also in other initiatives. We have the central bank, we have several. Why we address the gold, and why has the international cooperation not gone forward? Well, we are discussing this. We are discussing with Switzerland, also the UK. The buyers in these countries, they argue they cannot tell what gold is illegal. And we had a risk analysis assessment methodology that we want the central bank to approve. We haven't achieved this yet. We have the provisions in the law already of how you can tell whether gold is illegal or not. So this is what we need Brazil to really regulate, so to work with the buyers, and let's do it together. Yes, the traceability of gold. There is certification on the origin of gold. This is a law that I co-authored, and it's important that other countries demand this sort of certification. What are the countries that buy gold from Brazil? We know who they are. And that's why when we visit these shops, we need to be aware that whenever you're buying a gold product, you need to think of the Yanomami children that are suffering and becoming sick. I hate to interrupt, but now it's time to wrap up. Thank you so much to the panel's members. And thank you. This is a wrap. Thank you everyone for the presence. We had to overrun.